Book 8, 1811 to 1812. Chapter 1, Pierre's life in Moscow, asks himself what for and why. After Prince Andrew became engaged to Natasha, Pierre suddenly found it impossible to go on living as he had before, though he couldn't see any clear reason why. He was firmly convinced of the truths his Masonic benefactor had revealed to him, and he had been happy devoting himself to his own inner improvement. But all the joy of that life vanished after Andrew and Natasha's engagement, and after the death of his benefactor, Joseph Alexievich. News of both events reached him at almost the same time. All that remained of his life was a hollow shell, his grand house, his brilliant wife who was now in the favor of a very important man, his wide acquaintance with all of Petersburg society, and his tedious duties at court. Suddenly, this life seemed completely loathsome to him. He stopped writing in his diary, avoided the company of his Masonic brothers, and started going to the club again. He began to drink a great deal and fell back in with his old bachelor friends, living in a way that made his wife, Countess Helene, feel she had to speak to him severely about it. Pierre knew she was right, and to avoid causing her any more trouble, he left for Moscow. When he arrived in Moscow and entered his enormous house, where the faded and still fading princesses lived, with a huge staff of servants, he felt a sense of coming home. Driving through the city, he saw the Iberian shrine with its countless candles burning before the golden icons. He saw the Kremlin square, its snow untouched by carriages. He saw the sleigh drivers and the humble houses of the Sivtsev-Vrajok district, and the old Muscovites who seemed to want nothing and hurry nowhere, simply living out their days in peace. When he saw the old Moscow ladies, the Moscow balls, and the English club, he felt like he had found a quiet haven. In Moscow he felt at peace, warm and comfortable, as if he were wearing an old, dirty dressing gown. Moscow society, from the oldest women down to the youngest children, welcomed Pierre as if he were a long-lost guest, whose seat had always been kept waiting for him. To them, Pierre was the nicest, kindest, smartest, and most generous of eccentrics. He was a carefree, good-natured nobleman of the old Russian type. His purse was always empty because it was open to everyone. Benefit performances, mediocre paintings, statues, benevolent societies, gypsy choirs, schools, subscription dinners, wild parties, Freemasons, churches, and books. He never said no to anyone or anything. If it weren't for two friends who had borrowed large sums from him and taken him under their wing, he would have given away everything he owned. He was present at every dinner and every party at the club. As soon as he settled onto a sofa after a couple of bottles of Margaux wine, a crowd would gather around him, and the talking, arguing, and joking would begin. When arguments broke out, his kind smile and a well-timed joke would always reconcile the opponents. The Masonic dinners felt dull and dreary whenever he wasn't there. When he would rise to leave after a bachelor supper, smiling his kind, gentle smile, and agree to the pleas of the company to go out somewhere with them, shouts of joy would erupt among the young men. At balls, he would dance if a partner was needed. Young women, both married and unmarried, adored him because he never tried to court any of them but was equally charming to all, especially after supper. They would say of him that he was charming, that he had no sex. Pierre was just one of the many retired gentlemen in waiting who were content to live out their days in Moscow. How horrified he would have been 7 years earlier when he first returned from abroad if someone had told him that he didn't need to search for a purpose or make any plans. If they'd told him that his path was already set, eternally predetermined, and that no matter how much he struggled, he would become just like everyone else in his position, he would never have believed it. Hadn't he once dreamed with all his heart of establishing a republic in Russia? Of becoming a Napoleon himself, then a philosopher, then a military strategist and the conqueror of Napoleon? Hadn't he seen the possibility and passionately desired the regeneration of the sinful human race and his own journey to the highest state of perfection? Hadn't he established schools and hospitals and freed his serfs? But instead of all that, here he was, the wealthy husband of an unfaithful wife, a retired gentleman in waiting who loved to eat and drink, a man who, after a good meal, enjoyed unbuttoning his waistcoat and complaining a little about the government, He was a member of the Moscow English Club and a favorite in Moscow society. For a long time, he couldn't accept that he had become one of those very men he had so despised 7 years ago. Sometimes he would console himself with the thought that this was only temporary, but then he would be struck by the horrifying thought of how many others, just like him, had entered this life and this club temporarily, with all their teeth and hair, only to leave when not a single tooth or hair remained. In moments of pride, he would tell himself he was different from the others he used to despise. They were empty, foolish men, content with their lot. But I, he thought, am still discontented. I still want to do something for mankind. In moments of humility, however, he would wonder if perhaps they had all struggled just as he had, searching for a new path in life. He considered that maybe, like him, they had been forced by circumstances, by society, by their heritage, by that powerful elemental force that no man can resist, into the very condition he now found himself in. After living in Moscow for some time, he no longer despised his comrades in destiny. Instead, he grew fond of them, respected them, and pitied them, just as he pitied himself. Pierre no longer suffered from those moments of despair and disgust with life. But the illness that had once manifested in such sharp attacks had now turned inward, never leaving him for a moment. What for? Why? What is going on in the world? He would ask himself several times a day. He would involuntarily start pondering the meaning of life, but he knew from experience that there were no answers. So he would quickly turn away from these questions, pick up a book, or hurry to the club or to a friend's house to exchange the latest town gossip. Helene, who has never cared for anything but her own body and is one of the stupidest women in the world, Pierre thought, is seen by everyone as the pinnacle of intelligence and refinement. They worship her. Napoleon Bonaparte was despised by all as long as he was great, but now that he's become a pathetic comedian, the Emperor of Austria wants to offer him his daughter in an illegal marriage. The Spanish, through their Catholic priests, praise God for their victory over the French on the 14th of June. And the French, also through their Catholic priests, offer praise because on that very same day they defeated the Spanish. He went on thinking, my brother Masons swear by their own blood that they are ready to sacrifice everything for their neighbor, yet they don't give a single ruble to the collections for the poor. They scheme, one lodge against another, and fuss over an authentic Scottish carpet and a charter that nobody needs, the meaning of which even the man who wrote it doesn't understand. We all profess the Christian law of forgiveness and love for our neighbors, a law in whose honor we have built nearly 2,000 churches in Moscow. But just yesterday, a deserter was flogged to death, and a priest, a minister of that same law of love and forgiveness, gave the soldier a cross to kiss before his execution. So Pierre thought, and this great deception, which everyone accepted, astonished him each time as if it were something new. I understand the confusion and the lies, he thought, but how can I tell them all what I see? I've tried, and I've always found that deep down they understand it too. They just try not to see it. So it seems it must be this way. But what about me? What is to become of me? He wondered. He had the unfortunate Russian habit of seeing the possibility of goodness and truth, but also seeing the evil and falsehood of life too clearly to ever take a serious part in it. In his eyes, every field of work was connected with evil and deception. Whatever he tried to be, whatever he involved himself in, the lies and falsehood of it repulsed him and blocked his path. Yet he had to live and find something to do. It was too dreadful to bear the weight of these unsolvable problems, so he threw himself into any distraction to forget them. He went to all kinds of parties, drank a lot, bought paintings, took up building projects, and above all, he read. He read everything he could get his hands on. As soon as he came home, while his servants were still helping him off with his coat, he would pick up a book and start reading. From reading, he would fall asleep. From sleeping, he would go to the club to gossip. From gossip, he would go to wild parties with women. And from there, it was back to gossip, reading, and wine. Drinking became more and more of a necessity for him, both physically and morally. Although the doctors warned him that with his large frame, wine was dangerous, he drank a great deal. He only felt truly at ease when, after pouring several glasses of wine into his mouth, he felt a pleasant warmth in his body, a friendliness toward everyone, and a readiness to respond superficially to any idea without thinking about it too deeply. Only after a bottle or two did he feel that the terribly tangled mess of life, which had previously terrified him, was not so dreadful after all. As he chatted or read after dinner with a buzzing in his head, he was always aware of that mess. But under the influence of wine, he would tell himself, "It doesn't matter. I'll figure it out. I have a solution. I just don't have time now. I'll think it all out later." But later never came. In the morning, on an empty stomach, all the old questions seemed as terrible and unsolvable as ever. Pierre would quickly grab a book, and he was always glad if someone came to visit him. Sometimes he remembered hearing that soldiers in a war, when they are trapped under enemy fire with nothing to do, try to find some occupation to help them bear the danger. To Pierre, all people seemed like those soldiers, seeking refuge from life. Some found it in ambition, some in cards, some in making laws, some in women. Others found it in toys, horses, politics, sports, wine, or government affairs. Nothing is trivial and nothing is important, Pierre thought. It's all the same. The only thing that matters is to save oneself from it as best one can, just not to see it, that dreadful it. Now we begin Chapter 2. Chapter 2, Prince N. Bolkonsky in Moscow, his harsh treatment of Princess Mary. She teaches little Nicholas, the old prince and Melbourne. At the beginning of winter, Prince Nicholas Bolkonsky and his daughter, Princess Mary, moved to Moscow. By that time, the enthusiasm for Emperor Alexander's rule had faded, and a more patriotic, anti-French feeling was growing in the city. This, along with his past, his sharp mind, and his eccentric nature, quickly made Prince Nicholas a figure of great respect among Muscovites. He became the center of the Moscow opposition to the government. The prince had aged a great deal that year. He showed clear signs of senility. He would fall asleep suddenly, forget recent events while remembering things from long ago, and he took on the role of head of the Moscow opposition with a childish vanity. Despite this, the old man inspired a feeling of respectful awe in all his visitors. This was especially true in the evenings, when he would come in for tea wearing his old-fashioned coat and powdered wig. If someone sparked his interest, he would tell his abrupt stories of the past, or offer even more abrupt and harsh criticisms of the present. To his guests, the old-fashioned house with its huge mirrors, pre-revolution furniture, and powdered footmen was a majestic and pleasing sight. The stern, shrewd old man, a relic of the last century, with his gentle daughter and the pretty French companion who were so devoted to him, completed the picture. But the visitors never considered that besides the couple of hours they spent with their host, there were 22 other hours in the day, during which the private, intimate life of the house went on. Lately, that private life had become very difficult for Princess Mary. In Moscow, she was deprived of her greatest pleasures, her conversations with the pilgrims, and the solitude that refreshed her at their country estate Bald Hills. And she had none of the advantages of city life. She didn't go out in society. Everyone knew her father wouldn't let her go anywhere without him, and his poor health kept him from going out himself. As a result, she was never invited to dinners or parties. She had completely given up hope of getting married. She saw the coldness and hostility with which the old prince received and dismissed the young men, potential suitors who sometimes came to their house. She had no friends. During this visit to Moscow, she had been disappointed in the two people who had been closest to her. Mademoiselle Bourienne, the French companion with whom she had never been able to be completely open, had now become unpleasant to her, and Princess Mary avoided her for various reasons. Julie Karagina, with whom she had corresponded for the last 5 years, was in Moscow, but when they met, she seemed like a complete stranger. Julie, who had become one of the richest heiresses in Moscow after the death of her brothers, was in the full whirl of society life. She was surrounded by young men who, she imagined, had suddenly learned to appreciate her worth. Julie was at that stage in a society woman's life when she feels her last chance of marrying has come, and that her fate must be decided now or never. On Thursdays, Princess Mary would remember with a sad smile that she now had no one to write to. Since Julie was in Moscow and they saw each other every week, their correspondence had stopped, and Julie's company gave her no pleasure. Like an old émigré who refused to marry the lady he had spent his evenings with for years, she missed having someone to write to more than she enjoyed Julie's presence. In Moscow, Princess Mary had no one to talk to, no one to confide in, and she had much to be sad about. The time for Prince Andrew's return and his marriage was approaching, but she hadn't been able to carry out his request to prepare their father for it. In fact, it seemed hopeless. Every time the young Countess Rostova's name was mentioned, the old prince, who was usually in a bad temper anyway, would lose control of himself. Another new sorrow came from the lessons she was giving her 6-year-old nephew, little Nicholas. To her horror, she found that she was showing some of her father's own irritability toward the boy. No matter how often she told herself not to get angry while teaching him, it happened almost every time. As she sat with a pointer, trying to show him the French alphabet, she longed to pour her own knowledge into the child so quickly and easily. But the little boy was already afraid that his auntie might get angry at any moment. At his slightest inattention, she would tremble, get flustered and heated, raise her voice, and sometimes pull him by the arm and send him to the corner. After sending him to the corner, she would start crying over her own cruel, evil nature. Little Nicholas, following her example, would sob, and without permission, he would leave his corner, come to her, pull her wet hands from her face, and comfort her. But what distressed the princess most of all was her father's irritability, which was always directed at her and had recently become cruel. If he had forced her to bow to the ground all night, or beaten her, or made her fetch wood and water, she would never have thought her situation was hard. But this loving despot, who was all the more cruel because he loved her, and therefore tormented both himself and her, knew exactly how to hurt and humiliate her. He knew how to show her that she was always to blame for everything. Lately, he had developed a new habit that tormented Princess Mary more than anything else: his growing intimacy with Mademoiselle Bourienne. The idea that if Andrew got married, he himself would marry Bourienne had first occurred to him as a joke, but it had clearly pleased him. Recently he had started persistently showing special affection to the companion, and it seemed to Princess Mary that he did it just to offend her. He would express his dissatisfaction with his daughter by showering Bourienne with love. One day in Moscow, while Princess Mary was in the room, the old prince kissed Mademoiselle Bourienne's hand, drew her to him, and embraced her affectionately. Princess Mary was sure he did it on purpose. She flushed and ran out of the room. A few minutes later, Mademoiselle Bourienne came into Princess Mary's room, smiling and making cheerful remarks in her pleasant voice. Princess Mary hastily wiped away her tears, went up to Mademoiselle Bourienne and, evidently not even aware of what she was doing, began shouting at the Frenchwoman in a breaking voice. "It's horrible, vile, inhuman, to take advantage of the weakness," she began, but didn't finish. "Leave my room," she exclaimed and burst into sobs. The next day, the prince didn't say a word to his daughter, but she noticed that at dinner, he ordered the servants to serve Mademoiselle Bourienne first. After dinner, when the footman handed coffee and, out of habit, started with the princess, the prince suddenly flew into a rage. He threw his stick at the footman, Philip, and immediately gave orders to have him conscripted into the army. "He doesn't obey. I said it twice, and he doesn't obey," the prince cried. "She is the first person in this house. She's my best friend," he shouted. "And if you allow yourself," he screamed at Princess Mary, addressing her for the first time, "to forget yourself before her as you dared to do yesterday, I will show you who is master in this house. Go, don't let me see you again. Beg her pardon." Princess Mary asked for Mademoiselle Bourienne's forgiveness, and also for her father's forgiveness, both for herself and for Philip the footman, who had begged her to intervene. At moments like these, a kind of pride in her sacrifice would fill her soul. And then suddenly, this father whom she had judged would fumble for his spectacles right in front of her, unable to see them, or he would forget something that had just happened. or he would take a misstep with his weakening legs and turn to see if anyone had noticed his frailty. Worst of all, at dinner, when there were no visitors to excite him, he would suddenly fall asleep, his napkin dropping and his shaking head sinking over his plate. He is old and feeble, she would think at such times, filled with revulsion for herself, and I dare to condemn him. Let's move on to Chapter 3. Chapter 3, Dr. Metivier treated as a spy by the old prince. The dinner on the prince's name day. In 1811, there was a French doctor living in Moscow named Metivier, who had quickly become very fashionable. He was extremely tall, handsome, and amiable, as Frenchmen often are. And as all of Moscow said, he was an extraordinarily clever doctor. He was welcomed in the best houses not just as a doctor, but as an equal. Prince Nicholas had always scoffed at medicine, but lately, on Mademoiselle Bourienne's advice, he had allowed this doctor to visit him and had grown accustomed to him. Metivier came to see the prince about twice a week. On December 6th, St. Nicholas Day, which was also the prince's name day, all of Moscow came to the prince's door. But he ordered that no one be admitted and invited only a small number of people to dinner, giving a list of them to Princess Mary. Metivier, who came in the morning to offer his congratulations, felt it was his duty as a doctor to force his way in. As he told Princess Mary, he was going to force the guard. It so happened that on this particular morning, the prince was in one of his worst moods. He had been wandering around the house all morning, finding fault with everyone, pretending not to understand what was said to him, and pretending that he wasn't being understood either. Princess Mary knew this mood of quiet, absorbed grumbling well. It usually ended in an outburst of rage. All morning she had been walking on eggshells, as if facing a loaded gun, waiting for the inevitable explosion. Until the doctor's arrival, the morning had passed safely. After letting the doctor in, Princess Mary sat down with a book in the drawing room near the door so she could hear everything that happened in the study. At first, she heard only Metivier's voice, then her father's. Then both voices started speaking at the same time. The door was flung open, and on the threshold stood the handsome, terrified figure of Metivier with his shock of black hair. Behind him stood the prince in his dressing gown and a small cap, his face twisted with fury and his pupils rolled downwards. "You don't understand," the prince shouted. "But I do. French spy, slave of Bonaparte, spy! Get out of my house! Be off, I tell you!" Metivier shrugged his shoulders and went up to Mademoiselle Bourienne, who had run in from the next room at the sound of the shouting. "The prince is not very well," Metivier said. "Bile and a rush of blood to the head. Keep calm. I will call again tomorrow." He put his fingers to his lips and hurried away. Through the study door, she could hear the sound of slippered feet and the cry, "Spies, traitors, traitors everywhere! Not a moment's peace in my own house." After Metivier left, the old prince called his daughter in, and the full weight of his anger fell on her. She was to blame that a spy had been admitted. Hadn't he told her to make a list and not to admit anyone who wasn't on it? Then why was that scoundrel let in? She was the cause of it all. With her, he said, he couldn't have a moment's peace and couldn't die quietly. "No, ma'am, we must part. We must part. Understand that. Understand it. I cannot endure any more," he said and left the room. Then, as if afraid she might find some way to console herself, he returned. Trying to appear calm, he added, "And don't imagine I have said this in a moment of anger. I am calm. I have thought it over, and it will be carried out. We must part, so find some place for yourself." But he couldn't restrain himself. With the viciousness that only someone who loves is capable of, and clearly suffering himself, he shook his fists at her and screamed, if only some fool would marry her. Then he slammed the door, sent for Mademoiselle Bourienne, and shut himself in his study. At 2 o'clock, the 6 chosen guests gathered for dinner. They were the famous Count Rostopchin, Prince Lopukin with his nephew, and General Chatrov, an old war comrade of the prince's. From the younger generation, there were Pierre and Boris Drubetskoy. They all waited for the prince in the drawing room. Boris had come to Moscow on leave a few days before and was eager to be introduced to Prince Nicholas Bolkonsky. He had managed to ingratiate himself so well that the old prince had made an exception for him and allowed the bachelor into his house. The prince's house wasn't part of what was known as fashionable society, but his small circle, though not much talked about, was one that it was more flattering to be received in than any other. Boris had realized this the week before. In his presence, the commander-in-chief had invited Rostopchin to dinner on St. Nicholas Day, and Rostopchin had replied that he couldn't come. On that day, Rostopchin had said, I always go to pay my respects to the relics of Prince Nicholas Bolkonsky. Oh yes, yes, the commander-in-chief had replied. How is he? The small group that gathered before dinner in the grand, old-fashioned drawing room looked like a solemn court of justice. Everyone was silent or spoke in low tones. Prince Nicholas came in, serious and quiet. Princess Mary seemed even more silent and timid than usual. The guests were reluctant to speak to her, sensing she was in no mood for conversation. Only Count Rostopchin kept the conversation going, telling the latest town news and political gossip. Lopukhhin and the old general occasionally joined in. Prince Bolkonsky listened like a judge receiving a report, only now and then showing with a brief word or a silent nod that he was paying attention. The tone of the conversation made it clear that no one approved of what was happening in the political world. They related stories that seemed to confirm the opinion that everything was going from bad to worse. But whether telling a story or giving an opinion, the speaker always stopped at the point where his criticism might touch the sovereign himself. At dinner, the talk turned to the latest political news: Napoleon's seizure of the Duke of Oldenburg's territory, and the Russian note, hostile to Napoleon, that had been sent to all the European courts. Bonaparte treats Europe as a pirate does a captured vessel, said Count Rostopchin, repeating a phrase he had used many times before. One only wonders at the long-suffering or blindness of the crowned heads. Now the Pope's turn has come, and Bonaparte doesn't hesitate to depose the head of the Catholic Church, yet all keep silent. Our sovereign alone has protested against the seizure of the Duke of Oldenburg's territory, and even... Count Rostopchin paused, feeling he had reached the limit beyond which criticism was impossible. Other territories have been offered in exchange for the Duchy of Oldenburg, said Prince Bolkonsky. He shifts the dukes about as I might move my serfs from Bald Hills to Bogusharovo or my Ryazan estates. The Duke of Oldenburg bears his misfortunes with admirable strength of character and resignation, remarked Boris, joining in respectfully. He said this because he had had the honor of being presented to the Duke on his journey from Petersburg. Prince Bolkonsky glanced at the young man as if he were about to say something, but changed his mind, evidently thinking him too young. I have read our protests about the Oldenburg affair and was surprised how badly the note was worded, remarked Count Rostopchin, in the casual tone of a man who knows a subject well. Pierre looked at Rostopchin with naive surprise, not understanding why the wording of the note should bother him. Does it matter, Count, how the note is worded, he asked, so long as its substance is forcible? My dear fellow, with our 500,000 troops, it should be easy to have a good style, replied Count Rostopchin. Pierre now understood the Count's dissatisfaction. One would have thought enough quill drivers had sprung up, remarked the old prince. There in Petersburg they are always writing, not notes only but even new laws. My Andrew there has written a whole volume of laws for Russia. Nowadays they are always writing, and he laughed unnaturally. There was a brief pause in the conversation. The old general cleared his throat to get attention. Did you hear of the last event at the review in Petersburg? He asked. The figure cut by the new French ambassador. Eh? Yes, I heard something. He said something awkward in His Majesty's presence. His Majesty drew attention to the Grenadier Division and to the march past, the general continued, and it seems the ambassador took no notice and allowed himself to reply that we in France pay no attention to such trifles. The emperor did not condescend to reply. At the next review, they say, the emperor did not once deign to address him. Everyone was silent. It was impossible to pass any judgment on this fact relating to the emperor himself. Impudent fellows, said the prince. You know Metivier? I turned him out of my house this morning. He was here, They admitted him in spite of my request that they should let no one in, he went on, glancing angrily at his daughter. He then recounted his entire conversation with the French doctor and the reasons that convinced him Metivier was a spy. Though these reasons were very weak and unclear, no one said anything. After the roast, champagne was served. The guests rose to congratulate the old prince. Princess Mary also went to him. He gave her a cold, angry look and offered her his wrinkled, clean-shaven cheek to kiss. The expression on his face told her that he had not forgotten their morning's talk, that his decision was still in force, and only the presence of guests kept him from speaking of it to her now. When they went into the drawing room for coffee, the old men sat together. Prince Nicholas became more animated and shared his views on the impending war. He said that our wars with Bonaparte would be disastrous as long as we sought alliances with the Germans and involved ourselves in European affairs, which we had been drawn into by the Peace of Tilsit. We ought not to fight either for or against Austria, he said. Our political interests are all in the East, and in regard to Bonaparte, the only thing is to have an armed frontier and a firm policy, and he will never dare to cross the Russian frontier, as was the case in 1807. How can we fight the French, Prince? Said Count Rostopchin. Can we arm ourselves against our teachers and divinities? Look at our youths, look at our ladies. The French are our gods. Paris is our kingdom of heaven. He began speaking louder, evidently so everyone could hear. French dresses, French ideas, French feelings, he continued. There now, you turned Metivier out by the scruff of his neck, because he is a Frenchman and a scoundrel, but our ladies crawl after him on their knees. I went to a party last night, and there out of 5 ladies 3 were Roman Catholics and had the Pope's indulgence for doing wool work on Sundays. And they themselves sit there nearly naked, like the signboards at our public baths, if I may say so. Ah, when one looks at our young people, Prince, one would like to take Peter the Great's old cudgel out of the museum and belabor them in the Russian way, till all the nonsense jumps out of them. Everyone was silent. The old prince looked at Rostopchin with a smile and nodded his head in approval. Well, goodbye, Your Excellency, keep well, said Rostopchin, getting up briskly and holding out his hand to the prince. Goodbye, my dear fellow, said the old prince, holding his hand and offering his cheek to be kissed. His words are music. I never tire of hearing him. Following Rostopchin's example, the others also rose. Let us begin Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Pierre and Princess Mary discuss Boris and Natasha. As Princess Mary sat listening to the old men's talk and their complaints, she understood nothing of what she heard. She only wondered if the guests had all noticed her father's hostile attitude toward her. She didn't even notice the special attention and kindness shown to her during dinner by Boris Drubetskoy, who was visiting them for the 3rd time. After the old prince had gone out and they were left alone in the drawing room, Pierre, holding his hat and with a smile on his face, was the last of the guests to approach her. Princess Mary turned to him with an absent-minded, questioning look. "May I stay a little longer?" he said, letting his stout body sink into an armchair beside her. "Oh yes," she answered. Her look seemed to ask, "You noticed nothing?" Pierre was in a pleasant after-dinner mood. He looked straight ahead and smiled quietly. "Have you known that young man long, Princess?" he asked. "Who?" "Drubetskoy. No, not long. Do you like him?" "Yes, he is an agreeable young man," Princess Mary said, still thinking about the morning's conversation with her father. "Why do you ask me that?" "Because I have noticed that when a young man comes on leave from Petersburg to Moscow," he replied, "it is usually with the object of marrying an heiress." "You have observed that?" said Princess Mary. "Yes," Pierre returned with a smile, "and this young man now manages matters so that where there is a wealthy heiress, there he is too. I can read him like a book. At present he is hesitating whom to lay siege to, you or Mademoiselle Julie Karagina. He is very attentive to her." "He visits them?" "Yes, very often. And do you know the new way of courting?" Pierre said with an amused smile, evidently in that cheerful mood of good-humored teasing for which he so often scolded himself in his diary. "No," replied Princess Mary. To please Moscow girls nowadays one has to be melancholy. He is very melancholy with Mademoiselle Karagina, said Pierre. Really? Asked Princess Mary, looking into Pierre's kind face and still thinking of her own sorrow. It would be a relief, she thought, if I dared to confide what I am feeling to someone. I should like to tell everything to Pierre. He is kind and generous. It would be a relief. He would give me advice. Would you marry him? Pierre asked. Oh my God, Count, there are moments when I would marry anybody, she cried suddenly, surprising even herself with tears in her voice. Ah, how bitter it is to love someone near to you and to feel that, she went on in a trembling voice, that you can do nothing for him but grieve him, and to know that you cannot alter this. Then there is only one thing left, to go away, but where could I go? What is wrong? What is it, Princess? But without finishing what she was saying, Princess Mary burst into tears. I don't know what is the matter with me today. Don't take any notice. Forget what I have said. Pierre's cheerful mood vanished completely. He anxiously questioned the princess, asking her to speak openly and confide her grief to him. But she only repeated that she begged him to forget what she had said, that she did not remember it, and that she had no trouble except the one he already knew of, that Prince Andrew's marriage threatened to cause a rift between father and son. Have you any news of the Rostovs? She asked to change the subject. I was told they are coming soon. I am also expecting Andrew any day. I should like them to meet here. And how does he now regard the matter? Asked Pierre, referring to the old prince. Princess Mary shook her head. What is to be done? In a few months the year will be up. The thing is impossible. I only wish I could spare my brother the first moments. I wish they would come sooner. I hope to be friends with her. You have known them a long time, said Princess Mary. Tell me honestly the whole truth. What sort of girl is she, and what do you think of her? The real truth, because you know Andrew is risking so much doing this against his father's will that I should like to know. An unspoken instinct told Pierre that these questions and the repeated requests for the whole truth showed the princess's ill will toward her future sister-in-law and her wish that he would disapprove of Andrew's choice. But in reply, he said what he felt rather than what he thought. I don't know how to answer your question, he said, blushing without knowing why. I really don't know what sort of girl she is. I can't analyze her at all. She is enchanting, but what makes her so I don't know. That is all one can say about her. Princess Mary sighed, and the expression on her face said, Yes, that's what I expected and feared. Is she clever? She asked. Pierre considered. I think not, he said, and yet, yes, she does not deign to be clever. Oh no, she is simply enchanting, and that is all. Princess Mary again shook her head disapprovingly. Ah, I so long to like her. Tell her so if you see her before I do. I hear they are expected very soon, said Pierre. Princess Mary then told Pierre of her plan to become close with her future sister-in-law as soon as the Rostovs arrived, and to try to accustom the old prince to her. Now for Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Boris and Julie. Their melancholy. Boris proposes and is accepted. Boris had not succeeded in finding a wealthy wife in Petersburg, so he came to Moscow with the same goal in mind. There he found himself hesitating between the two richest heiresses, Julie Karagina and Princess Mary. Although Princess Mary, despite her plainness, seemed more attractive to him than Julie, he felt strangely awkward about courting her. When they had last met on the old prince's name day, she had answered all his attempts at sentimental conversation at random, clearly not listening to a word he was saying. Julie, on the other hand, readily accepted his attentions, though in her own peculiar way. She was 27. After the death of her brothers, she had become very wealthy. She was by now quite plain, but she believed herself to be not only as good-looking as before, but even more attractive. She was confirmed in this delusion by two facts. First, she was a very rich heiress, and second, the older she grew, the less of a romantic threat she became to men. This meant they could associate with her more freely, enjoying her suppers, parties, and the lively company at her house, without feeling any obligation. A man who, 10 years earlier, would have been afraid to visit a house every day where a 17-year-old girl lived for fear of compromising her, could now go boldly every day and treat her not as a potential wife, but as a sexless acquaintance. That winter, the Karagins' house was the most pleasant and hospitable in Moscow. Besides the formal dinners and parties, a large group of people, mostly men, gathered there every day, having supper at midnight and staying until 3 in the morning. Julie never missed a ball, a public walk, or a play. Her dresses were always in the latest fashion. But despite all this, she seemed to be disillusioned with everything. She told everyone that she didn't believe in friendship or love, or any of the joys of life, and that she expected peace only in the next world. She adopted the tone of someone who has suffered a great disappointment, like a girl who has lost the man she loved or been cruelly deceived by him. Though nothing of the kind had ever happened to her, she was seen in that light and had even come to believe it herself. This melancholy, which didn't stop her from enjoying herself, didn't stop the young people who visited her from having a pleasant time either. Every visitor paid tribute to the hostess's sad mood, and then amused himself with society gossip, dancing, intellectual games, and poetry contests, which were popular at the Karagins. Only a few of these young men, including Boris, delved more deeply into Julie's melancholy. With these chosen few, she had long, private conversations on the vanity of all worldly things, and she would show them her albums filled with mournful sketches, sayings, and verses. To Boris, Julie was particularly gracious. She regretted his early disillusionment with life and offered him the consolation of friendship, which she, having suffered so much herself, was uniquely qualified to give. She showed him her album. Boris sketched 2 trees in it and wrote, "Rustic trees, your dark branches shed gloom and melancholy upon me." On another page he drew a tomb and wrote, "Death gives relief and death is peaceful. Ah, from suffering there is no other refuge." Julie said this was charming. "There is something so enchanting in the smile of melancholy," she said to Boris, repeating word for word a passage she had copied from a book. "It is a ray of light in the darkness, a shade between sadness and despair, showing the possibility of consolation." In reply, Boris wrote these lines, "Poisonous nourishment of a too sensitive soul, thou without whom happiness would for me be impossible. Tender melancholy, ah, come to console me, come to calm the torments of my gloomy retreat, and mingle a secret sweetness with these tears that I feel to be flowing." For Boris, Julie played the most mournful nocturnes on her harp. Boris read a popular sentimental story aloud to her, and more than once had to stop because of the emotions that choked him. When they met at large gatherings, Julie and Boris looked at each other as if they were the only 2 souls who understood one another in a world of indifferent people. Anna Mikhailovna, Boris's mother, often visited the Karagins. While playing cards with Julie's mother, she made careful inquiries about Julie's dowry, which included 2 estates in Penza and forests in Nizhegorod. Anna Mikhailovna looked upon the refined sadness that united her son with the wealthy Julie with emotion and resignation to the will of God. "You are always charming and melancholy, my dear Julie," she would say to the daughter. To the mother she would say, "Boris says his soul finds repose at your house. He has suffered so many disappointments and is so sensitive." And to her son she would say, "Ah, my dear, I can't tell you how fond I have grown of Julie lately. But who could help loving her? She is an angelic being. Ah, Boris, Boris." She would pause. "And how I pity her mother," she would continue. "Today she showed me her accounts and letters from Penza. They have enormous estates there, and she, poor thing, has no one to help her. They cheat her so." Boris would smile almost imperceptibly while listening to his mother. He laughed blandly at her naive diplomacy, but he listened to what she had to say and sometimes questioned her carefully about the Penza and Nizhegorod estates. Julie had been expecting a proposal from her melancholy admirer for a long time and was ready to accept it. But some secret feeling of repulsion for her passionate desire to get married, for her artificiality, and a feeling of horror at giving up the possibility of real love still held Boris back. His leave was coming to an end. He spent every day at the Karagins, and every day he told himself that he would propose tomorrow. But in Julie's presence, looking at her red face and chin, which was nearly always powdered, her moist eyes, and her expression of constant readiness to switch from melancholy to an unnatural rapture of married bliss, Boris could not bring himself to say the decisive words. In his imagination, however, he had long seen himself as the owner of those Penza and Nishigorod estates and had already planned how to use the income from them. Julie saw Boris's indecision. Sometimes the thought occurred to her that she was repulsive to him, but her feminine self-deception immediately provided a consolation. She told herself that he was only shy because of his love. Her melancholy, however, began to turn to irritability, and not long before Boris's departure, she formed a definite plan of action. Just as his leave was about to expire, Anatole Kuragin appeared in Moscow, and of course in the Karagins' drawing room. Julie, suddenly abandoning her melancholy, became cheerful and very attentive to Kuragin. "My dear," Anna Mikhailovna said to her son, "I know from a reliable source that Prince Vasily has sent his son to Moscow to marry Julie. I am so fond of Julie that I should be sorry for her. What do you think of it, my dear?" The idea of being made a fool of having wasted a whole month of arduous, melancholy service to Julie, and of seeing all the income from the Penza estates, which he had already mentally allocated, fall into the hands of another, especially the idiotic Anatole, pained Boris. He drove to the Karagins with the firm intention of proposing. Julie met him in a gay, careless manner. She spoke casually of how much she had enjoyed the previous night's ball and asked when he was leaving. Though Boris had come to speak of his love and intended to be tender, he began speaking irritably of feminine inconstancy, of how easily women can turn from sadness to joy, and how their moods depend solely on who is paying attention to them. Julie was offended and replied that it was true. A woman needs variety, and the same thing over and over again would weary anyone. "Then I should advise you," Boris began, wishing to sting her, but at that instant the galling thought occurred to him that he might have to leave Moscow without accomplishing his goal, having wasted his efforts, something he never allowed to happen. He stopped himself mid-sentence, lowered his eyes to avoid seeing her unpleasantly irritated and irresolute face, and said, "I did not come here at all to quarrel with you. On the contrary." He glanced at her to make sure he could continue. Her irritability had vanished, and her anxious, imploring eyes were fixed on him with greedy expectation. "I can always arrange not to see her often," Boris thought. "The affair has been started and must be finished." He blushed hotly, raised his eyes to hers, and said, "You know my feelings for you." There was no need to say more. Julie's face shone with triumph and self-satisfaction. But she forced Boris to say all that is said on such occasions, that he loved her and had never loved any other woman more. She knew that for the Penza estates and the Nishigorod forests, she could demand this, and she received what she demanded. The engaged couple, no longer speaking of trees that shed gloom and melancholy, planned the arrangements for a splendid house in Petersburg, paid calls, and prepared for a brilliant wedding. Let's begin Chapter 6. Chapter 6. Count Ilya Rostov, Natasha, and Sonia stay with Maria Dmitrievna in Moscow. At the end of January, old Count Rostov went to Moscow with Natasha and Sonia. The Countess was still unwell and couldn't travel, but they couldn't wait for her to recover. Prince Andrew was expected in Moscow any day. The trousseau had to be ordered, and the estate near Moscow had to be sold. Besides, they couldn't miss the opportunity to introduce his future daughter-in-law to old Prince Bolkonsky while he was in Moscow. The Rostovs' Moscow house had not been heated that winter. Since they were only coming for a short time and the Countess was not with them, the Count decided to stay with Maria Dmitrievna Akrosimova, who had long been offering them her hospitality. Late one evening, the Rostovs' 4 sleighs drove into Maria Dmitrievna's courtyard. Maria Dmitrievna lived alone. She had already married off her daughter, and her sons were all in the service. She still held herself as erect as ever, and told everyone her opinion as candidly, loudly, and bluntly as ever. Her whole bearing seemed to be a reproach to others for any weakness, passion, or temptation, the possibility of which she did not admit. From early in the morning, wearing a dressing jacket, she managed her household affairs. Then she would drive out, on holy days to church, and after the service to jails and prisons on business she never spoke of to anyone. On ordinary days, after getting dressed, she received petitioners of various classes, of whom there were always some. Then she had dinner, a substantial and appetizing meal at which there were always 3 or 4 guests. After dinner she played a game of Boston, and at night she had the newspapers or a new book read to her while she knitted. She rarely went out to pay visits, and then only to the most important people in the town. She had not yet gone to bed when the Rostovs arrived. The pulley of the hall door squeaked from the cold as it let them in. Marya Dmitrievna, with her spectacles hanging down on her nose and her head flung back, stood in the hall doorway looking with a stern, grim face at the new arrivals. One might have thought she was angry with the travelers and would immediately turn them out, if she had not at the same time been giving careful instructions to the servants for their accommodation. "The Count's things? Bring them here," she said, pointing to the bags and not greeting anyone. "The young ladies? There to the left. Now what are you dawdling for?" she cried to the maids. "Get the samovar ready. You've grown plumper and prettier," she remarked, drawing Natasha, whose cheeks were glowing from the cold, to her by the hood. "Foo, you are cold. Now take off your things, quick," she shouted to the Count, who was about to kiss her hand. "You're half frozen, I'm sure. Bring some rum for tea. Bonjour, Sonia, dear," she added, turning to Sonia. By using this French greeting, she indicated her slightly contemptuous but affectionate attitude toward her. When they came in for tea, having taken off their outdoor things and tidied themselves up, Marya Dmitrievna kissed them all in turn. "I'm heartily glad you have come and are staying with me. It was high time," she said, giving Natasha a significant look. "The old man is here and his son's expected any day. You'll have to make his acquaintance. But we'll speak of that later on," she added, glancing at Sonia with a look that showed she didn't want to speak of it in her presence. "Now listen," she said to the Count. "What do you want tomorrow? Whom will you send for?" "Shinshin?" She crooked one of her fingers. "The sniveling Anna Mikhailovna? That's 2. She's here with her son. The son is getting married. Then Bezahov, eh? He is here too with his wife. He ran away from her and she came galloping after him. He dined with me on Wednesday. As for them," and she pointed to the girls, "tomorrow I'll take them first to the Iberian shrine of the Mother of God, and then we'll drive to the dressmaker's. I suppose you'll have everything new. Don't judge by me. Sleeves nowadays are this size. The other day young Princess Irina Vasilievna came to see me. She was an awful sight. Looked as if she had put 2 barrels on her arms. You know, not a day passes now without some new fashion. And what have you to do yourself?" she asked the Count sternly. "One thing has come on top of another, her rags to buy, and now a purchaser has turned up for the Moscow estate and for the house. If you will be so kind, I'll fix a time and go down to the estate just for a day and leave my lassies with you." All right. They'll be safe with me, as safe as in Chancery. I'll take them where they must go, scold them a bit and pet them a bit," said Marya Dmitrievna, touching her goddaughter and favorite Natasha on the cheek with her large hand. The next morning, Marya Dmitrievna took the young ladies to the Iberian shrine and then to Madame Suppert-Roguet, the dressmaker. The dressmaker was so afraid of Marya Dmitrievna that she always sold her costumes at a loss just to get rid of her. Marya Dmitrievna ordered almost the entire trousseau. When they got home, she sent everyone out of the room except Natasha, and then called her pet to her armchair. "Well, now we'll talk. I congratulate you on your betrothed. You've hooked a fine fellow. I am glad for your sake, and I've known him since he was so high," she said, holding her hand a couple of feet from the ground. Natasha blushed happily. "I like him and all his family. Now listen, you know that old Prince Nicholas much dislikes his son's marrying. The old fellow's difficult. Of course, Prince Andrew is not a child and can manage without him, but it's not nice to enter a family against a father's will. One wants to do it peacefully and lovingly. You're a clever girl and you'll know how to manage. Be kind and use your wits, then all will be well." Natasha remained silent, which Marya Dmitrievna assumed was out of shyness. But really, it was because she disliked anyone interfering in matters of her love for Prince Andrew. It seemed so separate from all human affairs that she felt no one could understand it. She loved and knew Prince Andrew. He loved only her, and he was to come one of these days and take her. She wanted nothing more. You see, I have known him a long time and am also fond of Mary, your future sister-in-law. Husbands' sisters bring up blisters, but this one wouldn't hurt a fly. She has asked me to bring you two together. Tomorrow you'll go with your father to see her. Be very nice and affectionate to her. You're younger than she. When he comes, he'll find you already know his sister and father and are liked by them. Am I right or not? Won't that be best? Yes, it will, Natasha answered reluctantly. Now for Chapter 7. Chapter 7. Count Rostov and Natasha call on Prince N. Bolkonsky. They are received by Princess Mary. Prince Bolkonsky's strange behavior. Mary and Natasha dislike one another. The next day, following Maria Mitrievna's advice, Count Rostov took Natasha to call on Prince Nicholas Bolkonsky. The Count did not feel cheerful about this visit. In his heart, he was afraid. He remembered well his last meeting with the old prince during the military enrollment, when, in response to a dinner invitation, he had received an angry lecture for not providing his full quota of men. Natasha, on the other hand, had put on her best gown and was in high spirits. They can't help liking me, she thought. Everybody always has liked me, and I am so willing to do anything they wish, so ready to be fond of him, for being his father, and of her, for being his sister, that there is no reason for them not to like me. They drove up to the gloomy old house on the Vozdvizhenka and entered the vestibule. Well, the Lord have mercy on us, said the Count, half joking and half serious. But Natasha noticed that her father was flustered. On entering the anteroom, he inquired timidly and softly whether the prince and princess were at home. When they were announced, a noticeable commotion occurred among the servants. The footman who had gone to announce them was stopped by another in the large hall, and they whispered to one another. Then a maidservant ran into the hall and hurriedly said something, mentioning the princess. Finally, an old, cross-looking footman came and announced to the Rostovs that the prince was not receiving anyone, but that the princess begged them to come up. The first person who came to meet them was Mademoiselle Bourienne. She greeted the father and daughter with special politeness and showed them to the princess's room. The princess, looking excited and nervous, her face flushed in patches, ran in to meet them, walking heavily. She tried in vain to appear cordial and at ease. From the very first glance, Princess Mary did not like Natasha. She thought her too fashionably dressed, frivolously gay, and vain. She didn't realize that even before seeing her future sister-in-law, she was prejudiced against her. She felt an involuntary envy of her beauty, youth, and happiness, as well as jealousy of her brother's love for her. Besides this deep-seated dislike, Princess Mary was agitated because when the Rostovs were announced, the old prince had shouted that he did not wish to see them. He had said that Princess Mary could receive them if she chose, but they were not to be admitted to him. She had decided to receive them, but she was afraid the prince might, at any moment, indulge in some strange behavior, as he seemed very upset by their visit. "There, my dear princess, I've brought you my songstress," said the Count, bowing and looking around uneasily, as if afraid the old prince might appear. "I am so glad you should get to know one another. Very sorry the prince is still ailing." After a few more commonplace remarks, he rose. "If you'll allow me to leave my Natasha in your hands for a quarter of an hour, princess, I'll drive round to see Anna Semenovna. It's quite near in the Dogs' Square, and then I'll come back for her." The Count had devised this diplomatic plan, as he later told his daughter, to give the future sisters-in-law a chance to talk freely. But his other motive was to avoid the danger of encountering the old prince, of whom he was afraid. He didn't mention this to his daughter, but Natasha noticed her father's nervousness and anxiety and felt humiliated by it. She blushed for him, grew even angrier at having blushed, and looked at the princess with a bold and defiant expression that said she was not afraid of anyone. The princess told the Count she would be delighted and only begged him to stay longer at Anna Semenovna's. And so he left. Despite the uneasy glances from Princess Mary, who wanted to have a private conversation with Natasha, Mademoiselle Bourienne remained in the room and talked persistently about Moscow amusements and theaters. Natasha felt offended by the hesitation she had noticed in the anteroom, by her father's nervousness, and by the unnatural manner of the princess, who, she thought, was acting as if receiving her was a great favor. Everything displeased her. She did not like Princess Mary, whom she thought very plain, affected, and dry. Natasha suddenly withdrew into herself and involuntarily adopted an offhand air, which alienated Princess Mary even more. After 5 minutes of awkward, strained conversation, they heard the sound of slippered feet rapidly approaching. Princess Mary looked frightened. The door opened, and the old prince, in a dressing gown and a white nightcap, came in. "Ah, madam," he began. "Madam Countess Rostova, if I am not mistaken, I beg you to excuse me, I did not know, madam. God is my witness, I did not know you had honored us with a visit, and I came in such a costume only to see my daughter. I beg you to excuse me. God is my witness, I didn't know." He repeated this, stressing the word God so unnaturally and unpleasantly that Princess Mary stood with her eyes cast down, not daring to look at her father or at Natasha. Natasha, having risen and curtsied, didn't know what to do either. Mademoiselle Bourienne was the only one who smiled agreeably. "I beg you to excuse me. God is my witness, I did not know," muttered the old man. After looking Natasha over from head to foot, he went out. Mademoiselle Bourienne was the first to recover from this strange appearance, and began talking about the prince's illness. Natasha and Princess Mary looked at one another in silence. The longer they looked without saying what they wanted to say, the greater their dislike for one another grew. When the Count returned, Natasha was impolitely pleased and hurried to leave. At that moment, she hated the stiff, elderly princess who had put her in such an embarrassing position and had spent half an hour with her without once mentioning Prince Andrew. "I couldn't begin talking about him in the presence of that Frenchwoman," Natasha thought. The same thought was tormenting Princess Mary. She knew what she should have said to Natasha, but she hadn't been able to say it because Mademoiselle Bourienne was in the way, and because, without knowing why, she found it very difficult to speak of the marriage. As the Count was leaving the room, Princess Mary went up to Natasha, took her by the hand, and said with a deep sigh, "Wait, I must." Natasha glanced at her ironically, without knowing why. "Dear Natalie," said Princess Mary, "I want you to know that I am glad my brother has found happiness." She paused, feeling that she was not telling the truth. Natasha noticed this and guessed the reason. "I think, Princess, it is not convenient to speak of that now," she said with external dignity and coldness, though she felt tears choking her. "What have I said and what have I done?" she thought, as soon as she was out of the room. They waited a long time for Natasha to come to dinner that day. She sat in her room crying like a child, blowing her nose and sobbing. Sonia stood beside her, kissing her hair. "Natasha, what is it about?" she asked. "What do they matter to you? It will all pass, Natasha." "But if you only knew how offensive it was, as if I—" "Don't talk about it, Natasha. It wasn't your fault, so why should you mind? Kiss me," said Sonia. Natasha raised her head and, kissing her friend on the lips, pressed her wet face against hers. "I can't tell you, I don't know. No one's to blame," said Natasha. "It's my fault, but it all hurts terribly. Oh, why doesn't he come?" She came in to dinner with red eyes. Maria Dmitrievna, who knew how the prince had received the Rostovs, pretended not to notice how upset Natasha was, and joked resolutely and loudly at the table with the Count and the other guests. Let's begin Chapter 8. Chapter 8, The Rostovs at the Opera. Elaine in the next box. That evening, the Rostovs went to the opera. Maria Dmitrievna had taken a box for them. Natasha didn't want to go, but she couldn't refuse Maria Dmitrievna's kind offer, which was intended especially for her. When she came into the ballroom, ready and dressed, to wait for her father, she looked in the large mirror and saw that she was pretty, very pretty. This made her feel even sadder, but it was a sweet, tender sadness. "Oh God, if he were here now," she thought. "I would not behave as I did then, but differently. I would not be silly and afraid of things. I would simply embrace him. cling to him, and make him look at me with those searching, inquiring eyes with which he has so often looked at me. And then I would make him laugh as he used to laugh. And his eyes, how I see those eyes. And what do his father and sister matter to me? I love him alone. Him, with that face and those eyes, with his smile, manly and yet childlike. No, I had better not think of him. Not think of him, but forget him. Quite forget him for the present. I can't bear this waiting, and I shall cry in a minute. She turned away from the mirror, trying not to cry. And how can Sonia love Nicholas so calmly and quietly and wait so long and so patiently, she thought, looking at Sonia, who also came in ready with a fan in her hand. No, she's altogether different. I can't. At that moment, Natasha felt so softened and tender that it was not enough for her to love and know she was loved. She wanted, right now, to embrace the man she loved, to speak and hear from him words of love that filled her heart. As she sat in the carriage beside her father, pensively watching the street lamps flicker on the frozen window, she felt still sadder and more in love. She forgot where she was going and with whom. Their carriage joined the line of others and drove up to the theater, its wheels squeaking over the snow. Natasha and Sonia, holding up their dresses, jumped out quickly. The Count got out, helped by the footman, and they all went along the corridor to the first row of boxes. Through the closed doors, the music was already audible. "Natasha, your hair!" whispered Sonia. An attendant respectfully and quickly slipped past the ladies and opened the door of their box. The music grew louder, and through the door, rows of brightly lit boxes glittered before their eyes, filled with ladies with bare arms and shoulders. The noisy stalls were brilliant with uniforms. A lady entering the next box shot a glance of feminine envy at Natasha. The curtain had not yet risen, and the overture was being played. Natasha, smoothing her gown, went in with Sonia and sat down, looking at the brilliant tiers of boxes opposite. A sensation she had not experienced for a long time, that of hundreds of eyes looking at her bare arms and neck, suddenly affected her. It was both agreeable and disagreeable, and it brought back a whole crowd of memories, desires, and emotions. The two remarkably pretty girls, Natasha and Sonia, with Count Rostov, who had not been seen in Moscow for a long time, attracted general attention. Moreover, everyone vaguely knew of Natasha's engagement to Prince Andrew, and knew that the Rostovs had been living in the country. They all looked with curiosity at a fiancé who was making one of the best matches in Russia. Natasha's looks, as everyone told her, had improved in the country, and that evening, thanks to her agitation, she was particularly pretty. She struck those who saw her by her fullness of life and beauty, combined with her indifference to everything around her. Her black eyes looked at the crowd without searching for anyone. Her delicate arm, bare to above the elbow, rested on the velvet edge of the box. Unconsciously, she opened and closed her hand in time to the music, crumpling her program. "Look, there's Alenina," said Sonia, "with her mother, isn't it?" "Dear me, Michael Kirillovich has grown still stouter," remarked the Count. "Look at our Anna Mikhailovna, what a headdress she has on." The Karagins, Julie, and Boris with them. One can see at once that they're engaged. "Drubetskoy has proposed?" "Oh yes, I heard it today," said Shinshin, coming into the Rostov's box. Natasha looked in the direction her father was looking and saw Julie sitting beside her mother with a happy look on her face. A string of pearls was around her thick red neck, which Natasha knew was covered with powder. Behind them, wearing a smile and leaning over with an ear to Julie's mouth, was Boris's handsome, smoothly brushed head. He looked at the Rostovs from under his brows and said something, smiling, to his betrothed. "They are talking about us, about me and him," thought Natasha, "and he is no doubt calming her jealousy of me. They needn't trouble themselves, if only they knew how little I am concerned about any of them." Behind them sat Anna Mikhailovna, wearing a green headdress and with a happy look of resignation to the will of God on her face. Their box was filled with that atmosphere of an engaged couple that Natasha knew so well and liked so much. She turned away and suddenly remembered everything that had been so humiliating in her morning's visit. "What right has he not to wish to receive me into his family? Oh, better not think of it, not till he comes back," she told herself. and began looking at the faces, some strange and some familiar, in the stalls. In the front, in the very center, leaning back against the orchestra rail, stood Dolokhov in a Persian dress, his curly hair brushed up into a huge shock. He stood in full view of the audience, well aware that he was attracting everyone's attention, yet as much at ease as though he were in his own room. Around him thronged Moscow's most brilliant young men, whom he evidently dominated. The Count, laughing, nudged the blushing Sonia and pointed to her former admirer. "Do you recognize him?" he said. "And where has he sprung from?" he asked, turning to Shinshin. "Didn't he vanish somewhere?" "He did," replied Shinshin. "He was in the Caucasus and ran away from there. They say he has been acting as minister to some ruling prince in Persia, where he killed the Shah's brother. Now all the Moscow ladies are mad about him. It's Dolokhov the Persian that does it. We never hear a word, but Dolokhov is mentioned. They swear by him, they offer him to you as they would a dish of choice sterlet. Dolokhov and Anatole Kuragin have turned all our ladies' heads." A tall, beautiful woman with a mass of plaited hair and much exposed, plump, white shoulders and neck entered the adjoining box. She wore a double string of large pearls around her neck. Her heavy silk dress rustled as she took a long time to settle into her place. Natasha involuntarily gazed at that neck, those shoulders and pearls and hairstyle, and admired their beauty. While Natasha was looking at her for the second time, the lady looked round and, meeting the Count's eyes, nodded to him and smiled. She was the Countess Bezukhova, Pierre's wife, and the Count, who knew everyone in society, leaned over and spoke to her. "Have you been here long, Countess?" he inquired. I'll call to kiss your hand. I'm here on business and have brought my girls with me. They say Simonova acts marvelously. Count Pierre never used to forget us. Is he here?" "Yes, he meant to look in," answered Helene, and glanced attentively at Natasha. Count Rostov resumed his seat. "Handsome, isn't she?" he whispered to Natasha. "Wonderful," answered Natasha. "She's a woman one could easily fall in love with." Just then, the last chords of the overture were heard, and the conductor tapped his stick. Some latecomers took their seats in the stalls, and the curtain rose. As soon as it rose, everyone in the boxes and stalls became silent. All the men, old and young, in uniform and evening dress, and all the women with gems on their bare flesh, turned their whole attention with eager curiosity to the stage. Natasha, too, began to look at it. Now we'll move on to Chapter 9. Chapter 9, the opera described. Anatole and Pierre arrive. Natasha makes Helene's acquaintance. Duport dances. The stage floor consisted of smooth boards. At the sides was some painted cardboard representing trees, and at the back was a cloth stretched over boards. In the center of the stage sat some girls in red bodices and white skirts. One very fat girl in a white silk dress sat apart on a low bench, to the back of which a piece of green cardboard was glued. They all sang something. When they had finished their song, the girl in white went up to the prompter's box. A man with tight silk trousers over his stout legs, holding a plume and a dagger, went up to her and began singing, waving his arms about. First, the man in the tight trousers sang alone, then she sang. Then they both paused while the orchestra played, and the man touched the hand of the girl in white, obviously waiting for the beat to start singing with her. They sang together, and everyone in the theater began clapping and shouting. The man and woman on the stage, who represented lovers, began smiling, spreading out their arms, and bowing. After her life in the country and in her serious mood, all of this seemed grotesque and amazing to Natasha. She couldn't follow the opera or even listen to the music. She saw only the painted cardboard and the strangely dressed men and women who moved, spoke, and sang so oddly in that brilliant light. She knew what it was all meant to represent, but it was so pretentiously false and unnatural that she first felt ashamed for the actors and then amused by them. She looked at the faces of the audience, searching for the same sense of ridicule and confusion she herself felt. But they all seemed attentive to what was happening on the stage and expressed a delight that, to Natasha, seemed fake. "I suppose it has to be like this," she thought. She kept looking around, first at the rows of pomaded heads in the stalls, and then at the semi-nude women in the boxes. She looked especially at Helene in the next box, who seemed completely unclothed. She sat with a quiet, calm smile, not taking her eyes off the stage. Feeling the bright light that flooded the whole place and the warm air heated by the crowd, Natasha slowly began to enter a state of intoxication she hadn't experienced for a long time. She didn't realize who she was, where she was, or what was going on before her. As she looked and thought, the strangest fantasies passed through her mind, unexpectedly and disconnectedly. The idea occurred to her of jumping onto the edge of the box and singing the aria the actress was singing. Then she wanted to touch an old gentleman sitting not far from her with her fan. Then she wanted to lean over to Helene and tickle her. At a moment when all was quiet before the start of a song, a door leading to the stalls on the side nearest the Rostov's box creaked, and the steps of a late arrival were heard. "There's Kuragin," whispered Shinshin. Countess Bezukova turned smiling to the newcomer. Natasha, following the direction of that look, saw an exceptionally handsome adjutant approaching their box with a self-assured yet courteous manner. This was Anatole Kuragin, whom she had seen and noticed long ago at the ball in Petersburg. He was now in an adjutant's uniform with one epaulet and a shoulder knot. He moved with a restrained swagger that would have been ridiculous if he had not been so good-looking, and if his handsome face had not worn such an expression of good-humored complacency and gaiety. Though the performance was proceeding, he walked deliberately down the carpeted gangway, his sword and spurs slightly jingling and his handsome perfumed head held high. Having looked at Natasha, he approached his sister, laid his well-gloved hand on the edge of her box, nodded to her, and leaning forward asked a question, with a motion toward Natasha. "Mais charmante," he said, which means, "but charming." He was evidently referring to Natasha, who didn't exactly hear his words but understood them from the movement of his lips. Then he took his place in the first row of the stalls and sat down beside Dolokhov, nudging with his elbow in a friendly and offhand way that Dolokhov, whom others treated so fawningly. He winked at him gaily, smiled, and rested his foot against the orchestra screen. "How like the brother is to the sister," remarked the Count. "And how handsome they both are!" Shinshin, lowering his voice, began to tell the Count of some intrigue of Kuragin's in Moscow, and Natasha tried to overhear it just because he had said she was charming. The first act was over. In the stalls, everyone began moving about, going out and coming in. Boris came to the Rostov's box, received their congratulations very simply, and raising his eyebrows with an absent-minded smile, conveyed to Natasha and Sonia his fiancée's invitation to her wedding, and then he left. Natasha, with a gay, coquettish smile, talked to him and congratulated him on his approaching wedding, that same Boris with whom she had formerly been in love. In her state of intoxication, everything seemed simple and natural. The scantily clad Helene smiled at everyone in the same way, and Natasha gave Boris a similar smile. Helene's box was filled and surrounded by the most distinguished and intellectual men, who seemed to compete with one another to let everyone see that they knew her. During the whole of that interval, Kuragin stood with Dolokhov in front of the orchestra partition, looking at the Rostov's box. Natasha knew he was talking about her, and this gave her pleasure. She even turned so that he should see her profile in what she thought was its most becoming aspect. Before the beginning of the second act, Pierre appeared in the stalls. The Rostovs had not seen him since their arrival. His face looked sad, and he had grown even stouter since Natasha last saw him. He passed up to the front rows, not noticing anyone. Anatole went up to him and began speaking to him, looking at and indicating the Rostov's box. On seeing Natasha, Pierre grew animated, and hastily passing between the rows, came toward their box. When he got there, he leaned on his elbows and smiling, talked to her for a long time. While talking with Pierre, Natasha heard a man's voice in Countess Bezukova's box, and something told her it was Kuragin. She turned, and their eyes met. Almost smiling, he gazed straight into her eyes with such an enraptured, caressing look that it seemed strange to be so near him, to look at him like that, to be so sure he admired her, and not to be acquainted with him. In the second act, there was scenery representing tombstones. There was a round hole in the canvas to represent the moon. Shades were raised over the footlights, and from horns and contrabass came deep notes, while many people appeared from right and left wearing black cloaks and holding things like daggers in their hands. They began waving their arms. Then some other people ran in and began dragging away the maiden who had been in white and was now in light blue. They did not drag her away at once, but sang with her for a long time and then at last dragged her off. Behind the scenes, something metallic was struck 3 times and everyone knelt down and sang a prayer. All these things were repeatedly interrupted by the enthusiastic shouts of the audience. During this act, every time Natasha looked toward the stalls, she saw Anatol Kuragin with an arm thrown across the back of his chair, staring at her. She was pleased to see that he was captivated by her, and it did not occur to her that there was anything wrong in it. When the second act was over, Countess Bezukova rose, turned to the Rostov's box, her whole bosom completely exposed, beckoned the old count with a gloved finger, and paying no attention to those who had entered her box, began talking to him with an amiable smile. "Do make me acquainted with your charming daughters," she said. "The whole town is singing their praises, and I don't even know them." Natasha rose and curtsied to the splendid countess. She was so pleased by praise from this brilliant beauty that she blushed with pleasure. "I want to become a Muscovite too now," said Helene. "How is it you're not ashamed to bury such pearls in the country?" Countess Bezukova quite deserved her reputation of being a fascinating woman. She could say what she did not think, especially what was flattering, quite simply and naturally. "Dear Count, you must let me look after your daughters," she said to the Count. "Though I am not staying here long this time, nor are you, I will try to amuse them. I have already heard much of you in Petersburg and wanted to get to know you," she said to Natasha with her stereotyped and lovely smile. "I had heard about you from my page, Drubetskoy. Have you heard he is getting married? And also from my husband's friend Bolkonsky, Prince Andrew Bolkonsky." She went on with special emphasis, implying that she knew of his relation to Natasha. To get better acquainted, she asked that one of the young ladies should come into her box for the rest of the performance, and Natasha moved over to it. The scene of the third act represented a palace in which many candles were burning and pictures of knights with short beards hung on the walls. In the middle stood what were probably a king and a queen. The king waved his right arm and, evidently nervous, sang something badly and sat down on a crimson throne. The maiden, who had been first in white and then in light blue, now wore only a smock and stood beside the throne with her hair down. She sang something mournfully, addressing the queen, but the king waved his arm severely, and men and women with bare legs came in from both sides and began dancing all together. Then the violins played very shrilly and merrily, and one of the women with thick bare legs and thin arms, separating from the others, went behind the wings, adjusted her bodice, returned to the middle of the stage, and began jumping and striking one foot rapidly against the other. In the stalls, everyone clapped and shouted, "Bravo!" Then one of the men went into a corner of the stage. The cymbals and horns in the orchestra struck up more loudly, and this man with bare legs jumped very high and waved his feet about very rapidly. This was Duport, who received 60,000 rubles a year for this art. Everybody in the stalls, boxes, and galleries began clapping and shouting with all their might, and the man stopped and began smiling and bowing to all sides. Then other men and women danced with bare legs. Then the king again shouted to the sound of music, and they all began singing. But suddenly a storm came on. Chromatic scales and diminished sevenths were heard in the orchestra. Everyone ran off, again dragging one of their number away, and the curtain dropped. Once more there was a terrible noise and clatter among the audience, and with rapturous faces everyone began shouting, "Duport, Duport, Duport." Natasha no longer thought this strange. She looked about with pleasure, smiling joyfully. "Isn't Duport delightful?" Helene asked her. "Oh yes," replied Natasha. This brings us to Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Helene presents Anatol to Natasha. He courts her. During the interval, a whiff of cold air came into Helene's box. The door opened, and Anatol entered, stooping and trying not to brush against anyone. "Let me introduce my brother to you," said Helene, her eyes shifting uneasily from Natasha to Anatole. Natasha turned her pretty little head toward the elegant young officer and smiled at him over her bare shoulder. Anatole, who was as handsome up close as he was from a distance, sat down beside her. He told her he had long wished for this happiness. Ever since the Narishkin's ball, in fact, where he had had the well-remembered pleasure of seeing her. Kuragin was much more sensible and simple with women than he was among men. He talked boldly and naturally, and Natasha was strangely and agreeably struck by the fact that there was nothing formidable about this man, despite all the talk about him. On the contrary, his smile was most naive, cheerful, and good-natured. Kuragin asked her opinion of the performance and told her how, at a previous performance, the actress Simonova had fallen down on the stage. "And do you know, Countess," he said, suddenly addressing her as an old, familiar acquaintance, "we are getting up a costume tournament. You ought to take part in it. It will be great fun. We shall all meet at the Karagins. Please come." "No, really, eh?" he said. While saying this, he never removed his smiling eyes from her face, her neck, and her bare arms. Natasha knew for certain that he was enraptured by her. This pleased her, yet his presence made her feel constrained and oppressed. When she was not looking at him, she felt that he was looking at her shoulders, and she involuntarily caught his eye so that he should look into hers instead. But looking into his eyes, she was frightened, realizing that the barrier of modesty she had always felt between herself and other men was not there. She did not know how it was that within 5 minutes she had come to feel herself terribly close to this man. When she turned away, she feared he might seize her from behind by her bare arm and kiss her on the neck. They spoke of the most ordinary things, yet she felt that they were closer to one another than she had ever been to any man. Natasha kept turning to Helene and to her father, as if asking what it all meant. But Helene was busy in conversation with a general and didn't answer her look, and her father's eyes said nothing but what they always said. "Having a good time? Well, I'm glad of it." During one of these moments of awkward silence, when Anatole's prominent eyes were gazing calmly and fixedly at her, Natasha, to break the silence, asked him how he liked Moscow. She asked the question and blushed. She felt all the time that by talking to him, she was doing something improper. Anatole smiled as though to encourage her. "At first, I did not like it much, because what makes a town pleasant are the pretty women, isn't that so? But now I like it very much indeed," he said, looking at her significantly. "You'll come to the costume tournament, Countess? Do come." And putting out his hand to her bouquet and dropping his voice, he added, "You will be the prettiest there. Do come, dear Countess, and give me this flower as a pledge." Natasha did not understand what he was saying any more than he did himself, but she felt that his incomprehensible words had an improper intention. She did not know what to say and turned away as if she had not heard him. But as soon as she had turned away, she felt that he was there, behind her, so close behind her. "How is he now? Confused? Angry? Ought I to put it right?" she asked herself, and she could not help turning round. She looked straight into his eyes, and his nearness, his self-assurance, and the good-natured tenderness of his smile vanquished her. She smiled just as he was doing, gazing straight into his eyes, and again she felt with horror that no barrier lay between him and her. The curtain rose again. Anatole left the box, serene and gay. Natasha went back to her father in the other box, now completely submissive to the world she found herself in. Everything that was happening before her now seemed quite natural. But on the other hand, all her previous thoughts of her betrothed, of Princess Mary, or of life in the country did not once cross her mind. They were as if they belonged to a remote past. In the fourth act, there was some sort of devil who sang, waving his arm about, until the boards were withdrawn from under him and he disappeared down below. That was the only part of the fourth act that Natasha saw. She felt agitated and tormented, and the cause of this was Kuragin, whom she could not help watching. As they were leaving the theater, Anatole came up to them, called their carriage, and helped them in. As he was helping Natasha in, he pressed her arm above the elbow. Agitated and flushed, she turned round. He was looking at her with glittering eyes, smiling tenderly. Only after she had reached home was Natasha able to clearly think over what had happened to her. Suddenly remembering Prince Andrew, she was horrified. At tea, to which they all sat down after the opera, she gave a loud exclamation, flushed, and ran out of the room. "Oh God, I am lost," she said to herself. "How could I let him?" She sat for a long time, hiding her flushed face in her hands, trying to understand what had happened to her. But she was unable to understand either what had happened or what she felt. Everything seemed dark, obscure, and terrible. There in that enormous illuminated theater, where the bare-legged Duport jumped about to the music on wet boards, and young girls and old men, and the nearly naked Helene with her proud, calm smile rapturously cried, "Bravo!" There in the presence of that Helene, it had all seemed clear and simple. But now, alone by herself, it was incomprehensible. What is it? What was that terror I felt of him? What is this gnawing of conscience I am feeling now? She thought. Only to the old countess, at night in bed, could Natasha have told all she was feeling. She knew that Sonia, with her severe and simple views, would either not understand it at all or would be horrified at such a confession. So Natasha tried to solve what was torturing her by herself. "Am I spoiled for Andrew's love or not?" she asked herself, and with soothing irony replied, "What a fool I am to ask that. What did happen to me? Nothing. I have done nothing. I didn't lead him on at all. Nobody will know, and I shall never see him again," she told herself. "So it is plain that nothing has happened and there is nothing to repent of, and Andrew can love me still. But why still? Oh God, why isn't he here?" Natasha quieted herself for a moment, but again some instinct told her that though all this was true, and though nothing had happened, the former purity of her love for Prince Andrew had perished. And again, in her imagination, she went over her whole conversation with Kuragin, and again saw the face, gestures, and tender smile of that bold, handsome man when he pressed her arm. We now turn to Chapter 11. Chapter 11, Anatole and Dolokhov in Moscow. Anatole Kuragin was staying in Moscow because his father had sent him away from Petersburg. There, he had been spending 20,000 rubles a year in cash, besides running up debts for as much more, which his creditors were demanding from his father. His father announced to him that he would pay half his debts for the last time, but only on the condition that he went to Moscow as adjutant to the commander-in-chief, a post his father had arranged for him, and would at last try to make a good match there. He suggested Princess Mary and Julie Karagina. Anatole consented and went to Moscow, where he stayed at Pierre's house. At first, Pierre received him unwillingly, but he got used to him after a while, sometimes even joining him on his wild nights out and giving him money disguised as loans. As Shinshin had remarked, from the moment of his arrival, Anatole had turned the heads of the Moscow ladies. He did this especially by slighting them and plainly preferring the gypsy girls and French actresses. He was said to be on intimate terms with the chief of them, Mademoiselle George. He never missed a party at Danilov's or other Moscow revelers, drank through the night, outdoing everyone else, and was at all the balls and parties of the best society. There was talk of his intrigues with some of the ladies, and he flirted with a few of them at the balls, but he did not pursue the unmarried girls, especially the rich heiresses, who were mostly plain. There was a special reason for this, as he had gotten married 2 years before, a fact known only to his most intimate friends. At that time, while with his regiment in Poland, a Polish landowner of small means had forced him to marry his daughter. Anatole had very soon abandoned his wife. For a payment which he agreed to send to his father-in-law, he had arranged to be free to pass himself off as a bachelor. Anatole was always content with his position, with himself, and with others. He was instinctively and thoroughly convinced that it was impossible for him to live any other way, and that he had never in his life done anything wrong. He was incapable of considering how his actions might affect others or what the consequences might be. He was convinced that just as a duck is made to live in water, God had made him to spend 30,000 rubles a year and always occupy a prominent position in society. He believed this so firmly that others, looking at him, were persuaded of it too. They did not refuse him a leading place in society or money, which he borrowed from anyone and everyone, and evidently would not repay. He was not a gambler. At any rate, he did not care about winning. He was not vain. He did not mind what people thought of him. Still less could he be accused of ambition. More than once he had annoyed his father by spoiling his own career, and he laughed at all kinds of distinctions. He was not mean and did not refuse anyone who asked him for something. All he cared about was gaiety and women. And as according to his ideas, there was nothing dishonorable in these tastes, and he was incapable of considering what the gratification of his tastes meant for others, he honestly considered himself irreproachable. He sincerely despised rogues and bad people, and carried his head high with a tranquil conscience. Rakes, those male Magdalenes, have a secret feeling of innocence similar to that which female Magdalenes have, based on the same hope of forgiveness. All will be forgiven her, for she loved much, and all will be forgiven him, for he enjoyed much. Dólokhov had reappeared that year in Moscow after his exile and his Persian adventures. He was leading a life of luxury, gambling, and dissipation. He associated with his old Petersburg comrade Kuragin and used him for his own purposes. Anatole was sincerely fond of Dólokhov for his cleverness and audacity. Dólokhov, who needed Anatole Kuragin's name, position, and connections as bait to draw rich young men into his gambling set, used him and amused himself at his expense, without letting Anatole feel it. Apart from the advantage he got from Anatole, the very process of dominating another's will was a pleasure, a habit, and a necessity for Dólokhov. Natasha had made a strong impression on Kuragin. At supper after the opera, he described to Dólokhov, with the air of a connoisseur, the attractions of her arms, shoulders, feet, and hair, and expressed his intention of making love to her. Anatole had no idea and was incapable of considering what might come of such love-making, as he never had any idea of the outcome of any of his actions. "She's first-rate, my dear fellow, but not for us," replied Dólokhov. "I will tell my sister to ask her to dinner," said Anatole. "Eh? You'd better wait till she's married." "You know I adore little girls. They lose their heads at once," pursued Anatole. "You have been caught once already by a little girl," said Dólokhov, who knew of Kuragin's marriage. "Take care." "Well, that can't happen twice, eh?" said Anatole with a good-humored laugh. This brings us to Chapter 12. Chapter 12, Sunday at Marya Dmitrievna's. Helene calls and invites the Rostovs to hear Mo George recite. She tells Natasha that Anatole is in love with her. The day after the opera, the Rostovs went nowhere, and nobody came to see them. Marya Dmitrievna talked to the Count about something which they concealed from Natasha. Natasha guessed they were talking about the old prince and planning something, and this made her feel uneasy and offended. She was expecting Prince Andrew at any moment, and twice that day she sent a manservant to his house on the Vozdvizhenka to find out if he had come. He had not. She was suffering more now than during her first days in Moscow. To her impatience and longing for him were now added the unpleasant memory of her meeting with Princess Mary and the old prince, and a fear and anxiety whose cause she did not understand. She continually imagined that either he would never come, or that something would happen to her before he came. She could no longer think of him by herself, calmly and continuously, as she had done before. As soon as she began to think of him, the memory of the old prince, of Princess Mary, of the theater, and of Kuragin mingled with her thoughts. The question came up again. Was she not guilty? Had she not already broken her faith with Prince Andrew? And again, she found herself recalling to the smallest detail every word, every gesture, and every shade of expression on the face of the man who had been able to arouse in her such an incomprehensible and terrifying feeling. To the family, Natasha seemed livelier than usual, but she was far less tranquil and happy than before. On Sunday morning, Marya Dmitrievna invited her visitors to Mass at her parish church, the Church of the Assumption, built over the graves of victims of the plague. "I don't like those fashionable churches," she said, evidently proud of her independent thought. "God is the same everywhere. We have an excellent priest, he conducts the service decently and with dignity, and the deacon is the same. What holiness is there in giving concerts in the choir? I don't like it. It's just self-indulgence." Marya Dmitrievna liked Sundays and knew how to keep them. Her whole house was scrubbed and cleaned on Saturdays. Neither she nor the servants worked, and they all wore holiday dress and went to church. At her table, there were extra dishes at dinner, and the servants had vodka and roast goose or suckling pig. But in nothing in the house was the holiday so noticeable as in Marya Dmitrievna's broad, stern face, which on that day wore an invariable look of solemn festivity. After Mass, when they had finished their coffee in the dining room where the loose covers had been removed from the furniture, a servant announced that the carriage was ready. Marya Dmitrievna rose with a stern air. She wore her holiday shawl, in which she paid calls, and announced that she was going to see Prince Nicholas Bolkonsky to have an explanation with him about Natasha. After she had gone, a dressmaker from Madame Suppert-Roguet came to see the Rostovs. Natasha, very glad of this diversion, shut herself into a room next to the drawing room and occupied herself with trying on new dresses. Just as she had put on a bodice without sleeves that was only tacked together and was turning her head to see in the mirror how the back fitted, she heard in the drawing room the animated sounds of her father's voice and another, a woman's, that made her flush. It was Helene. Natasha did not have time to take off the bodice before the door opened, and Countess Bezukova, dressed in a purple velvet gown with a high collar, came into the room beaming with good-humored, amiable smiles. "Oh, my enchantress!" she cried to the blushing Natasha. "Charming! No, this is really beyond anything, my dear Count," she said to Count Rostov, who had followed her in. "How can you live in Moscow and go nowhere? No, I won't let you off. Mademoiselle George will recite at my house tonight, and there'll be some people. And if you don't bring your lovely girls, who are prettier than Mademoiselle George, I won't know you. My husband is away in Tver, or I would send him to fetch you. You must come. You positively must, between 8 and 9. She nodded to the dressmaker, whom she knew and who had curtsied respectfully to her, and seated herself in an armchair beside the looking-glass, draping the folds of her velvet dress picturesquely. She did not stop chattering good-naturedly and gaily, continually praising Natasha's beauty. She looked at Natasha's dresses and praised them, as well as a new dress of her own made of metallic gauze, which she had received from Paris, and advised Natasha to have one like it. "But anything suits you, my charmer," she remarked. A smile of pleasure never left Natasha's face. She felt happy, and as if she were blossoming under the praise of this dear Countess Bezukhova, who had formerly seemed to her so unapproachable and important, and was now so kind to her. Natasha brightened up and felt almost in love with this woman, who was so beautiful and so kind. Helene, for her part, was sincerely delighted with Natasha and wished to give her a good time. Anatole had asked her to bring him and Natasha together, and she was calling on the Rostovs for that purpose. The idea of throwing her brother and Natasha together amused her. Though at one time, in Petersburg, she had been annoyed with Natasha for drawing Boris away, she did not think of that now, and in her own way heartily wished Natasha well. As she was leaving the Rostovs, she called her protégée aside. "My brother dined with me yesterday. We nearly died of laughter. He ate nothing and kept sighing for you, my charmer. He is madly, quite madly in love with you, my dear." Natasha blushed scarlet when she heard this. How she blushes, my pretty," said Helene. "You must certainly come. If you love somebody, my charmer, that is not a reason to shut yourself up. Even if you are engaged, I am sure your fiancé would wish you to go into society rather than be bored to death. So she knows I am engaged, and she and her husband Pierre, that good Pierre, have talked and laughed about this, so it's all right." And again, under Helene's influence, what had seemed terrible now seemed simple and natural. "And she is such a grand lady, so kind, and evidently likes me so much. And why not enjoy myself?" thought Natasha, gazing at Helene with wide-open, wondering eyes. Marya Dmitrievna came back to dinner quiet and serious. She had evidently suffered a defeat at the old prince's. She was still too agitated by the encounter to be able to talk of the affair calmly. In answer to the Count's inquiries, she replied that things were all right and that she would tell him about it the next day. On hearing of Countess Bezukhova's visit and the invitation for that evening, Maria Dmitrievna remarked. I don't care to have anything to do with Bezukova and don't advise you to. However, if you've promised, go. It will divert your thoughts, she added, addressing Natasha. This leads us to Chapter 13. Chapter 13, The Reception at Helen's, George. Anatole dances with Natasha and makes love to her. Her perplexity as to her own feelings. Count Rostov took the girls to Countess Bezukova's. There were a good many people there, but nearly all were strangers to Natasha. Count Rostov was displeased to see that the company consisted almost entirely of men and women known for the freedom of their conduct. Mademoiselle George, the actress, was standing in a corner of the drawing room surrounded by young men. There were several Frenchmen present, among them Metivier, who had been a close friend of Helene's since she arrived in Moscow. The Count decided not to sit down to play cards or let his girls out of his sight, and to leave as soon as Mademoiselle George's performance was over. Anatole was at the door, evidently on the lookout for the Rostovs. Immediately after greeting the Count, he went up to Natasha and followed her. As soon as she saw him, she was seized by the same feeling she had had at the opera, gratified vanity at his admiration for her, and fear at the absence of a moral barrier between them. Helene welcomed Natasha delightedly and was loud in her admiration of her beauty and her dress. Soon after their arrival, Mademoiselle George went out of the room to change her costume. In the drawing room, people began arranging the chairs and taking their seats. Anatole moved a chair for Natasha and was about to sit down beside her, but the Count, who never lost sight of her, took the seat himself. Anatole sat down behind her. Mademoiselle George, with her bare, fat, dimpled arms and a red shawl draped over one shoulder, came into the space left vacant for her and assumed an unnatural pose. Enthusiastic whispering could be heard. Mademoiselle George looked sternly and gloomily at the audience and began reciting some French verses describing her guilty love for her son. In some places she raised her voice, in others she whispered, lifting her head triumphantly. Sometimes she paused and uttered hoarse sounds, rolling her eyes. Adorable, divine, delicious was heard from every side. Natasha looked at the fat actress, but she neither saw, nor heard, nor understood anything of what was happening before her. She only felt herself again completely carried away into this strange, senseless world, so remote from her old world, a world in which it was impossible to know what was good or bad, reasonable or senseless. Behind her sat Anatole, and conscious of his closeness, she experienced a frightened sense of expectancy. After the first monologue, the whole company rose and surrounded Mademoiselle George, expressing their enthusiasm. "How beautiful she is!" Natasha remarked to her father, who had also risen and was moving through the crowd toward the actress. "I don't think so when I look at you," said Anatole, following Natasha. He said this at a moment when only she could hear him. "You are enchanting. From the moment I saw you, I have never ceased." "Come, come, Natasha," said the Count, as he turned back for his daughter. "How beautiful she is!" Natasha, without saying anything, stepped up to her father and looked at him with surprised, inquiring eyes. After giving several recitations, Mademoiselle George left, and Countess Bezukova asked her visitors into the ballroom. The Count wished to go home, but Helene begged him not to spoil her improvised ball, and the Rostovs stayed. Anatole asked Natasha for a waltz, and as they danced, he pressed her waist and hand and told her she was bewitching and that he loved her. During the écossaise, a type of country dance, which she also danced with him, Anatole said nothing when they were alone, but merely gazed at her. Natasha lifted her frightened eyes to him, but there was such confident tenderness in his affectionate look and smile that she could not, while looking at him, say what she had to say. She lowered her eyes. "Don't say such things to me. I am betrothed and love another," she said rapidly. She glanced at him. Anatole was not upset or pained by what she had said. "Don't speak to me of that. What can I do?" he said. "I tell you I am madly, madly in love with you. Is it my fault that you are enchanting? It's our turn to begin." Natasha, animated and excited, looked about her with wide-open, frightened eyes and seemed merrier than usual. She understood hardly anything that went on that evening. They danced the écossaise and the Grossvater. Her father asked her to come home, but she begged to remain. Wherever she went and whomever she was speaking to, she felt his eyes upon her. Later on, she recalled how she had asked her father to let her go to the dressing room to rearrange her dress, that Helene had followed her and spoken laughingly of her brother's love, and that she again met Anatole in the little sitting room. Helene had disappeared, leaving them alone, and Anatole had taken her hand and said in a tender voice, "I cannot come to visit you, but is it possible that I shall never see you? I love you madly. Can I never?" And blocking her path, he brought his face close to hers. His large, glittering, masculine eyes were so close to hers that she saw nothing but them. "Natalie?" he whispered inquiringly while she felt her hands being painfully pressed. "Natalie?" "I don't understand. I have nothing to say," her eyes replied. Burning lips were pressed to hers, and at the same instant she felt herself released. Helene's footsteps and the rustle of her dress were heard in the room. Natasha looked round at her, and then, red and trembling, threw a frightened look of inquiry at Anatole and moved toward the door. "One word, just one, for God's sake," cried Anatole. She paused. She so wanted a word from him that would explain to her what had happened, something to which she could find no answer. "Natalie, just a word, only one," he kept repeating, evidently not knowing what to say. He repeated it until Helene came up to them. Helene returned with Natasha to the drawing room. The Rostovs went away without staying for supper. After reaching home, Natasha did not sleep all night. She was tormented by the insoluble question, did she love Anatole or Prince Andrew? She loved Prince Andrew. She remembered distinctly how deeply she loved him. But she also loved Anatole, of that there was no doubt. Else how could all this have happened, she thought. If after that, I could return his smile when saying goodbye, if I was able to let it come to that, it means that I loved him from the first. It means that he is kind, noble, and splendid, and I could not help loving him. What am I to do if I love him and the other one too? She asked herself, unable to find an answer to these terrible questions. Now we'll move on to Chapter 14. Chapter 14, Princess Mary's letter to Natasha, who also receives one from Anatole. Morning came with its usual cares and bustle. Everyone got up and began to move about and talk. The dressmakers came again. Maria Dmitrievna appeared, and they were called to breakfast. Natasha kept looking uneasily at everybody with wide-open eyes, as if wishing to catch every glance directed toward her, and tried to appear the same as usual. After breakfast, which was her best time, Maria Dmitrievna sat down in her armchair and called Natasha and the Count to her. "Well, friends, I have now thought the whole matter over, and this is my advice," she began. "Yesterday, as you know, I went to see Prince Bolkonsky. Well, I had a talk with him. He took it into his head to begin shouting, but I am not one to be shouted down. I said what I had to say." "Well, and he?" asked the Count. He's crazy. He did not want to listen. But what's the use of talking? As it is, we have worn the poor girl out," said Maria Dmitrievna. "My advice to you is finish your business and go back home to Otradnoy, and wait there." "Oh no!" exclaimed Natasha. "Yes, go back," said Maria Dmitrievna, "and wait there. If your betrothed comes here now, there will be no avoiding a quarrel, but alone with the old man he will talk things over and then come on to you." Count Rostov approved of this suggestion, appreciating its reasonableness. If the old man came round, it would be better to visit him in Moscow or at Bald Hills later on. And if not, the wedding, against his wishes, could only be arranged at their country estate, Otradnoy. "That is perfectly true, and I am sorry I went to see him and took her," said the old count. "No, why be sorry? Being here, you had to pay your respects, but if he won't, that's his affair," said Maria Dmitrievna, looking for something in her handbag. "Besides, the trousseau is ready, so there is nothing to wait for, and what is not ready I'll send after you. Though I don't like letting you go, it is the best way. So go, with God's blessing." Having found what she was looking for, she handed it to Natasha. It was a letter from Princess Mary. "She has written to you. How she torments herself, poor thing. She's afraid you might think that she does not like you." "But she doesn't like me," said Natasha. "Don't talk nonsense," cried Maria Dmitrievna. "I shan't believe anyone. I know she doesn't like me," replied Natasha boldly as she took the letter. Her face expressed a cold and angry resolution that made Maria Dmitrievna look at her more intently and frown. "Don't answer like that, my good girl," she said. "What I say is true. Write an answer." Natasha did not reply and went to her own room to read Princess Mary's letter. Princess Mary wrote that she was in despair at the misunderstanding that had occurred between them. Whatever her father's feelings might be, she begged Natasha to believe that she could not help loving her as the one chosen by her brother, for whose happiness she was ready to sacrifice everything. "Do not think, however," she wrote, "that my father is ill-disposed toward you. He is an invalid and an old man who must be forgiven, but he is good and magnanimous and will love her who makes his son happy." Princess Mary went on to ask Natasha to set a time when she could see her again. After reading the letter, Natasha sat down at the writing table to answer it. "Dear Princess," she wrote in French, quickly and mechanically, and then paused. What more could she write after all that had happened the evening before? Yes, yes, all that has happened, and now all is changed, she thought as she sat with the letter she had begun before her. Must I break off with him? Must I really? That's awful. And to escape from these dreadful thoughts, she went to Sonia and began sorting patterns with her. After dinner, Natasha went to her room and again took up Princess Mary's letter. Can it be that it is all over? She thought. Can it be that all this has happened so quickly and has destroyed all that went before? She recalled her love for Prince Andrew in all its former strength, and at the same time felt that she loved Kuragin. She vividly pictured herself as Prince Andrew's wife, and the scenes of happiness with him she had so often imagined. At the same time, glowing with excitement, she recalled every detail of yesterday's meeting with Anatole. Why could that not be as well? She sometimes asked herself in complete bewilderment. Only so could I be completely happy, but now I have to choose, and I can't be happy without either of them. Only, she thought, to tell Prince Andrew what has happened or to hide it from him are both equally impossible. But with that one, nothing is spoiled. But am I really to abandon forever the joy of Prince Andrew's love, in which I have lived so long? Please, miss, whispered a maid, entering the room with a mysterious air. A man told me to give you this, and she handed Natasha a letter. Only for Christ's sake, the girl went on, as Natasha, without thinking, mechanically broke the seal. She read a love letter from Anatole, and without taking in a single word, she understood only that it was a letter from him, from the man she loved. Yes, she loved him, or else how could what happened have happened? And how could she have a love letter from him in her hand? With trembling hands, Natasha held that passionate love letter, which Dolokhov had composed for Anatole. As she read it, she found in it an echo of all that she herself imagined she was feeling. Since yesterday evening my fate has been sealed, to be loved by you or to die. There is no other way for me, the letter began. He went on to say that he knew her parents would not give her to him. For this there were secret reasons he could reveal only to her, but that if she loved him, she need only say the word yes, and no human power could hinder their bliss. Love would conquer all. He would steal her away and carry her off to the ends of the earth. Yes, yes, I love him, thought Natasha, reading the letter for the 20th time, and finding some peculiarly deep meaning in each word of it. That evening, Maria Dmitrievna was going to the Akharovs and proposed to take the girls with her. Natasha, pleading a headache, remained at home. We continue with Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Sonia ends Anatole's letter and remonstrates with Natasha, who writes to Princess Mary breaking off her engagement with Prince Andrew. A party at the Kuragins. Anatole meets Natasha. She is angry with Sonia, who resolves to prevent her elopement. On returning late in the evening, Sonia went to Natasha's room and, to her surprise, found her still dressed and asleep on the sofa. Open on the table beside her lay Anatole's letter. Sonia picked it up and read it. As she read, she glanced at the sleeping Natasha, trying to find in her face an explanation of what she was reading, but she couldn't. Her face was calm, gentle, and happy. Clutching her breast to keep herself from choking, Sonia, pale and trembling with fear and agitation, sat down in an armchair and burst into tears. How was it I noticed nothing? How could it go so far? Can she have left off loving Prince Andrew? And how could she let Kuragin go to such lengths? He is a deceiver and a villain, that's plain. What will Nicholas, dear noble Nicholas, do when he hears of it? So this is the meaning of her excited, resolute, unnatural look the day before yesterday, and today, thought Sonia. But it can't be that she loves him. She probably opened the letter without knowing who it was from. Probably she is offended by it. She could not do such a thing. Sonia wiped away her tears and went up to Natasha, again scanning her face. "Natasha," she said, just audibly. Natasha awoke and saw Sonia. "Ah, you're back?" And with the decisiveness and tenderness that often come at the moment of waking, she embraced her friend. But noticing Sonia's look of embarrassment, her own face expressed confusion and suspicion. "Sonia, you've read that letter?" she demanded. "Yes," answered Sonia softly. Natasha smiled rapturously. "No, Sonia, I can't any longer," she said. "I can't hide it from you any longer. You know we love one another. Sonia, darling," he writes. "Sonia." Sonia stared open-eyed at Natasha, unable to believe her ears. "And Bolkonsky?" she asked. "Ah, Sonia, if you only knew how happy I am," cried Natasha. "You don't know what love is." "But Natasha, can that be all over?" Natasha looked at Sonia with wide-open eyes as if she could not grasp the question. "Well then, are you refusing Prince Andrew?" said Sonia. "Oh, you don't understand anything. Don't talk nonsense. Just listen," said Natasha with momentary vexation. "But I can't believe it," insisted Sonia. "I don't understand. How is it you have loved a man for a whole year and suddenly— Why, you have only seen him 3 times! Natasha, I don't believe you. You're joking. In 3 days to forget everything and so—" "3 days," said Natasha. "It seems to me I've loved him 100 years. It seems to me that I have never loved anyone before. You can't understand it. Sonia, wait a bit. Sit here." And Natasha embraced and kissed her. "I had heard that it happens like this, and you must have heard it too, but it's only now that I feel such love. It's not the same as before. As soon as I saw him, I felt he was my master, and I his slave, and that I could not help loving him. Yes, his slave. Whatever he orders, I shall do. You don't understand that. What can I do? What can I do, Sonia?" cried Natasha with a happy yet frightened expression. "But think what you are doing," cried Sonia. "I can't leave it like this. This secret correspondence. How could you let him go so far?" she went on, with a horror and disgust she could hardly conceal. "I told you that I have no will," Natasha replied. "Why can't you understand? I love him." "Then I won't let it come to that. I shall tell," cried Sonia, bursting into tears. "What do you mean? For God's sake, if you tell, you are my enemy," declared Natasha. "You want me to be miserable. You want us to be separated." When she saw Natasha's fright, Sonia shed tears of shame and pity for her friend. "But what has happened between you?" she asked. "What has he said to you? Why doesn't he come to the house?" Natasha did not answer her questions. "For God's sake, Sonia, don't tell anyone. Don't torture me," Natasha pleaded. "Remember, no one ought to interfere in such matters. I have confided in you." "But why this secrecy? Why doesn't he come to the house?" asked Sonia. "Why doesn't he openly ask for your hand? You know Prince Andrew gave you complete freedom, if it is really so, but I don't believe it. Natasha, have you considered what these secret reasons can be?" Natasha looked at Sonia with astonishment. Evidently, this question presented itself to her mind for the first time, and she did not know how to answer it. "I don't know what the reasons are, but there must be reasons." Sonia sighed and shook her head incredulously. "If there were reasons," she began. But Natasha, guessing her doubts, interrupted her in alarm. "Sonia, one can't doubt him. One can't. Don't you understand?" she cried. "Does he love you? Does he love me?" Natasha repeated with a smile of pity at her friend's lack of comprehension. "Why, you have read his letter and you have seen him." "But if he is dishonorable—" "He dishonorable if you only knew," exclaimed Natasha. "If he is an honorable man, he should either declare his intentions or cease seeing you, and if you won't do this, I will. I will write to him, and I will tell Papa," said Sonia resolutely. "But I can't live without him," cried Natasha. "Natasha, I don't understand you, and what are you saying? Think of your father and of Nicholas." "I don't want anyone. I don't love anyone but him. How dare you say he is dishonorable? Don't you know that I love him?" screamed Natasha. "Go away, Sonia. I don't want to quarrel with you, but go! For God's sake, go! You see how I am suffering!" Natasha cried angrily in a voice of despair and repressed irritation. Sonia burst into sobs and ran from the room. Natasha went to the table and without a moment's reflection wrote that answer to Princess Mary, which she had been unable to write all morning. In this letter, she said briefly that all their misunderstandings were at an end. Availing herself of the magnanimity of Prince Andrew, who when he went abroad had given her freedom, she begged Princess Mary to forget everything and forgive her if she had been to blame, but that she could not be his wife. At that moment, this all seemed quite easy, simple, and clear to Natasha. On Friday, the Rostovs were to return to the country, but on Wednesday, the Count went with the prospective purchaser to his estate near Moscow. On the day the Count left, Sonia and Natasha were invited to a big dinner party at the Karagins, and Marya Dmitrievna took them there. At that party, Natasha again met Anatole, and Sonia noticed that she spoke to him, trying not to be overheard, and that all through dinner she was more agitated than ever. When they got home, Natasha was the first to begin the explanation Sonia expected. "There, Sonia, you were talking all sorts of nonsense about him," Natasha began in a mild voice, like a child who wishes to be praised. "We have had an explanation today." "Well, what happened? What did he say? Natasha, how glad I am you're not angry with me. Tell me everything, the whole truth. What did he say?" Natasha became thoughtful. "Oh, Sonia, if you knew him as I do, he asked me what I had promised Bolkonsky. He was glad I was free to refuse him." Sonia sighed sorrowfully. "But you haven't refused Bolkonsky," she said. "Perhaps I have. Perhaps all is over between me and Bolkonsky. Why do you think so badly of me?" "I don't think anything, only I don't understand this." "Wait a bit, Sonia. You'll understand everything. You'll see what a man he is. Now don't think badly of me or of him. I don't think badly of anyone. I love and pity everybody. But what am I to do?" Sonia did not give in to Natasha's tender tone. The more emotional and ingratiating Natasha's face became, the more serious and stern Sonia's grew. "Natasha," she said, "you asked me not to speak to you, and I haven't spoken, but now you yourself have begun. I don't trust him, Natasha. Why this secrecy?" Again, interrupted Natasha. "Natasha, I am afraid for you." "Afraid of what?" "I am afraid you're going to your ruin," said Sonia resolutely, and was herself horrified at what she had said. Anger again showed in Natasha's face. "And I'll go to my ruin, I will, as soon as possible. It's not your business. It won't be you, but I, who'll suffer. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I hate you." "Natasha," moaned Sonia aghast. "I hate you. I hate you. You're my enemy forever." And Natasha ran out of the room. Natasha did not speak to Sonia again and avoided her. With the same expression of agitated surprise and guilt, she went about the house, taking up one activity, then another, and at once abandoning them. Hard as it was for Sonia, she watched her friend and did not let her out of her sight. The day before the Count was to return, Sonia noticed that Natasha sat by the drawing-room window all morning, as if expecting something. She saw her make a sign to an officer who drove past, whom Sonia took to be Anatole. Sonia began watching her friend still more attentively, and noticed that at dinner and all that evening, Natasha was in a strange and unnatural state. She answered questions at random, began sentences she did not finish, and laughed at everything. After tea, Sonia noticed a housemaid at Natasha's door, timidly waiting to let her pass. She let the girl go in and then, listening at the door, learned that another letter had been delivered. Then suddenly it became clear to Sonia that Natasha had some dreadful plan for that evening. Sonia knocked at her door. Natasha did not let her in. "She will run away with him," thought Sonia. "She is capable of anything." There was something particularly pathetic and resolute in her face today. She cried as she said goodbye to Uncle, Sonia remembered. "Yes, that's it. She means to elope with him. But what am I to do?" she thought, recalling all the signs that clearly indicated Natasha had some terrible intention. "The Count is away. What am I to do? Write to Kuragin demanding an explanation? But what is there to make him reply? Write to Pierre, as Prince Andrew asked me to in case of some misfortune? but perhaps she really has already refused Bolkonsky. She sent a letter to Princess Mary yesterday, and Uncle is away. To tell Maria Dmitrievna, who had such faith in Natasha, seemed terrible to Sonia. Well, anyway, thought Sonia as she stood in the dark passage, now or never, I must prove that I remember the family's goodness to me and that I love Nicholas. Yes, if I don't sleep for 3 nights, I'll not leave this passage and will hold her back by force and not let the family be disgraced, she thought. This brings us to Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Anatole at Dolokov's, Balaga. Anatole had recently moved in with Dolokhov. The plan for Natasha Rostova's abduction had been arranged and the preparations made by Dolokhov a few days before. On the day that Sonia, after listening at Natasha's door, resolved to protect her, it was meant to be carried out. Natasha had promised to come out to Kuragin at the back porch at 10 that evening. Kuragin was to put her into a troika, a 3-horse sleigh, that he would have ready, and drive her 40 miles to the village of Kamenka. There, an unfrocked priest was waiting to perform a marriage ceremony over them. At Kamenka, a fresh set of horses was to be waiting, which would take them to the Warsaw High Road. From there, they would hasten abroad with post horses. Anatole had a passport, an order for post horses, 10,000 rubles he had taken from his sister, and another 10,000 borrowed with Dolokhov's help. 2 witnesses for the mock marriage were sitting at tea in Dolokhov's front room. One was Kvostikov, a retired petty official whom Dolokhov used in his gambling dealings. The other was Makarin, a retired hussar, a kind, weak fellow who had an unbounded affection for Kuragin. In his large study, the walls of which were hung to the ceiling with Persian rugs, bearskins, and weapons, sat Dolokhov in a traveling cloak and high boots. He was at an open desk on which lay an abacus and some bundles of paper money. Anatole, with his uniform unbuttoned, walked back and forth from the room where the witnesses were sitting, through the study to the room behind, where his French valet and others were packing the last of his things. Dolokhov was counting the money and writing something down. Well, he said, Kvostikov must have 2,000. Give it to him then, said Anatole. Makarka, their name for Makarin, will go through fire and water for you for nothing. So here are our accounts all settled, said Dolokhov, showing him the memorandum. Is that right? Yes, of course, returned Anatole, evidently not listening to Dolokhov and looking straight before him with a smile that did not leave his face. Dolokhov banged down the lid of his desk and turned to Anatole with an ironic smile. Do you know? You'd really better drop it all. There's still time. Fool, retorted Anatole. Don't talk nonsense. If you only knew, it's the devil knows what. No, really, give it up, said Dolokhov. I am speaking seriously. It's no joke, this plot you've hatched. What? Teasing again. Go to the devil. Said Anatole, making a grimace. Really, it's no time for your stupid jokes, and he left the room. Dolokhov smiled contemptuously and condescendingly when Anatole had gone out. You wait a bit, he called after him. I'm not joking. I'm talking sense. Come here, come here. Anatole returned and looked at Dolokhov, trying to give him his attention and evidently submitting to him involuntarily. Now listen to me. I'm telling you this for the last time. Why should I joke about it? Did I hinder you? Who arranged everything for you? Who found the priest and got the passport? Who raised the money? I did it all. Well, thank you for it. Do you think I am not grateful? And Anatole sighed and embraced Dolokhov. I helped you, but all the same I must tell you the truth. It is a dangerous business, and if you think about it, a stupid business. Well, you'll carry her off. All right. Will they let it stop at that? It will come out that you're already married. Why? They'll have you in the criminal court. Oh, nonsense! Nonsense! Anatole exclaimed and again made a grimace. Didn't I explain to you? What? And Anatole, with the fondness that dull-witted people have for any conclusion they have reached by their own reasoning, repeated the argument he had already put to Dolokhov 100 times. Didn't I explain to you that I have come to this conclusion? If this marriage is invalid, he went on, crooking one finger, then I have nothing to answer for. But if it is valid, no matter. Abroad no one will know anything about it, isn't that so? And don't talk to me, don't. Seriously, you'd better drop it. You'll only get yourself into a mess. Go to the devil, cried Anatole, and, clutching his hair, left the room. But he returned at once and dropped into an armchair in front of Dolokhov with his feet turned under him. It's the very devil. What? Feel how it beats. He took Dolokhov's hand and put it on his heart. What a foot, my dear fellow. What a glance. A goddess, he added in French. What? Dolokhov, with a cold smile and a gleam in his handsome, insolent eyes, looked at him, evidently wishing to get some more amusement out of him. Well, and when the money's gone, what then? What then, eh? Repeated Anatole, sincerely perplexed by a thought of the future. What then? Then, I don't know. But why talk nonsense? He glanced at his watch. It's time. Anatole went into the back room. Now then, nearly ready? You're dawdling, he shouted to the servants. Dolokhov put away the money, called a footman whom he ordered to bring something for them to eat and drink before the journey, and went into the room where Khvostikov and Makarin were sitting. Anatole lay on the sofa in the study, leaning on his elbow and smiling pensively, while his handsome lips muttered tenderly to himself. Come and eat something. Have a drink, Dolokhov shouted to him from the other room. I don't want to, answered Anatole, continuing to smile. Come, Balaga is here. Anatole rose and went into the dining room. Balaga was a famous troika driver who had known Dolokhov and Anatole for some 6 years and had given them good service with his sleighs. More than once, when Anatole's regiment was stationed at Tver, he had taken him from Tver in the evening, brought him to Moscow by daybreak, and driven him back again the next night. More than once he had helped Dolokhov to escape when pursued. More than once he had driven them through the town with gypsies and ladykins, as he called the cocottes. More than once in their service he had run over pedestrians and upset vehicles in the streets of Moscow, and had always been protected from the consequences by my gentlemen, as he called them. He had ruined more than one horse in their service. More than once they had beaten him, and more than once they had made him drunk on champagne and Madeira, which he loved. And he knew more than one thing about each of them, which would long ago have sent an ordinary man to Siberia. They often called Balaga into their parties and made him drink and dance with the gypsies, and more than 1,000 rubles of their money had passed through his hands. In their service, he risked his skin and his life 20 times a year and had lost more horses than the money he had from them would buy. But he liked them. He liked that mad driving at 12 miles an hour, liked upsetting a driver or running down a pedestrian and flying at full gallop through the Moscow streets. He liked to hear those wild, tipsy shouts behind him. Get on, when it was impossible to go any faster. He liked giving a painful lash on the neck to some peasant who, more dead than alive, was already hurrying out of his way. Real gentlemen, he considered them. Anatole and Dolokhov liked Balaga too, for his masterly driving and because he liked the things they liked. With others, Balaga bargained, charging 25 rubles for a 2-hour drive, and rarely drove himself, usually letting his young men do it. But with his gentlemen, he always drove himself and never demanded anything for his work. Only a couple of times a year, when he knew from their valets that they had money, he would turn up in the morning, quite sober, and with a deep bow would ask them to help him. The gentleman always made him sit down. Do help me out, Theodore Ivanitch, sir, or Your Excellency, he would say. I am quite out of horses. Let me have what you can to go to the fair. And Anatole and Dolokhov, when they had money, would give him 1,000 or a couple of thousand rubles. Balaga was a fair-haired, short and snub-nosed peasant of about 27. He was red-faced, with a particularly red thick neck, glittering little eyes, and a small beard. He wore a fine, dark blue, silk-lined cloth coat over a sheepskin. On entering the room now, he crossed himself, turning toward the front corner of the room, and went up to Dolokhov, holding out a small, black hand. Theodore Ivanitch, he said, bowing. How do you do, friend? Well, here he is. Good day, Your Excellency, he said, again holding out his hand to Anatole, who had just come in. I say, Balaga, said Anatole, putting his hands on the man's shoulders, do you care for me or not? Eh? Now, do me a service. What horses have you come with? Eh? As your messenger ordered your special beasts, replied Balaga. Well, listen, Balaga. Drive all three to death, but get me there in 3 hours, eh? When they are dead, what shall I drive? Said Balaga with a wink. Mind, I'll smash your face in, don't make jokes, cried Anatole, suddenly rolling his eyes. Why joke? Said the driver, laughing. As if I'd grudge my gentleman anything. As fast as ever the horses can gallop, so fast we'll go. Ah, said Anatole, well, sit down. Yes, sit down, said Dolokhov. I'll stand, Theodore Ivanitch. Sit down, nonsense, have a drink, said Anatole, and filled a large glass of Madeira for him. The driver's eyes sparkled at the sight of the wine. After refusing it for manners' sake, he drank it and wiped his mouth with a red silk handkerchief he took out of his cap. And when are we to start, Your Excellency? Well, Anatole looked at his watch. We'll start at once. Mind, Balaga, you'll get there in time, eh? That depends on our luck in starting, else why shouldn't we be there in time, replied Balaga. Didn't we get you to Tver in 7 hours? I think you remember that, Your Excellency. Do you know, one Christmas I drove from Tver, said Anatole, smiling at the memory and turning to Makarin, who gazed rapturously at him with wide-open eyes. Will you believe it, Makarka? It took one's breath away, the rate we flew. We came across a train of loaded sleighs and drove right over 2 of them. Eh? Those were horses, Balaga continued the tale. That time I'd harnessed 2 young side horses with the bay in the shafts, he went on, turning to Dolokhov. Will you believe it, Theodore Ivanitch? Those animals flew 40 miles. I couldn't hold them in. My hands grew numb in the sharp frost, so that I threw down the reins. Catch hold yourself, Your Excellency, I said, and I just tumbled on the bottom of the sleigh and sprawled there. It wasn't a case of urging them on. There was no holding them in till we reached the place. The devils took us there in 3 hours. Only the near one died of it. Let's move on to Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Anatole sets off to abduct Natasha, but encounters Maria Dmitrievna's footman. Anatole went out of the room and returned a few minutes later wearing a fur coat secured with a silver belt and a sable cap set jauntily on one side, which was very becoming to his handsome face. Having looked in a mirror and standing before Dolokhov in the same pose he had assumed before it, he lifted a glass of wine. Well, goodbye, Theodore. Thank you for everything and farewell, said Anatole. Well, comrades and friends, he considered for a moment, of my youth. Farewell, he said, turning to Makarin and the others. Though they were all going with him, Anatole evidently wished to make something touching and solemn out of this address to his comrades. He spoke slowly in a loud voice and, throwing out his chest, slightly swayed one leg. All take glasses. You too, Balaga. Well, comrades and friends of my youth, we've had our fling and lived and reveled. Eh? And now, when shall we meet again? I am going abroad. We have had a good time. Now farewell, lads. To our health. Hurrah! He cried, and emptying his glass, he flung it on the floor. To your health, said Balaga, who also emptied his glass and wiped his mouth with his handkerchief. Makarin embraced Anatole with tears in his eyes. Ah, Prince, how sorry I am to part from you. Let's go, cried Anatole. Balaga was about to leave the room. No, stop, said Anatole. Shut the door. We have first to sit down, that's the way. This was in accord with a Russian superstition about what should be done before starting a journey. They shut the door and all sat down. Now quick march, lads, said Anatole, rising. Joseph, his valet, handed him his sabretache and saber, and they all went out into the vestibule. And where's the fur cloak? Asked Dolokhov. Hey, Ignatka, go to Matrena Matrevna and ask her for the sable cloak. I have heard what elopements are like, continued Dolokhov with a wink. Why, she'll rush out more dead than alive just in the things she is wearing. If you delay at all, there'll be tears and papa and mama, and she's frozen in a minute and must go back. But you wrap the fur cloak round her first thing and carry her to the sleigh. The valet brought a woman's fox-lined cloak. Fool, I told you the sable one. Hey, Matrena, the sable! Dolokhov shouted so that his voice rang far through the rooms. A handsome, slim, and pale-faced gypsy girl with glittering black eyes and curly blue-black hair wearing a red shawl ran out with a sable mantle on her arm. Here, I don't grudge it. Take it, she said, evidently afraid of her master and yet regretful of her cloak. Dolokhov, without answering, took the cloak, threw it over Matrena, and wrapped her up in it. "That's the way," said Dolokhov. "And then so!" And he turned the collar up round her head, leaving only a little of the face uncovered. "And then so, do you see?" And he pushed Anatol's head forward to meet the gap left by the collar, through which Matrena's brilliant smile was seen. "Well, goodbye, Matrena," said Anatol, kissing her. "Ah, my revels here are over. Remember me to Steshka. There, goodbye. Goodbye, Matrena. Wish me luck." "Well, Prince, may God give you great luck," said Matrena in her gypsy accent. Two troikas were standing before the porch, and two young drivers were holding the horses. Balaga took his seat in the front one and, holding his elbows high, arranged the reins deliberately. Anatol and Dolokhov got in with him. Makarin, Khvostakov, and a valet seated themselves in the other sleigh. "Well, are you ready?" asked Balaga. "Go!" he cried, twisting the reins round his hands, and the troika tore down the Nikitsky Boulevard. "Tpru! Get out of the way! Hi! Pru!" The shouting of Balaga and of the sturdy young fellow seated on the box was all that could be heard. On the Arbat Square, the troika caught against a carriage. Something cracked, shouts were heard, and the troika flew along the Arbat Street. After taking a turn along the Podnovinsky Boulevard, Balaga began to rein in, and turning back, he drew up at the crossing of the old Konyushiny Street. The young fellow on the box jumped down to hold the horses, and Anatol and Dolokhov went along the pavement. When they reached the gate, Dolokhov whistled. The whistle was answered, and a maidservant ran out. "Come into the courtyard or you'll be seen. She'll come out directly," she said. Dolokhov stayed by the gate. Anatol followed the maid into the courtyard, turned the corner, and ran up into the porch. He was met by Gabriel, Maria Dmitrievna's gigantic footman. "Come to the mistress, please," said the footman in his deep bass, blocking any retreat. "To what mistress? Who are you?" asked Anatol in a breathless whisper. "Kindly step in. My orders are to bring you in." "Kuragin, come back!" shouted Dolokhov. "Betrayed, back!" Dolokhov, after Anatol entered, had remained at the gate and was struggling with the yard porter who was trying to lock it. With a last desperate effort, Dolokhov pushed the porter aside, and when Anatol ran back, he seized him by the arm, pulled him through the gate, and ran back with him to the troika. Let's begin Chapter 18. Chapter 18, Materdrevna reproaches Natasha. Count Ilya Rostov is kept in ignorance. Maria Dmitrievna, having found Sonia weeping in the corridor, made her confess everything. Intercepting the note to Natasha, she read it and went into Natasha's room with it in her hand. "You shameless good-for-nothing," she said. "I won't hear a word." Pushing back Natasha, who looked at her with astonished but tearless eyes, she locked her in. She gave orders to the yard porter to admit the people who would be coming that evening, but not to let them out again. Having told the footman to bring them up to her, she seated herself in the drawing-room to await the abductors. When her footman, Gabriel, came to inform her that the men who had come had run away again, she rose frowning. Clasping her hands behind her, she paced through the rooms for a long time, considering what she should do. Toward midnight, she went to Natasha's room, fingering the key in her pocket. Sonia was sitting sobbing in the corridor. "Maria Dmitrievna, for God's sake, let me into her," she pleaded, but Maria Dmitrievna unlocked the door and went in without answering her. Disgusting, abominable, in my house, horrid girl, hussy. I'm only sorry for her father, she thought, trying to restrain her anger. Hard as it may be, I'll tell them all to hold their tongues and will hide it from the Count. She entered the room with resolute steps. Natasha was lying on the sofa, her head hidden in her hands, and she did not stir. She was in just the same position in which Maria Dmitrievna had left her. "A nice girl, very nice," said Maria Dmitrievna. "Arranging meetings with lovers in my house. It's no use pretending. You listen when I speak to you." And Maria Dmitrievna touched her arm. "Listen when I speak. You've disgraced yourself like the lowest of hussies. I'd treat you differently, but I'm sorry for your father, so I will conceal it." Natasha did not change her position, but her whole body heaved with noiseless, convulsive sobs which choked her. Maria Dmitrievna glanced round at Sonia and seated herself on the sofa beside Natasha. "It's lucky for him that he escaped me, but I'll find him," she said in her rough voice. Do you hear what I am saying or not? She added. She put her large hand under Natasha's face and turned it toward her. Both Marya Dmitrievna and Sonia were amazed when they saw how Natasha looked. Her eyes were dry and glistening, her lips compressed, her cheeks sunken. "Let me be! What is it to me? I shall die!" she muttered, wrenching herself from Marya Dmitrievna's hands with a vicious effort and sinking down again into her former position. "Natalie," said Marya Dmitrievna, "I wish for your good. Lie still, stay like that then, I won't touch you. But listen, I won't tell you how guilty you are, you know that yourself. But when your father comes back tomorrow, what am I to tell him? Eh?" Again Natasha's body shook with sobs. "Suppose he finds out and your brother and your betrothed?" "I have no betrothed, I have refused him," cried Natasha. "That's all the same," continued Marya Dmitrievna. "If they hear of this, will they let it pass? He, your father, I know him. If he challenges him to a duel, will that be all right? Eh? Oh, let me be. Why have you interfered at all? Why? Who asked you to?" shouted Natasha, raising herself on the sofa and looking malignantly at Marya Dmitrievna. "But what did you want?" cried Marya Dmitrievna, growing angry again. "Were you kept under lock and key? Who hindered his coming to the house? Why carry you off as if you were some gypsy singing girl? Well, if he had carried you off, do you think they wouldn't have found him? Your father, or brother, or your betrothed? And he's a scoundrel, a wretch. That's a fact." "He is better than any of you," exclaimed Natasha, getting up. "If you hadn't interfered—" "Oh my God, what is it all? What is it, Sonia? Why? Go away!" And she burst into sobs with the despairing vehemence with which people bewail disasters they feel they have themselves caused. Marya Dmitrievna was about to speak again, but Natasha cried out, "Go away! Go away! You all hate and despise me!" And she threw herself back on the sofa. Marya Dmitrievna went on admonishing her for some time, insisting that it must all be kept from her father and assuring her that nobody would know anything about it if only Natasha herself would undertake to forget it all and not let anyone see that something had happened. Natasha did not reply, nor did she sob any longer, but she grew cold and had a shivering fit. Marya Dmitrievna put a pillow under her head, covered her with 2 quilts, and herself brought her some lime-flower water, but Natasha did not respond to her. "Well, let her sleep," said Marya Dmitrievna as she went out of the room, supposing Natasha to be asleep. But Natasha was not asleep. With a pale face and fixed, wide-open eyes, she looked straight before her. All that night she did not sleep or weep, and did not speak to Sonia, who got up and went to her several times. The next day, Count Rostov returned from his estate near Moscow in time for lunch as he had promised. He was in very good spirits. The affair with the purchaser was going well, and there was nothing to keep him any longer in Moscow, away from the countess whom he missed. Marya Dmitrievna met him and told him that Natasha had been very unwell the day before, and that they had sent for the doctor, but that she was better now. Natasha had not left her room that morning. With compressed and parched lips and dry, fixed eyes, she sat at the window, uneasily watching the people who drove past and hurriedly glancing round at anyone who entered the room. She was evidently expecting news of him, that he would come or would write to her. When the Count came to see her, she turned anxiously round at the sound of a man's footstep, and then her face resumed its cold and malevolent expression. She did not even get up to greet him. "What is the matter with you, my angel? Are you ill?" asked the Count. After a moment's silence, Natasha answered, "Yes, ill." In reply to the Count's anxious inquiries as to why she was so dejected and whether anything had happened to her betrothed, she assured him that nothing had happened and asked him not to worry. Marya Dmitrievna confirmed Natasha's assurances that nothing had happened. From the pretense of illness, from his daughter's distress, and by the embarrassed faces of Sonia and Marya Dmitrievna, the Count saw clearly that something had gone wrong during his absence. But it was so terrible for him to think that anything disgraceful had happened to his beloved daughter, and he so prized his own cheerful tranquility that he avoided inquiries and tried to assure himself that nothing particularly had happened. He was only dissatisfied that her indisposition delayed their return to the country. Now for Chapter 19. Chapter 19. Pierre at Maria Dmitrievna's. He tells Natasha that Anatole is married. From the day his wife arrived in Moscow, Pierre had been intending to go away somewhere so as not to be near her. Soon after the Rostovs came to Moscow, the effect Natasha had on him made him hasten to carry out his intention. He went to Tver to see the widow of his late Masonic mentor, Joseph Alexievich, who had long promised to give him some of her deceased husband's papers. When he returned to Moscow, Pierre was handed a letter from Maria Dmitrievna asking him to come and see her on a matter of great importance relating to Andrew Bolkonsky and his betrothed. Pierre had been avoiding Natasha because it seemed to him that his feeling for her was stronger than a married man's should be for his friend's fiancée, yet some fate constantly threw them together. "What can have happened, and what can they want with me?" he thought as he dressed to go to Maria Dmitrievna's. If only Prince Andrew would hurry up and come and marry her, he thought on his way to the house. On the Tverskoy Boulevard, a familiar voice called to him. "Pierre, been back long?" someone shouted. Pierre raised his head. In a sleigh drawn by two gray trotting horses that were splattering the dashboard with snow, Anatole and his constant companion Macarin dashed past. Anatole was sitting upright in the classic pose of military dandies, the lower part of his face hidden by his beaver collar and his head slightly bent. His face was fresh and rosy, his white-plumed hat, tilted to one side, disclosed his curled and pomaded hair, sprinkled with powdery snow. "Yes, indeed, that's a true sage," thought Pierre. "He sees nothing beyond the pleasure of the moment, nothing troubles him, and so he is always cheerful, satisfied, and serene. What wouldn't I give to be like him?" he thought enviously. In Maria Dmitrievna's anteroom, the footman who helped him off with his fur coat said that the mistress asked him to come to her bedroom. When he opened the ballroom door, Pierre saw Natasha sitting at the window with a thin, pale, and spiteful face. She glanced round at him, frowned, and left the room with an expression of cold dignity. "What has happened?" asked Pierre, entering Maria Dmitrievna's room. "Fine doings," answered Maria Dmitrievna. "For 58 years have I lived in this world and never known anything so disgraceful." And having put him on his honor not to repeat anything she told him, Maria Dmitrievna informed him that Natasha had refused Prince Andrew without her parents' knowledge. The cause of this was Anatole Kuragin, into whose society Pierre's wife had thrown her. She told him that Natasha had tried to elope with Anatole during her father's absence in order to be married secretly. Pierre raised his shoulders and listened open-mouthed to what was told him, scarcely able to believe his own ears. That Prince Andrew's deeply loved fiancée, the same Natasha Rostova who used to be so charming, should give up Bolkonsky for that fool Anatole, who was already secretly married, as Pierre knew, and should be so in love with him as to agree to run away with him, was something Pierre could not conceive and could not imagine. He could not reconcile the charming impression he had of Natasha, whom he had known since she was a child, with this new conception of her baseness, folly, and cruelty. He thought of his wife. "They are all alike," he said to himself, reflecting that he was not the only man unfortunate enough to be tied to a bad woman. But still, he pitied Prince Andrew to the point of tears and sympathized with his wounded pride. And the more he pitied his friend, the more he thought with contempt and even with disgust of that Natasha, who had just passed him in the ballroom with such a look of cold dignity. He did not know that Natasha's soul was overflowing with despair, shame, and humiliation, and that it was not her fault that her face happened to assume an expression of calm dignity and severity. "But how get married?" said Pierre in answer to Maria Dmitrievna. "He could not marry, he is married." "Things get worse from hour to hour," exclaimed Maria Dmitrievna. "A nice youth! What a scoundrel! And she's expecting him since yesterday. She must be told, then at least she won't go on expecting him." After hearing the details of Anatole's marriage from Pierre and giving vent to her anger against Anatole in words of abuse, Maria Dmitrievna told Pierre why she had sent for him. She was afraid that the Count or Bolkonsky, who might arrive at any moment, if they knew of this affair, which she hoped to hide from them, might challenge Anatole to a duel. She therefore asked Pierre to tell his brother-in-law in her name to leave Moscow and not dare to let her set eyes on him again. Pierre, only now realizing the danger to the old Count Nicholas and Prince Andrew, promised to do as she wished. Having briefly and exactly explained her wishes to him, she let him go to the drawing room. "Mind, the Count knows nothing. Behave as if you know nothing either," she said, "and I will go and tell her it is no use expecting him, and stay to dinner if you care to," she called after Pierre. Pierre met the old Count, who seemed nervous and upset. That morning Natasha had told him that she had rejected Bolkonsky. "Troubles, troubles, my dear fellow," he said to Pierre. "What troubles one has with these girls without their mother. I do so regret having come here. I will be frank with you. Have you heard she has broken off her engagement without consulting anybody? It's true this engagement never was much to my liking. Of course he is an excellent man, but still, with his father's disapproval, they wouldn't have been happy, and Natasha won't lack suitors. Still, it has been going on so long, and to take such a step without father's or mother's consent. And now she's ill, and God knows what. It's hard, Count, hard to manage daughters in their mother's absence." Pierre saw that the Count was much upset and tried to change the subject, but the Count returned to his troubles. Sonia entered the room with an agitated face. "Natasha is not quite well. She's in her room and would like to see you. Maria Dmitrievna is with her, and she too asks you to come." "Yes, you are a great friend of Bolkonsky's. No doubt she wants to send him a message," said the Count. Oh dear, how happy it all was!" And clutching the spare gray locks on his temples, the Count left the room. When Maria Dmitrievna told Natasha that Anatole was married, Natasha did not wish to believe it and insisted on having it confirmed by Pierre himself. Sonia told Pierre this as she led him along the corridor to Natasha's room. Natasha, pale and stern, was sitting beside Maria Dmitrievna. Her eyes, glittering feverishly, met Pierre with a questioning look the moment he entered. She did not smile or nod, but only gazed fixedly at him, and her look asked only one thing: was he a friend, or like the others, an enemy in regard to Anatole? As for Pierre, he evidently did not exist for her. "He knows all about it," said Maria Dmitrievna, pointing to Pierre and addressing Natasha. "Let him tell you whether I have told the truth." Natasha looked from one to the other as a hunted and wounded animal looks at the approaching dogs and sportsmen. "Natalia Ilyinishna," Pierre began, dropping his eyes with a feeling of pity for her and loathing for the thing he had to do. "Whether it is true or not should make no difference to you, because—" "Then it is not true that he's married?" "Yes, it is true." "Has he been married long?" she asked. "On your honor?" Pierre gave his word of honor. "Is he still here?" she asked quickly. "Yes, I have just seen him." She was evidently unable to speak and made a sign with her hands that they should leave her alone. We now move on to Chapter 20. Chapter 20. Pierre's explanation with Anatole. Pierre did not stay for dinner, but left the room and went away at once. He drove through the town seeking Anatole Kuragin. At the thought of him, blood rushed to his heart, and he felt a difficulty in breathing. Anatole was not at the ice hills, nor at the gypsies, nor at Komeneno's restaurant. Pierre drove to the club. In the club, all was going on as usual. The members who were gathering for dinner were sitting about in groups. They greeted Pierre and spoke of the town news. The footman, knowing his habits and his acquaintances, told him there was a place left for him in the small dining room, and that Prince Michael Zakharich was in the library, but Paul Timofeevich had not yet arrived. One of Pierre's acquaintances, while they were talking about the weather, asked if he had heard of Kuragin's abduction of Rostova, which was being talked about in the town, and was it true? Pierre laughed and said it was nonsense, for he had just come from the Rostovs. He asked everyone about Anatole. One man told him he had not come yet, and another that he was coming to dinner. Pierre felt it strange to see this calm, indifferent crowd of people, unaware of what was going on in his soul. He paced through the ballroom, waited until everyone had come, and as Anatole had not turned up, he did not stay for dinner, but drove home. Anatole, for whom Pierre was looking, had dined that day with Dolokhov, consulting him as to how to fix this unfortunate affair. It seemed to him essential to see Natasha. In the evening, he drove to his sister's to discuss with her how to arrange a meeting. When Pierre returned home after vainly hunting all over Moscow, his valet informed him that Prince Anatole was with the Countess. The Countess's drawing room was full of guests. Pierre, without greeting his wife whom he had not seen since his return, at that moment she was more repulsive to him than ever, entered the drawing room and seeing Anatole, went up to him. "Ah, Pierre," said the Countess, going up to her husband, "you don't know what a plight our Anatole—" She stopped, seeing in the forward thrust of her husband's head, in his glowing eyes and his resolute walk, the terrible signs of that rage and strength which she knew and had herself experienced after his duel with Dólokhov. "Where you are, there is vice and evil," said Pierre to his wife. Then, turning to Anatole, he said in French, "Anatole, come with me, I must speak to you." Anatole glanced round at his sister, and rose submissively, ready to follow Pierre. Pierre, taking him by the arm, pulled him toward himself and led him from the room. "If you allow yourself in my drawing room," whispered Helene, but Pierre did not reply and went out of the room. Anatole followed him with his usual jaunty step, but his face betrayed anxiety. Having entered his study, Pierre closed the door and addressed Anatole without looking at him. "You promised Countess Rostova to marry her, and were about to elope with her. Is that so?" "My dear," answered Anatole, speaking in French, as they did for the whole conversation, "I don't consider myself bound to answer questions put to me in that tone." Pierre's face, already pale, became distorted by fury. He seized Anatole by the collar of his uniform with his big hand and shook him from side to side until Anatole's face showed a sufficient degree of terror. "When I tell you that I must talk to you," repeated Pierre. "Come now, this is stupid. What?" said Anatole, fingering a button of his collar that had been wrenched loose with a bit of the cloth. "You're a scoundrel and a blackguard, and I don't know what keeps me from the pleasure of smashing your head with this," said Pierre, expressing himself so artificially because he was talking in French. He took a heavy paperweight and lifted it threateningly, but at once put it back in its place. "Did you promise to marry her?" I didn't think of it. I never promised because—" Pierre interrupted him. "Have you any letters of hers? Any letters?" he said, moving toward Anatole. Anatole glanced at him and immediately thrust his hand into his pocket and drew out his pocketbook. Pierre took the letter Anatole handed him and, pushing aside a table that stood in his way, threw himself on the sofa. "I shan't be violent, don't be afraid," said Pierre in answer to a frightened gesture from Anatole. "First, the letters," he said, as if repeating a lesson to himself. "Secondly," he continued after a short pause, again rising and pacing the room, "tomorrow you must get out of Moscow." "But how can I?" "Thirdly," Pierre continued without listening to him, "you must never breathe a word of what has passed between you and Countess Rostova. I know I can't prevent your doing so, but if you have a spark of conscience—" Pierre paced the room several times in silence. Anatole sat at a table, frowning and biting his lips. "After all, you must understand that besides your pleasure, there is such a thing as other people's happiness and peace, and that you are ruining a whole life for the sake of amusing yourself. Amuse yourself with women like my wife. With them you are within your rights, for they know what you want of them. They are armed against you by the same experience of debauchery, but to promise a maid to marry her, to deceive, to kidnap. Don't you understand that it is as mean as beating an old man or a child?" Pierre paused and looked at Anatole, no longer with an angry but with a questioning look. "I don't know about that, eh?" said Anatole, growing more confident as Pierre mastered his anger. "I don't know that and don't want to," he said, not looking at Pierre and with a slight tremor of his lower jaw. "But you have used such words to me, mean and so on, which as a man of honor I can't allow anyone to use." Pierre glanced at him with amazement, unable to understand what he wanted. "Though it was a private conversation," Anatole continued, "still I can't—" "Is it satisfaction you want?" said Pierre ironically. "You could at least take back your words." "What, if you want me to do as you wish, eh?" I take them back, said Pierre, "and I ask you to forgive me." Pierre involuntarily glanced at the loose button. and if you require money for your journey." Anatole smiled. The expression of that base and cringing smile, which Pierre knew so well in his wife, revolted him. "O vile and heartless brood," he exclaimed, and left the room. The next day, Anatole left for Petersburg. This leads us to Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Natasha tries to poison herself. Prince Andrew returns to Moscow and Pierre talks to him. Pierre drove to Maria Dmitrievna's to tell her that her wish had been fulfilled and Kuragin had been banished from Moscow. He found the whole house in a state of alarm and commotion. Natasha was very ill. Maria Dmitrievna told him in secret that the night after she had been told Anatole was married, Natasha had poisoned herself with some arsenic she had secretly obtained. After swallowing a little, she had been so frightened that she woke Sonia and told her what she had done. The necessary antidotes had been given in time, and she was now out of danger, though still so weak that it was out of the question to move her to the country. And so the Countess had been sent for. Pierre saw the distracted Count and Sonia, who had a tear-stained face, but he could not see Natasha. Pierre dined at the club that day and heard gossip from all sides about the attempted abduction of Rostova. He resolutely denied these rumors, assuring everyone that nothing had happened except that his brother-in-law had proposed to her and been refused. It seemed to Pierre that it was his duty to conceal the whole affair and restore Natasha's reputation. He was dreading Prince Andrew's return and went every day to the old prince's house for news of him. Old Prince Bolkonsky heard all the rumors in the town from Mademoiselle Bourienne and had read the note to Princess Mary in which Natasha had broken off her engagement. He seemed in better spirits than usual and awaited his son with great impatience. Some days after Anatole's departure, Pierre received a note from Prince Andrew, informing him of his arrival and asking him to come and see him. As soon as he reached Moscow, Prince Andrew had received from his father Natasha's note to Princess Mary breaking off her engagement. Mademoiselle Bourienne had stolen it from Princess Mary and given it to the old prince. He also heard from his father the story of Natasha's elopement, with many additions. Prince Andrew had arrived in the evening, and Pierre came to see him the next morning. Pierre expected to find Prince Andrew in almost the same state as Natasha. He was therefore surprised on entering the drawing-room to hear him in the study, talking in a loud, animated voice about some intrigue going on in Petersburg. The old prince's voice and another now and then interrupted him. Princess Mary came out to meet Pierre. She sighed, looking toward the door of the room where Prince Andrew was. She evidently intended to express her sympathy with his sorrow, but Pierre saw by her face that she was glad, both at what had happened and at the way her brother had taken the news of Natasha's faithlessness. "He says he expected it," she remarked. "I know his pride will not let him express his feelings, but still he has taken it better, far better than I expected. Evidently it had to be." "But is it possible that all is really ended?" asked Pierre. Princess Mary looked at him with astonishment. She did not understand how he could ask such a question. Pierre went into the study. Prince Andrew, greatly changed and plainly in better health, but with a fresh horizontal wrinkle between his brows, stood in civilian dress facing his father and Prince Meshchersky. He was warmly disputing and vigorously gesticulating. The conversation was about Speransky, whose sudden exile and alleged treachery had just been announced in Moscow. "Now he is censured and accused by all who were enthusiastic about him a month ago," Prince Andrew was saying, "and by those who were unable to understand his aims. To judge a man who is in disfavor and to throw on him all the blame of other men's mistakes is very easy. But I maintain that if anything good has been accomplished in this reign, it was done by him alone." He paused at the sight of Pierre. His face quivered and immediately assumed a vindictive expression. "Posterity will do him justice," he concluded, and at once turned to Pierre. "Well, how are you? Still getting stouter?" he said with animation, but the new wrinkle on his forehead deepened. "Yes, I am well," he said in answer to Pierre's question, and smiled. To Pierre, that smile said plainly, "I am well, but my health is now of no use to anyone." After a few words to Pierre about the awful roads from the Polish frontier, about people he had met in Switzerland who knew Pierre, and about M. de Salles, whom he had brought from abroad to be his son's tutor, Prince Andrew again joined warmly in the conversation about Speransky. If there were treason or proofs of secret relations with Napoleon, they would have been made public, he said with warmth and haste. I do not, and never did, like Speransky personally, but I like justice. Pierre now recognized in his friend a need with which he was only too familiar: to get excited and have arguments about other matters in order to stifle thoughts that were too oppressive and too intimate. When Prince Meshchersky had left, Prince Andrew took Pierre's arm and asked him into the room that had been assigned to him. A bed had been made up there, and some open suitcases and trunks stood about. Prince Andrew went to one and took out a small casket, from which he drew a packet wrapped in paper. He did it all silently and very quickly. He stood up and coughed. His face was gloomy and his lips compressed. Forgive me for troubling you. Pierre saw that Prince Andrew was going to speak of Natasha, and his broad face expressed pity and sympathy. This expression irritated Prince Andrew, and in a determined, ringing, and unpleasant tone he continued, I have received a refusal from Countess Rostova, and have heard reports of your brother-in-law having sought her hand, or something of that kind. Is that true? Both true and untrue, Pierre began, but Prince Andrew interrupted him. Here are her letters and her portrait, he said. He took the packet from the table and handed it to Pierre. Give this to the Countess, if you see her. She is very ill, said Pierre. Then she is here still? Said Prince Andrew. And Prince Kuragin? He added quickly. He left long ago. She has been at death's door. I much regret her illness, said Prince Andrew, and he smiled like his father, coldly, maliciously, and unpleasantly. So Monsieur Kuragin has not honored Countess Rostova with his hand? Said Prince Andrew, and he snorted several times. He could not marry, for he was married already, said Pierre. Prince Andrew laughed disagreeably, again reminding one of his father. And where is your brother-in-law now, if I may ask, he said. He has gone to Petersburg, but I don't know, said Pierre. Well, it doesn't matter, said Prince Andrew. Tell Countess Rostova that she was and is perfectly free, and that I wish her all that is good. Pierre took the packet. Prince Andrew, as if trying to remember if he had something more to say, or waiting to see if Pierre would say anything, looked fixedly at him. I say, do you remember our discussion in Petersburg? Asked Pierre. About... Yes, returned Prince Andrew hastily. I said that a fallen woman should be forgiven, but I didn't say I could forgive her. I can't. But can this be compared? Said Pierre. Prince Andrew interrupted him and cried sharply, Yes, ask her hand again, be magnanimous, and so on. Yes, that would be very noble, but I am unable to follow in that gentleman's footsteps. If you wish to be my friend, never speak to me of all that. Well, goodbye. So you'll give her the packet? Pierre left the room and went to the old prince and Princess Mary. The old man seemed livelier than usual. Princess Mary was the same as always, but beneath her sympathy for her brother, Pierre noticed her satisfaction that the engagement had been broken off. Looking at them, Pierre realized what contempt and animosity they all felt for the Rostovs. He knew that it was impossible in their presence even to mention the name of her who could give up Prince Andrew for anyone else. At dinner, the talk turned on the war, the approach of which was becoming evident. Prince Andrew talked incessantly, arguing now with his father, now with the Swiss tutor de Salles, and showing an unnatural animation, the cause of which Pierre so well understood. And now for the final chapter of this book. Chapter 22, Pierre and Natasha. He tells her of his devotion, the great comet of 1812. That same evening, Pierre went to the Rostovs to carry out the task entrusted to him. Natasha was in bed, the Count was at the club, and Pierre, after giving the letters to Sonia, went to Maria Dmitrievna, who was interested to know how Prince Andrew had taken the news. 10 minutes later, Sonia came to Maria Dmitrievna. Natasha insists on seeing Count Peter Kirillovich, she said. But how? Are we to take him up to her? The room there has not been tidied up. No, she has dressed and gone into the drawing room, said Sonia. Maria Dmitrievna only shrugged her shoulders. When will her mother come? She has worried me to death. Now mind, don't tell her everything, she said to Pierre. One hasn't the heart to scold her. She is so much to be pitied, so much to be pitied. Natasha was standing in the middle of the drawing room. She was emaciated, with a pale, set face, but not at all ashamed as Pierre had expected to find her. When he appeared at the door, she grew flurried, evidently undecided whether to go to meet him or to wait until he came up. Pierre hastened to her. He thought she would give him her hand as usual, but she, stepping up to him, stopped, breathing heavily, her arms hanging lifelessly. It was just the pose she used to stand in when she went to the middle of the ballroom to sing, but with a completely different expression on her face. Peter Kirillovich, she began rapidly. Prince Bolkonsky was your friend, is your friend, she corrected herself. It seemed to her that everything that had once been must now be different. He told me once to apply to you. Pierre sniffed as he looked at her, but did not speak. Until then, he had reproached her in his heart and tried to despise her, but he now felt so sorry for her that there was no room in his soul for reproach. He is here now. Tell him to forgive me. She stopped and breathed still more quickly, but did not shed tears. Yes, I will tell him, answered Pierre, but he did not know what to say. Natasha was evidently dismayed at the thought of what he might think she had meant. No, I know all is over, she said hurriedly. No, that can never be. I'm only tormented by the wrong I have done him. Tell him only that I beg him to forgive me for everything. She trembled all over and sat down on a chair. A sense of pity he had never before known overflowed Pierre's heart. I will tell him everything once more, said Pierre. But I should like to know one thing. Know what? Natasha's eyes asked. I should like to know, did you love? Pierre did not know how to refer to Anatole and flushed at the thought of him. Did you love that bad man? Don't call him bad, said Natasha, but I don't know at all. She began to cry, and a still greater sense of pity, tenderness, and love welled up in Pierre. He felt the tears trickle under his spectacles and hoped they would not be noticed. We won't speak of it any more, my dear, said Pierre, and his gentle, cordial tone suddenly seemed very strange to Natasha. We won't speak of it, my dear. I'll tell him everything. But one thing I beg of you, consider me your friend. And if you want help, advice, or simply to open your heart to someone, not now, but when your mind is clearer, think of me. He took her hand and kissed it. I shall be happy if it's in my power. Pierre grew confused. Don't speak to me like that. I am not worth it, exclaimed Natasha and turned to leave the room, but Pierre held her hand. He knew he had something more to say to her. But when he said it, he was amazed at his own words. Stop. You have your whole life before you, he said to her. Before me? No, all is over for me, she replied with shame and self-abasement. All over, he repeated. If I were not myself, but the handsomest, cleverest, and best man in the world and were free, I would this moment ask on my knees for your hand and your love. For the first time in many days, Natasha wept tears of gratitude and tenderness. Glancing at Pierre, she went out of the room. Pierre, too, when she had gone, almost ran into the anteroom, restraining tears of tenderness and joy that choked him. Without finding the sleeves of his fur cloak, he threw it on and got into his sleigh. Where to now, Your Excellency? Asked the coachman. Where to? Pierre asked himself. Where can I go now? Surely not to the club or to pay calls. All men seemed so pitiful, so poor, in comparison with this feeling of tenderness and love he experienced, in comparison with that softened, grateful last look she had given him through her tears. Home, said Pierre, and despite the cold, he threw open the bearskin cloak from his broad chest and inhaled the air with joy. It was clear and frosty. Above the dirty, ill-lit streets, above the black roofs, stretched the dark, starry sky. Only looking up at the sky did Pierre cease to feel how sordid and humiliating were all mundane things compared with the heights to which his soul had just been raised. At the entrance to the Arbat Square, an immense expanse of dark, starry sky presented itself to his eyes. Almost in the center of it, above the Prekostenka Boulevard, shone the enormous and brilliant comet of 1812. It was surrounded and sprinkled on all sides by stars, but was distinguished from them all by its nearness to the earth, its white light, and its long, uplifted tail. This was the comet which was said to portend all kinds of woes and the end of the world. In Pierre, however, that comet with its long, luminous tail aroused no feeling of fear. On the contrary, he gazed joyfully, his eyes moist with tears, at this bright comet. Having traveled in its orbit with inconceivable velocity through immeasurable space, it seemed suddenly, like an arrow piercing the earth, to remain fixed in a chosen spot, vigorously holding its tail erect, shining and displaying its white light amid countless other scintillating stars. It seemed to Pierre that this comet fully responded to what was passing in his own softened and uplifted soul, now blossoming into a new life. Book 9, Chapter 1, the year 1812. Rulers and generals are history's slaves. We begin now in the year 1811. From the end of that year, the nations of Western Europe began to arm themselves and concentrate their forces. In 1812, these forces, numbering in the millions of men if you include those who transported and fed the army, moved from the west towards the east to the Russian frontier. Since 1811, Russia had been drawing its own forces towards that same border. On the 12th of June, 1812, the armies of Western Europe crossed into Russia, and war began. This was an event that went against all human reason and human nature. Millions of men committed countless crimes against one another. Frauds, treacheries, thefts, forgeries, burglaries, arson, and murders. The annals of all the law courts in the world do not record so many crimes in whole centuries. Yet at the time, the men who committed them did not see them as crimes at all. What could have caused such an extraordinary event? What were its origins? Historians with a kind of naive certainty tell us the causes were many. The wrongs done to the Duke of Oldenburg, the failure to observe the continental system, the ambition of Napoleon, the firmness of Alexander, the mistakes of diplomats, and so on. According to this view, all it would have taken to avoid the war was for a few diplomats like Metternich, Rumyantsev, or Talleyrand to write a cleverer note between a morning reception and an evening party. Or perhaps if Napoleon had simply written to Alexander, "My respected brother, I agree to restore the duchy to the Duke of Oldenburg," then there would have been no war. We can understand why it seemed that way to people at the time. Napoleon, for instance, naturally thought the war was caused by England's scheming, a view he later expressed on the island of St. Helena. Members of the English Parliament believed it was Napoleon's ambition. The Duke of Oldenburg was sure it was the violence done to him. Businessmen blamed the continental system, which was ruining Europe's economy. Old soldiers and generals saw it as a necessary way to give them employment. Royalists thought it was about re-establishing good principles, and diplomats believed it all stemmed from a poorly concealed alliance or the clumsy wording of a memorandum. It's natural that these and countless other reasons presented themselves to the people of that day. But for us, looking back at the event in all its terrible magnitude, these causes seem insufficient. It is incomprehensible to us that millions of Christian men killed and tortured one another simply because Napoleon was ambitious, or Alexander was firm, or England's policy was clever, or a duke was wronged. We cannot grasp the connection between such circumstances and the brutal reality of slaughter and violence. Why, because a duke was wronged, should thousands of men from the other side of Europe kill and ruin the people of Smolensk and Moscow, only to be killed by them in return? For us, their descendants, who are not professional historians and can look at the event with common sense, an incalculable number of causes appear. The deeper we search for these causes, the more we find. Each individual cause, or even a whole series of them, seems equally valid on its own, but also equally false in its smallness when compared to the enormous scale of what happened. No single cause seems powerful enough to have brought about such an event without the cooperation of all the others. To us, even the desire of a French corporal to serve a second term seems as much a cause as Napoleon's refusal to withdraw his troops. For if that corporal and 1,000 others like him had refused to serve, there would have been fewer men in Napoleon's army, and the war could not have happened. If Napoleon had not been offended by the demand to withdraw, there would have been no war. But if all his sergeants had refused to serve again, there could also have been no war. Nor could there have been a war without English intrigues, or a wronged Duke of Oldenburg, or an insulted Alexander, or an autocratic government in Russia, or the French Revolution and the dictatorship that followed. Without any single one of these causes, nothing could have happened. So all these causes, myriads of them, coincided to bring about the war. There was no single cause for the event. It had to occur simply because it had to. Millions of men, renouncing their human feelings and reason, had to march from west to east to kill their fellow men, just as centuries before, hordes of men had come from the east to the west, doing the same. The actions of Napoleon and Alexander, on whose words everything seemed to depend, were in reality as involuntary as the actions of any soldier drafted into the campaign. It had to be this way. For the will of Napoleon and Alexander to be carried out, countless other circumstances had to align. Millions of men, the soldiers who fired the guns and transported the provisions, held the real power. They had to agree to carry out the will of these two seemingly powerful but weak individuals, and they were persuaded to do so by an infinite number of complex causes. We are forced to turn to fatalism to explain such irrational events we cannot understand through reason alone. The more we try to explain them reasonably, the more unreasonable and incomprehensible they become. Every man lives for himself, using his freedom to achieve his own personal goals. He feels with his whole being that he can choose to do or not do a certain action. But as soon as he has done it, that action becomes a part of history. It is irrevocable and takes on a predestined significance, not a free one. There are two sides to every person's life. The first is the individual life, which is more free the more abstract its interests are. The second is the elemental, hive-like life, in which a person inevitably obeys laws laid down for him. A man lives consciously for himself, but he is an unconscious tool in achieving the historical, universal aims of humanity. A deed once done cannot be undone, and when it coincides with the actions of millions of other people, it takes on historical meaning. The higher a man stands on the social ladder, the more people he is connected with, and the more power he has over others, the more obvious it becomes that his every action is predestined and inevitable. As the saying goes, the king's heart is in the hands of the Lord. A king is history's slave. History, which is the unconscious, general, hive life of mankind, uses every moment in the lives of kings as a tool for its own purposes. In 1812, Napoleon was more convinced than ever that it all depended on him, on his choice to shed, or not to shed, the blood of his peoples, as Alexander put it in his last letter. Yet Napoleon had never been so trapped by the inevitable laws of history. These laws forced him, even while he thought he was acting on his own free will, to perform for the collective life of humanity whatever had to be done. The people of the West moved east to kill their fellow men. By a law of coincidence, thousands of tiny causes combined to produce this movement and this war. There were complaints about the failure to observe the continental system, the wrongs of the Duke of Oldenburg, and the movement of troops into Prussia, which Napoleon claimed was only to secure an armed peace. There was the French emperor's love of war, which matched the mood of his people. There was the allure of grand preparations, the expense of those preparations, and the need to gain something to justify that expense. There were the intoxicating honors he received in Dresden, and the diplomatic negotiations that, while seeming sincere, only wounded the pride of both sides. And there were millions of other causes that all adapted to the unfolding event. Think of it like a ripe apple falling from a tree. Why does it fall? Is it because of its attraction to the earth? Because its stalk withers? Because the sun dries it out? Or it grows heavier? Or is it because the wind shakes it? Or a boy standing below wants to eat it? No single thing is the cause. It is all just a coincidence of conditions under which every vital, organic, and elemental event occurs. The botanist who says the apple falls because its cellular tissue is decaying is just as right as the child who says it fell because he wanted to eat it and prayed for it. And just as right or wrong is the person who says Napoleon went to Moscow because he wanted to and was defeated because Alexander wished for his destruction. It is like saying a million-ton hill collapsed because the last worker struck it one last time with his pickaxe. In historical events, the so-called great men are merely labels that give a name to an event. And like labels, they have very little connection with the event itself. Every action of theirs, which seems to them an act of their own free will, is in a historical sense involuntary. It is related to the whole course of history and has been predestined from the beginning of time. Chapter 2. Napoleon crosses the Niemen and sees Polish Uhlans drowned swimming the Vilia. On the 29th of May, Napoleon left Dresden. He had spent 3 weeks there, surrounded by a court of princes, dukes, kings, and even an emperor. Before he left, Napoleon showed favor to those who had earned it and reprimanded those with whom he was dissatisfied. He gave his own pearls and diamonds, which he had in fact taken from other kings, to the Empress of Austria. His historian tells us that he tenderly embraced the Empress Marie-Louise, who considered him her husband, even though he had another wife back in Paris. He left her grieving a parting she seemed hardly able to bear. Although diplomats still firmly believed that peace was possible and worked hard to achieve it, and even though Napoleon himself wrote a letter to Alexander, calling him Monsieur mon frère, my dear brother, and sincerely assuring him that he did not want war, he still set off to join his army. At every stop, he issued fresh orders to speed up the movement of his troops from west to east. He traveled in a coach with 6 horses, surrounded by pages, aides-de-camp, and an escort on the road to Posen, Thorn, Danzig, and Königsberg. In each of these towns, thousands of people greeted him with excitement and enthusiasm. The army was moving eastward, and relays of 6 horses carried Napoleon in the same direction. On the 10th of June, he caught up with the army and spent the night in apartments prepared for him on a Polish count's estate in the Wilkowiecki forest. The next day, he overtook the army and drove in a carriage to the Niemen River. There, he changed into a Polish uniform and went to the riverbank to choose a place for the crossing. On the other side, he saw some Cossacks, or les Cossacks, as the French called them, and the wide-spreading steppes. In the middle of those steppes lay the holy city of Moscow, Moscou, la ville sainte, the capital of a realm like the Scythia that Alexander the Great had once marched into. Suddenly, against both strategic and diplomatic advice, Napoleon ordered an advance. The very next day, his army began to cross the Niemen. Early in the morning, on the 12th of June, he came out of his tent, which was pitched on the steep left bank of the river. He looked through a spyglass at the streams of his troops pouring out of the Wilkowiecki forest and flowing over the 3 bridges that had been thrown across the Niemen. The soldiers knew the emperor was present and were watching for him. When they saw a figure in an overcoat and a cocked hat standing apart from his suite on the hill, they threw their caps in the air and shouted, "Vive l'Empereur! Long live the emperor!" One after another, in a ceaseless stream, they poured out of the vast forest that had hidden them. They separated and flowed on across the 3 bridges to the other side. "Now we'll go into action," one soldier said. "Oh, when he takes it in hand himself, things get hot, by heaven. There he is. Vive l'Empereur!" "So these are the steppes of Asia," another remarked. "It's a nasty country all the same." "Au revoir, Boche. I'll keep the best palace in Moscow for you," another voice called out. "Au revoir. Good luck." "Did you see the emperor?" someone asked. "Vive l'Empereur! If they make me governor of India, Gerard, I'll make you minister of Kashmir." "That's settled," said another. "Vive l'Empereur! Hurrah, hurrah, hurrah!" "The Cossacks, those rascals, see how they run. Vive l'Empereur! There he is. Do you see him? I've seen him twice, as I see you now. The little corporal, I saw him give the cross to one of the veterans. Vive l'Empereur!" These were the voices of men, old and young, from all different backgrounds and social positions. But on all their faces was one common expression: joy at the start of the long-awaited campaign, and devotion to the man in the gray coat standing on the hill. On the 13th of June, a small, thoroughbred Arab horse was brought to Napoleon. He mounted it and rode at a gallop to one of the bridges, deafened by the constant, rapturous cheers. He seemed to endure the shouting only because it was impossible to forbid the soldiers from expressing their love for him. but the noise that followed him everywhere disturbed him and distracted him from his military duties. He crossed one of the swaying pontoon bridges, turned sharply to the left, and galloped towards Kovno. He was preceded by mounted chasseurs of the guard, who were breathless with delight as they cleared a path for him through the troops. When he reached the broad Vilia River, he stopped near a regiment of Polish Uhlans stationed by the bank. "Vivat!" the Poles shouted ecstatically, breaking their ranks and pressing against one another to see him. Napoleon looked up and down the river, dismounted, and sat on a log on the bank. At a silent sign from him, a telescope was handed to him. He rested it on the back of a happy page who had run up to him and gazed at the opposite bank. Then he became absorbed in a map laid out on the logs. Without lifting his head, he said something, and two of his aides-de-camp galloped off to the Polish Uhlans. "What? What did he say?" the Uhlans asked one another when an aide-de-camp rode up to them. The order was to find a ford and cross the river. The colonel of the Polish Uhlans, a handsome old man, flushed and fumbled his words from excitement. He asked the aide-de-camp if he might be permitted to swim the river with his men instead of looking for a ford. Like a boy asking for permission to ride a horse, he seemed to fear refusal, as he begged to be allowed to swim across in front of the emperor's eyes. The aide-de-camp replied that the emperor would probably not be displeased by this extra show of zeal. As soon as the aide-de-camp said this, the old mustached officer, his face happy and his eyes sparkling, raised his saber and shouted, "Vivat!" Commanding the Uhlans to follow, he spurred his horse and galloped into the river. He gave an angry thrust to his horse, which had become restless, and plunged into the water, heading for the swift current in the deepest part. Hundreds of Uhlans galloped in after him. It was cold and treacherous in the middle of the stream. The Uhlans fell from their horses and caught hold of one another. Some horses and men drowned. The others tried to swim on, some still in the saddle, others clinging to their horses' manes. They struggled towards the opposite bank, proud to be swimming and drowning in this river under the eyes of the man who sat on the log, not even looking at what they were doing, even though there was a ford just a third of a mile away. When the aide-de-camp returned, he chose a good moment to draw the emperor's attention to the devotion of the Poles. The little man in the gray overcoat got up and, calling for Berthier, began to pace up and down the bank with him, giving instructions. Occasionally he glanced disapprovingly at the drowning Uhlans who were distracting him. For Napoleon, it was nothing new. He was convinced that his presence anywhere in the world, from Africa to the steppes of Muscovy, was enough to make people lose their minds in insane self-oblivion. He called for his horse and rode to his quarters. About 40 Uhlans drowned in the river, even though boats were sent to help them. Most struggled back to the bank they had started from. The colonel and a few of his men made it across and, with difficulty, climbed out on the other side. As soon as they were out, soaked and streaming, they shouted, "Vivat!" and looked ecstatically at the spot where Napoleon had been, but where he no longer was. At that moment, they considered themselves happy. That evening, Napoleon issued several orders. One was for the forged Russian paper money to be delivered as quickly as possible for use in Russia. Another was for a Saxon to be shot, on whom a letter containing information about the French army's orders had been found. In between these, he also gave instructions that the Polish colonel who had needlessly plunged into the river should be enrolled in the Legion of Honor, of which Napoleon himself was the head. As the old saying goes, those whom God wishes to destroy, he first drives mad. Chapter 3. Alexander I at Vilna. The ball at Count Bennigsen's. Boris overhears the emperor speaking to Balashev and learns that the French have crossed the frontier. Alexander's letter to Napoleon. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Russia had been in Vilna for more than a month, reviewing troops and holding maneuvers. Nothing was ready for the war that everyone expected. The emperor had come from Petersburg to prepare for it, but there was still no general plan of action. In fact, the indecision between the various proposed plans had only increased since the emperor arrived at headquarters. Each of the three armies had its own commander-in-chief, but there was no supreme commander of all the forces, and the emperor did not take on that role himself. The longer the emperor stayed in Vilna, the less everyone seemed to prepare for the war. They were all tired of waiting. The efforts of those around the sovereign seemed focused only on making him spend his time pleasantly and forget that war was coming. In June, after many balls and parties given by Polish magnates, courtiers, and the emperor himself, one of the Polish aides-de-camp suggested that the aides-de-camp should host a dinner and ball for the emperor. The idea was eagerly received. The emperor gave his consent, and the aides-de-camp collected money by subscription. The lady who was thought to be most pleasing to the emperor was invited to be the hostess. Count Bennigsen, a landowner in the Vilna province, offered his country house for the event. The 13th of June was set for a ball, dinner, regatta, and fireworks at Zakrit, Count Bennigsen's country estate. On the very day that Napoleon ordered his troops to cross the Niemen, and his vanguard pushed back the Cossacks and crossed the Russian frontier, Alexander spent the evening at this entertainment. It was a gay and brilliant party. Those who knew about such things declared that rarely had so many beautiful women been gathered in one place. Countess Bezuhova was there, among other Russian ladies who had followed the sovereign from Petersburg. She outshone the refined Polish ladies with her massive, so-called Russian style of beauty. The emperor noticed her and honored her with a dance. Boris Drubetskoy was also there. He had left his wife in Moscow and was, as he put it, en garçon, or a bachelor for the time being. Though he wasn't an aide-de-camp, he had subscribed a large sum for the expenses. Boris was now a rich man who had achieved high honors. He no longer sought patronage, but stood on equal footing with the most important men of his age. He met Helene in Vilna for the first time in a long while, and did not bring up the past. Since Helene was enjoying the favor of a very important person, and Boris had only recently married, they met as old and good friends. At midnight, the dancing was still going on. Helene, finding herself without a suitable partner, offered to dance the mazurka with Boris. They were the third couple. Boris coolly looked at Helene's dazzling bare shoulders, which emerged from a dark gold-embroidered gown, and talked to her about old acquaintances. At the same time, without realizing it himself and unnoticed by others, he never stopped observing the emperor, who was in the same room. The emperor wasn't dancing. He stood in a doorway, stopping one couple after another, with the gracious words that only he knew how to say. As the mazurka began, Boris saw Adjutant General Balashev, one of the emperor's closest attendants, go up to him. Contrary to court etiquette, Balashev stood near the emperor while he was talking to a Polish lady. When he finished speaking to her, the emperor looked questioningly at Balashev. Understanding that he would only act this way for important reasons, he nodded slightly to the lady and turned to him. As soon as Balashev began to speak, a look of amazement appeared on the emperor's face. He took Balashev by the arm and crossed the room with him, unconsciously clearing a wide path as people on both sides made way. Boris noticed the excited face of Arakcheev, another of the emperor's attendants, as the sovereign went out with Balashev. Arakcheev looked at the emperor from under his brow and, sniffing with his red nose, stepped forward from the crowd as if expecting to be addressed. Boris understood that Arakcheev envied Balashev and was angry that important news had reached the emperor through someone other than himself. But the emperor and Balashev passed out into the illuminated garden without noticing Arakcheev, who followed about 20 paces behind them, holding his sword and glancing around wrathfully. All through the figures of the mazurka, Boris was preoccupied with the question of what news Balashev had brought, and how he could find it out before anyone else. In a figure where he had to choose two ladies, he whispered to Helene that he was going to choose Countess Potocka, who he thought had gone out onto the veranda. He then glided across the floor to the door that opened into the garden. Seeing Balashev and the emperor returning to the veranda, he stood still. They were moving toward the door. Boris, acting as if he hadn't had time to move away, respectfully pressed himself close to the doorpost with his head bowed. The emperor, with the agitation of a man who has been personally insulted, was finishing his sentence with these words: "To enter Russia without declaring war, I will not make peace as long as a single armed enemy remains in my country." It seemed to Boris that the emperor took pleasure in saying these words. He was satisfied with the way he had expressed his thoughts, but he was displeased that Boris had overheard him. "Let no one know of it," the emperor added with a frown. Boris understood that this was meant for him. Closing his eyes, he bowed his head slightly. The emperor re-entered the ballroom and stayed for about another half-hour. And so, Boris was the first to learn that the French army had crossed the Niemen. Thanks to this, he was able to show certain important people that he often knew things that were hidden from others, and this raised him higher in their estimation. The unexpected news was particularly startling after a month of unfulfilled expectations, and especially at a ball. On first receiving the news, fueled by indignation, the emperor had found a phrase that pleased him and fully expressed his feelings, a phrase that has since become famous. When he returned home at 2 o'clock that night, he sent for his secretary, Shishkov, and told him to write an order to the troops and a letter to Field Marshal Prince Saltykov. He insisted that the words, "He would not make peace so long as a single armed Frenchman remained on Russian soil," be included. The next day, the following letter was sent to Napoleon. "Monsieur mon frère, yesterday I learned that, despite the loyalty with which I have kept my engagements with your Majesty, your troops have crossed the Russian frontier. I have this moment received a note from Petersburg, in which Count Lauriston informs me, as a reason for this aggression, that your Majesty has considered yourself to be at war with me from the time Prince Kuragin asked for his passports. The reasons on which the Duc de Bassano based his refusal to deliver them would never have led me to suppose that that could serve as a pretext for aggression. In fact, the ambassador was never authorized to make that demand, and as soon as I was informed of it, I let him know how much I disapproved and ordered him to remain at his post. If your Majesty does not intend to shed the blood of our peoples for such a misunderstanding and agrees to withdraw your troops from Russian territory, I will regard what has passed as not having occurred, and an understanding between us will be possible. In the contrary case, your Majesty, I shall see myself forced to repel an attack that nothing on my part has provoked. It still depends on your Majesty to preserve humanity from the calamity of another war. I am, etc. Signed, Alexander." Chapter 4, Balashev's mission to Napoleon. He meets Murat, the King of Naples. At 2 a.m. on the 14th of June, the Emperor sent for Balashev. After reading him the letter to Napoleon, he ordered him to take it and deliver it personally to the French Emperor. As he was sending Balashev off, the Emperor repeated the words that he would not make peace as long as a single armed enemy remained on Russian soil, and told him to transmit those words to Napoleon. Alexander did not include them in his letter, because with his characteristic tact, he felt it would be unwise to use them at a moment when a last attempt at reconciliation was being made. But he specifically instructed Balashev to repeat them personally to Napoleon. Balashev set off in the early hours of the morning, accompanied by a bugler and 2 Cossacks. By dawn, he reached the French outposts at the village of Raikanti, on the Russian side of the Niemen River. There he was stopped by French cavalry sentinels. A French non-commissioned officer of hussars, in a crimson uniform and a shaggy cap, shouted at the approaching Balashev to halt. Balashev did not stop at once, but continued to advance along the road at a walking pace. The non-commissioned officer frowned and, muttering curses, advanced his horse's chest against Balashev. He put his hand to his saber and shouted rudely at the Russian general, asking if he was deaf. Balashev identified himself. The non-commissioned officer began talking with his comrades about regimental matters, without even looking at the Russian general. After having lived at the heart of the highest authority and power, and having spoken with the emperor less than 3 hours before, Balashev was accustomed to the respect due to his rank. He found it very strange to encounter this hostile and even disrespectful use of brute force against him here on Russian soil. The sun was just beginning to appear from behind the clouds, and the air was fresh and dewy. A herd of cattle was being driven along the road from the village, In the fields, larks rose, trilling one after another like bubbles rising in water. Balashev looked around, waiting for an officer to arrive from the village. The Russian Cossacks, the bugler, and the French hussars silently looked at one another from time to time. A French colonel of hussars, who had evidently just gotten out of bed, came riding from the village on a handsome, sleek gray horse, accompanied by 2 hussars. The officer, the soldiers, and their horses all looked smart and well kept. It was that early period of a campaign when troops are still in perfect condition, almost like they are for peacetime maneuvers, but with a touch of martial swagger in their clothes and a spirit of gaiety and enterprise that always accompanies the start of a war. The French colonel had difficulty suppressing a yawn, but he was polite and clearly understood Balashev's importance. He led him past his soldiers and behind the outposts, and told him that his wish to be presented to the emperor would most likely be granted soon, as the emperor's quarters were not far off. They rode through the village of Raikanti, past tethered French hussar horses, past sentinels and men who saluted their colonel and stared with curiosity at a Russian uniform. They came out at the other end of the village. The colonel said that the commander of the division was about 1.25 miles away and would receive Balashev and take him to his destination. By now the sun had risen and was shining brightly on the green landscape. They had just ridden up a hill past a tavern when they saw a group of horsemen coming toward them. At the front of the group, on a black horse with trappings that glittered in the sun, rode a tall man with plumes in his hat and black hair curling down to his shoulders. He wore a red mantle and stretched his long legs forward in the French style. This man rode toward Balashev at a gallop, his plumes flowing and his gems and gold lace glittering in the bright June sunshine. Balashev was only 2 horses' lengths from this equestrian with the bracelets, plumes, necklaces, and gold embroidery, when Julner, the French colonel, whispered respectfully, "The King of Naples." It was, in fact, Murat, now known by that title. Though it was entirely incomprehensible why he should be King of Naples, he was called so, and he himself was convinced of it. He therefore assumed a more solemn and important air than he had before. He was so sure that he was truly the King of Naples that on the eve of his departure from that city, while walking with his wife, some Italians called out to him, "Viva il Re!" which means, "Long live the King!" He turned to his wife with a pensive smile and said, "Poor fellows, they don't know that I am leaving them tomorrow." But though he firmly believed himself to be the King of Naples and pitied the grief of the subjects he was abandoning, he had recently been ordered back to military service. After his last interview with Napoleon in Danzig, when his august brother-in-law told him, "I made you king so that you should reign in my way, not in yours," he had cheerfully taken up his familiar work again. Like a well-fed horse that feels itself in harness and grows skittish, he dressed up in the most colorful and expensive clothes possible. He galloped gaily and contentedly along the roads of Poland, without knowing why or where he was going. On seeing the Russian general, he threw back his head with its long, curling hair in a majestically royal manner and looked inquiringly at the French colonel. The colonel respectfully informed His Majesty of Balashev's mission, but he could not pronounce the name. "De Balmashev," said the king, overcoming the difficulty with his self-assurance. "Charmed to make your acquaintance, General," he added, with a gesture of kingly condescension. As soon as the king began to speak loud and fast, his royal dignity instantly vanished. Without noticing it, he slipped into his natural tone of good-natured familiarity. He laid his hand on the withers of Balashev's horse and said, "Well, General, it all looks like war," as if regretting a situation he was unable to judge. "Your Majesty," replied Balashev, "my master, the Emperor, does not desire war, and as your Majesty sees—" Balashev used the words "Your Majesty" at every opportunity, with the unavoidable affectation of addressing someone for whom the title was still a novelty. Murat's face beamed with stupid satisfaction as he listened to Monsieur de Balmashev. But royalty has its obligations, and he felt it was his duty, as a king and an ally, to discuss state affairs with Alexander's envoy. He dismounted, took Balashev's arm, and moved a few steps away from his suite, which waited respectfully. He began to pace up and down with him, trying to speak with great significance. He mentioned that the Emperor Napoleon had resented the demand that he should withdraw his troops from Prussia, especially when that demand became widely known and offended the dignity of France. Balashëv replied that there was nothing offensive in the demand but Murat interrupted him. "Then you don't consider the Emperor Alexander the aggressor?" he asked unexpectedly, with a kindly and foolish smile. Balashëv told him why he considered Napoleon to be the originator of the war. "Oh, my dear general," Murat interrupted him again. "With all my heart, I wish the emperors may arrange the affair between them, and that the war begun by no wish of mine may finish as quickly as possible," he said, in the tone of a servant who wants to remain good friends with another, despite a quarrel between their masters. He then went on to inquire about the Grand Duke and his health, and to reminisce about the gay and amusing times he had spent with him in Naples. Then suddenly, as if remembering his royal dignity, Murat solemnly drew himself up. He assumed the pose in which he had stood at his coronation, and waving his right arm said, "I won't detain you longer, General. I wish success to your mission." And with his embroidered red mantle, flowing feathers, and glittering ornaments, he rejoined his suite, who were respectfully awaiting him. Balashëv rode on, assuming from Murat's words that he would soon be brought before Napoleon himself. But instead, at the next village, the sentinels of Davout's infantry corps detained him, just as the pickets of the vanguard had done. An adjutant of the corps commander was fetched and conducted him into the village to Marshal Davout. Chapter 5. Balashëv taken to Davout, who treats him badly, but he is at last presented to Napoleon in Vilna. Davout was to Napoleon what Arakchev was to Alexander. Though not a coward like Arakchev, he was just as precise, as cruel, and as unable to express his devotion to his monarch in any way other than through cruelty. In the structure of states, such men are necessary, just as wolves are necessary in the structure of nature. They always exist, always appear, and always hold their own, no matter how out of place their presence near the head of government may seem. This inevitability is the only way to explain how the cruel Arakchev, a man who tore out a grenadier's mustache with his own hands, whose weak nerves made him unable to face danger, and who was neither educated nor a courtier, was able to maintain his powerful position with Alexander, a man of chivalrous, noble, and gentle character. Balashëv found Davout seated on a barrel in the shed of a peasant's hut, busy writing and auditing accounts. Better quarters could have been found for him, but Marshal Davout was one of those men who purposely put themselves in the most depressing conditions, as if to have a justification for being gloomy. For the same reason, men like him are always hard at work and in a hurry. The expression on his face seemed to say, "How can I think of the bright side of life when, as you see, I am sitting on a barrel and working in a dirty shed?" The chief pleasure and necessity of such men, when they meet someone who shows any animation, is to flaunt their own dreary, persistent activity. Davout allowed himself that pleasure when Balashëv was brought in. He became even more absorbed in his work when the Russian general entered. After glancing over his spectacles at Balashëv's face, which was animated by the beauty of the morning and his talk with Murat, he did not rise or even stir. Instead, he scowled even more and sneered malevolently. When he noticed the disagreeable impression this reception produced on Balashëv's face, Davout raised his head and coldly asked what he wanted. Balashëv thought he could only have been received this way because Davout did not know that he was an adjutant general to Emperor Alexander and his envoy to Napoleon. He quickly informed him of his rank and mission. Contrary to his expectation, Davout, after hearing him, became even surlier and ruder. "Where is your dispatch?" he inquired. "Give it to me. I will send it to the emperor." Balashëv replied that he had been ordered to hand it personally to the emperor. "Your emperor's orders are obeyed in your army, but here," said Davout, "you must do as you're told." And as if to make the Russian general even more conscious of his dependence on brute force, Davout sent an adjutant to call the officer on duty. Balashëv took out the packet containing the emperor's letter and laid it on the table. The table was made of a door, with its hinges still hanging on it, laid across two barrels. Davout took the packet and read the inscription. "You are perfectly at liberty to treat me with respect or not," Balashëv protested, "but permit me to observe that I have the honor to be Adjutant General to His Majesty." Davout glanced at him silently and clearly took pleasure from the signs of agitation and confusion on Balashëv's face. "You will be treated as is fitting," he said. He put the packet in his pocket and left the shed. A minute later, the marshal's adjutant, de Casters, came in and conducted Balashëv to the quarters assigned to him. That day, he dined with the marshal at the same board on the barrels. The next day, Davout rode out early. After asking Balashëv to come to him, he peremptorily requested him to remain there, to move on with the baggage train if orders came for it to move, and to talk to no one except Monsieur de Castres. After 4 days of solitude, boredom, and a consciousness of his own powerlessness and insignificance, a feeling made particularly acute by contrast with the sphere of power he had so recently moved in, Balashëv was brought to Vilna. He had marched for days with the marshal's baggage and the French army, which now occupied the whole district. He entered the city, now occupied by the French, through the very same gate he had left 4 days before. The next day, the imperial gentleman in waiting, the Comte de Turenne, came to Balashëv and informed him that the Emperor Napoleon wished to honor him with an audience. 4 days earlier, sentinels of the Preobrazhensk regiment had stood in front of the house where Balashëv was now conducted. Now 2 French grenadiers stood there, in blue uniforms, unfastened at the front and with shaggy caps on their heads. At the porch, an escort of hussars and uhlans and a brilliant suite of aides-de-camp, pages and generals were waiting for Napoleon to come out. They stood around his saddle horse and his Mameluke, Rustan. Napoleon received Balashëv in the very same house in Vilna from which Alexander had dispatched him on his mission. Chapter 6. Balashëv's interview with Napoleon. Though Balashëv was used to imperial pomp, he was amazed at the luxury and magnificence of Napoleon's court. The Comte de Turenne showed him into a large reception room where many generals, gentlemen-in-waiting, and Polish magnates were waiting. Several of them Balashëv had seen at the court of the Emperor of Russia. Duroc announced that Napoleon would receive the Russian general before going for his ride. After a few minutes, the gentleman-in-waiting on duty came into the great reception room and, bowing politely, asked Balashëv to follow him. Balashëv went into a small reception room. One of its doors led into a study, the very one from which the Russian emperor had sent him on his mission. He stood waiting for a minute or two. He heard hurried footsteps beyond the door, then both halves of it were opened rapidly. All was silent, and then from the study came the sound of other steps, firm and resolute. They were Napoleon's. He had just finished dressing for his ride. He wore a blue uniform, open in the front over a white waistcoat that was so long it covered his round stomach. He had on white leather breeches that fit tightly on the fat thighs of his short legs, and Hessian boots. His short hair had evidently just been brushed, but one lock hung down in the middle of his broad forehead. His plump white neck stood out sharply above the black collar of his uniform, and he smelled of eau de cologne. His full face, which looked rather young, had a prominent chin and wore a gracious and majestic expression of imperial welcome. He entered briskly, with a jerk at every step, and his head thrown back slightly. His whole short, stout figure, with its broad, thick shoulders and protruding chest and stomach, had that imposing and stately appearance one sees in men of 40 who live in comfort. It was also evident that he was in the best of spirits that day. He nodded in answer to Balashëv's low and respectful bow. Coming up to him, he at once began speaking like a man who values every moment of his time, who does not bother to prepare what he has to say, but is sure he will always say the right thing and say it well. "Good day, General," he said. "I have received the letter you brought from the Emperor Alexander, and am very glad to see you." He glanced with his large eyes into Balashëv's face, and immediately looked past him. It was clear that Balashëv's personality did not interest him at all. Evidently only what took place within his own mind was of any interest to him. Nothing outside himself had any significance for him, because it seemed to him that everything in the world depended entirely on his will. I do not and did not desire war, he continued, but it has been forced on me, even now, and he emphasized the word now. I am ready to receive any explanations you can give me. And he began to explain, clearly and concisely, his reasons for being dissatisfied with the Russian government. Judging by the calmly moderate and friendly tone in which the French emperor spoke, Balashev was firmly convinced that he wished for peace and intended to enter into negotiations. When Napoleon finished speaking and looked inquiringly at the Russian envoy, Balashev began a speech he had prepared long before. "Sire, the emperor, my master," but the sight of the emperor's eyes fixed on him confused him. "You are flustered. Compose yourself," Napoleon seemed to say as he looked at Balashev's uniform and sword with a barely perceptible smile. Balashev recovered himself and began to speak. He said that the Emperor Alexander did not consider Kurakin's demand for his passports a sufficient cause for war, that Kurakin had acted on his own initiative without his sovereign's consent, and that the Emperor Alexander did not desire war and had no relations with England. "Not yet," Napoleon interposed. As if fearing to give in to his feelings, he frowned and nodded slightly, a sign that Balashev might continue. After saying everything he had been instructed to say, Balashev added that the Emperor Alexander wished for peace, but would not enter into negotiations except on one condition. Here Balashev hesitated. He remembered the words the Emperor Alexander had not written in his letter, but had specifically inserted in the instructions to Saltykov and had told Balashev to repeat to Napoleon. Balashev remembered those words, "So long as a single armed foe remains on Russian soil." But some complex feeling held him back. He could not say them, though he wanted to. He grew confused and said, "On condition that the French army retires beyond the Niemen." Napoleon noticed Balashev's embarrassment when he uttered these last words. His face twitched, and the calf of his left leg began to quiver rhythmically. Without moving from where he stood, he began speaking in a louder and more hurried tone than before. During the speech that followed, Balashev, who more than once lowered his eyes, involuntarily noticed the quivering of Napoleon's left leg, which increased the more Napoleon raised his voice. "I desire peace no less than the Emperor Alexander," he began. "Have I not for 18 months been doing everything to obtain it? I have waited 18 months for explanations. But in order to begin negotiations, what is demanded of me?" he said, frowning and making an energetic gesture of inquiry with his small, white, plump hand. "The withdrawal of your army beyond the Niemen, sire," replied Balashev. "The Niemen?" repeated Napoleon. "So now you want me to retire beyond the Niemen, only the Niemen?" he repeated, looking straight at Balashev. The latter bowed his head respectfully. Instead of the demand of 4 months earlier to withdraw from Pomerania, now only a withdrawal beyond the Niemen was demanded. Napoleon turned quickly and began to pace the room. "You say the demand now is that I am to withdraw beyond the Niemen before commencing negotiations," he said. "But in just the same way, 2 months ago, the demand was that I should withdraw beyond the Vistula and the Oder, and yet you are willing to negotiate." He walked in silence from one corner of the room to the other, and then stopped again in front of Balashev. Balashev noticed that his left leg was quivering faster than before, and his face seemed petrified in its stern expression. This quivering of his left leg was something Napoleon was conscious of. "The vibration of my left calf is a great sign with me," he remarked at a later date. "Such demands as to retreat beyond the Vistula and Oder may be made to a prince of Baden, but not to me." Napoleon almost screamed, much to his own surprise. "If you gave me Petersburg and Moscow, I could not accept such conditions. You say I have begun this war, but who first joined his army? The Emperor Alexander, not I. And you offer me negotiations when I have spent millions, when you are in alliance with England, and when your position is a bad one. You offer me negotiations. But what is the aim of your alliance with England? What has she given you?" he continued hurriedly. It was clear that he was no longer trying to show the advantages of peace or discuss its possibility, but only to prove his own rightness and power and Alexander's errors and duplicity. The beginning of his speech had obviously been intended to demonstrate the advantages of his position and to show that he was still willing to negotiate. But he had started talking, and the more he talked, the less he could control his words. The whole purpose of his remarks now was clearly to exalt himself and insult Alexander, the very thing he had least wanted to do at the start of the interview. "I hear you have made peace with Turkey?" Balashëv bowed his head in affirmation. "Peace has been concluded," he began. But Napoleon did not let him speak. He evidently wanted to do all the talking himself, and continued to speak with the kind of eloquence and unrestrained irritability that spoiled people are so prone to. "Yes, I know you have made peace with the Turks without obtaining Moldavia and Wallachia. I would have given your sovereign those provinces as I gave him Finland. Yes," he went on, "I promised and would have given the Emperor Alexander Moldavia and Wallachia, and now he won't have those splendid provinces. Yet he might have united them to his empire, and in a single reign would have extended Russia from the Gulf of Bothnia to the mouths of the Danube." "Catherine the Great could not have done more," said Napoleon, growing more and more excited as he paced up and down the room, repeating to Balashëv almost the very words he had used to Alexander himself at Tilsit. "All that he would have owed to my friendship. Oh, what a splendid reign!" he repeated several times, then paused, drew from his pocket a gold snuff-box, lifted it to his nose, and greedily sniffed at it. What a splendid reign the Emperor Alexander's might have been! He looked compassionately at Balashëv, and as soon as the latter tried to make a rejoinder, he hastily interrupted him. "What could he wish or look for that he would not have obtained through my friendship?" demanded Napoleon, shrugging his shoulders in perplexity. "But no, he has preferred to surround himself with my enemies, and with whom? With Steins, Armfelts, Bennigsens, and Vincingerodes. Stein, a traitor expelled from his own country; Armfelt, a rake and an intriguer; Vincingerode, a fugitive French subject; Bennigsen, a bit more of a soldier than the others, but still an incompetent, who was unable to do anything in 1807, and who should awaken terrible memories in the Emperor Alexander's mind. Granted that if they were competent, they might be made use of," continued Napoleon, hardly able to keep his words in pace with the rush of thoughts that sprang up, proving how right and strong he was, for in his mind the two were the same. "But they are not even that. They are neither fit for war nor peace. Barclay is said to be the most capable of them all, but I cannot say so, judging by his first movements. And what are they doing, all these courtiers? Field proposes, Armfelt disputes, Bennigsen considers, and Barclay, called on to act, does not know what to decide on, and time passes, bringing no result. Bagration alone is a military man. He's stupid, but he has experience, a quick eye, and resolution. And what role is your young monarch playing in that monstrous crowd? They compromise him and throw on him the responsibility for all that happens. A sovereign should not be with the army unless he is a general," said Napoleon, evidently uttering these words as a direct challenge to the emperor. He knew how much Alexander desired to be a military commander. "The campaign began only a week ago, and you haven't even been able to defend Vilna. You are cut in two and have been driven out of the Polish provinces. Your army is grumbling." "On the contrary, your majesty," said Balashëv, hardly able to remember what had been said to him, and following these verbal fireworks with difficulty, "the troops are burning with eagerness." "I know everything," Napoleon interrupted him. "I know everything. I know the number of your battalions as exactly as I know my own. You have not 200,000 men, and I have 3 times that number. I give you my word of honor," said Napoleon, forgetting that his word of honor could carry no weight. "I give you my word of honor that I have 530,000 men this side of the Vistula. The Turks will be of no use to you. They are worth nothing and have shown it by making peace with you. As for the Swedes, it is their fate to be governed by mad kings. Their king was insane, and they changed him for another, Bernadotte, who promptly went mad, for no Swede would ally himself with Russia unless he were mad." Napoleon grinned maliciously and again raised his snuff-box to his nose. Balashëv knew how to reply to each of Napoleon's remarks and would have done so. He continually made the gesture of a man wishing to say something, but Napoleon always interrupted him. To the alleged insanity of the Swedes, Balashev wished to reply that when Russia is on her side, Sweden is practically an island, but Napoleon gave an angry exclamation to drown his voice. Napoleon was in that state of irritability in which a man has to talk, and talk, merely to convince himself that he is in the right. Balashev began to feel uncomfortable. As an envoy, he feared to demean his dignity and felt the need to reply, but as a man, he shrank before the transport of groundless wrath that had evidently seized Napoleon. He knew that none of the words now uttered by Napoleon had any significance, and that Napoleon himself would be ashamed of them when he came to his senses. Balashev stood with downcast eyes, looking at the movements of Napoleon's stout legs and trying to avoid meeting his eyes. "But what do I care about your allies?" said Napoleon. "I have allies, the Poles. There are 80,000 of them, and they fight like lions, and there will be 200,000 of them." And probably still more perturbed by the fact that he had uttered this obvious falsehood, and that Balashev still stood silently before him in the same attitude of submission to fate, Napoleon abruptly turned round, drew close to Balashev's face, and gesticulating rapidly and energetically with his white hands, almost shouted, "Know that if you stir up Prussia against me, I'll wipe it off the map of Europe," he declared, his face pale and distorted by anger, and he struck one of his small hands energetically with the other. "Yes, I will throw you back beyond the Dwina and beyond the Dnieper, and will re-erect against you that barrier which it was criminal and blind of Europe to allow to be destroyed. Yes, that is what will happen to you. That is what you have gained by alienating me." And he walked silently several times up and down the room, his fat shoulders twitching. He put his snuff-box into his waistcoat pocket, took it out again, lifted it several times to his nose, and stopped in front of Balashev. He paused, looked ironically straight into Balashev's eyes, and said in a quiet voice, "And yet what a splendid reign your master might have had." Balashev, feeling it was his duty to reply, said that from the Russian side things did not appear in so gloomy a light. Napoleon was silent, still looking derisively at him and evidently not listening. Balashev said that in Russia the best results were expected from the war. Napoleon nodded condescendingly, as if to say, "I know it's your duty to say that, but you don't believe it yourself. I have convinced you." When Balashev had finished, Napoleon again took out his snuff-box, sniffed at it, and stamped his foot twice on the floor as a signal. The door opened. A gentleman in waiting, bending respectfully, handed the emperor his hat and gloves. Another brought him a pocket handkerchief. Napoleon, without giving them a glance, turned to Balashev. "Assure the Emperor Alexander from me," he said, taking his hat, "that I am as devoted to him as before. I know him thoroughly and very highly esteem his lofty qualities. I will detain you no longer, General. You shall receive my letter to the Emperor." And Napoleon went quickly to the door. Everyone in the reception room rushed forward and descended the staircase. Chapter 7: Balashev dines with Napoleon. After all that Napoleon had said to him, those bursts of anger and the final, dryly spoken words, "I will detain you no longer, General. You shall receive my letter," Balashev was convinced that Napoleon would not want to see him again. He thought Napoleon would even avoid another meeting with him, an insulted envoy, especially since he had witnessed his unseemly anger. But, to his surprise, Balashev received an invitation through Duroc to dine with the emperor that day. Bessières, Caulaincourt, and Berthier were also present at the dinner. Napoleon met Balashev cheerfully and amiably. He showed no sign of awkwardness or self-reproach for his outburst that morning. On the contrary, he tried to reassure Balashev. It was clear that he had long been convinced that it was impossible for him to make a mistake. In his mind, whatever he did was right, not because it aligned with any idea of right and wrong, but simply because he did it. The emperor was in very good spirits after his ride through Vilna, where crowds of people had greeted and followed him with rapturous enthusiasm. From all the windows of the streets he rode through, rugs, flags, and his monogram were displayed, and Polish ladies, welcoming him, waved their handkerchiefs. At dinner, Napoleon placed Balashëv beside him. He not only treated him amiably, but behaved as if Balashëv were one of his own courtiers, one of those who sympathized with his plans and ought to rejoice at his success. In the course of conversation, he mentioned Moscow and questioned Balashëv about the Russian capital. He asked not merely as an interested traveler asks about a new city he plans to visit, but as if convinced that Balashëv, as a Russian, must be flattered by his curiosity. How many inhabitants are there in Moscow? How many houses? Is it true that Moscow is called Holy Moscow? How many churches are there in Moscow? He asked. When he received the reply that there were more than 200 churches, he remarked, "Why such a quantity of churches?" "The Russians are very devout," replied Balashëv. "But a large number of monasteries and churches is always a sign of the backwardness of a people," said Napoleon, turning to Caulaincourt for appreciation of this remark. Balashëv respectfully ventured to disagree with the French emperor. "Every country has its own character," he said. "But nowhere in Europe is there anything like that," said Napoleon. "I beg your Majesty's pardon," returned Balashëv. "Besides Russia there is Spain, where there are also many churches and monasteries." This reply of Balashëv's hinted at the recent defeats of the French in Spain. It was much appreciated when he later recounted it at Alexander's court, but it was not much appreciated at Napoleon's dinner, where it passed unnoticed. The uninterested and perplexed faces of the marshals showed that they were puzzled as to what Balashëv's tone suggested. "If there is a point, we don't see it, or it is not at all witty," their expressions seemed to say. So little was his rejoinder appreciated that Napoleon did not notice it at all, and naively asked Balashëv through which towns the direct road from there to Moscow passed. Balashëv, who was on the alert all through the dinner, replied that just as all roads lead to Rome, so all roads lead to Moscow. There were many roads, he said, and among them the road through Poltava, which Charles XII chose. Balashëv involuntarily flushed with pleasure at the cleverness of this reply, but he had hardly uttered the word Poltava before Caulaincourt began speaking about the badness of the road from Petersburg to Moscow and his memories of Petersburg. After dinner, they went to drink coffee in Napoleon's study, which 4 days earlier had been the study of the Emperor Alexander. Napoleon sat down, toying with his Sèvres coffee cup, and motioned for Balashëv to take a chair beside him. Napoleon was in that well-known after-dinner mood, which, more than any reasoned cause, makes a man contented with himself and disposed to consider everyone his friend. It seemed to him that he was surrounded by men who adored him, and he felt convinced that, after his dinner, Balashëv too was his friend and worshipper. Napoleon turned to him with a pleasant, though slightly ironic smile. "They tell me this is the room the Emperor Alexander occupied? Strange, isn't it, General?" he said. He clearly did not doubt that this remark would be agreeable to his listener, since it proved his, Napoleon's, superiority to Alexander. Balashëv made no reply and bowed his head in silence. "Yes, 4 days ago in this room, Wintzingerode and Stein were deliberating," continued Napoleon with the same derisive and self-confident smile. "What I can't understand," he went on, "is that the Emperor Alexander has surrounded himself with my personal enemies, that I do not understand. Has he not thought that I may do the same?" He turned inquiringly to Balashëv, and this thought evidently turned him back to the track of his morning's anger, which was still fresh in him. "And let him know that I will do so," said Napoleon, rising and pushing his cup away with his hand. "I'll drive all his Württemberg, Baden, and Weimar relations out of Germany. Yes, I'll drive them out. Let him prepare an asylum for them in Russia." Balashëv bowed his head with an air indicating that he would like to make his bow and leave, and only listened because he could not help hearing what was said to him. Napoleon did not notice this expression. He treated Balashëv not as an envoy from his enemy, but as a man now fully devoted to him, who must rejoice at his former master's humiliation. "And why has the Emperor Alexander taken command of the armies? What is the good of that? War is my profession, but his business is to reign and not to command armies. Why has he taken on himself such a responsibility?" Again Napoleon brought out his snuff-box, paced several times up and down the room in silence, and then suddenly and unexpectedly went up to Balashev. With a slight smile, as confidently, quickly, and simply as if he were doing something not merely important but pleasing to Balashev, he raised his hand to the 40-year-old Russian general's face, and taking him by the ear, pulled it gently, smiling only with his lips. To have one's ear pulled by the emperor was considered the greatest honor and mark of favor at the French court. "Well, adorer and courtier of the Emperor Alexander, why don't you say anything?" he said, as if it was ridiculous in his presence to be the adorer and courtier of anyone but himself. "Are the horses ready for the general?" he added, with a slight inclination of his head in reply to Balashev's bow. "Let him have mine. He has a long way to go." The letter taken by Balashev was the last Napoleon sent to Alexander. Every detail of the interview was communicated to the Russian monarch, and the war began. Chapter 8. Prince Andrew on Kutuzov's staff in Moldavia. He is sent to Barclay's army, visits Bald Hills, his talks with his father and Princess Mary. After his interview with Pierre in Moscow, Prince Andrew went to Petersburg. He told his family it was on business, but the real reason was to meet Anatole Kuragin, whom he felt he had to encounter. When he reached Petersburg, he inquired for Kuragin, but the man had already left the city. Pierre had warned his brother-in-law that Prince Andrew was looking for him, and Anatole Kuragin had promptly obtained an appointment from the Minister of War and gone to join the army in Moldavia. While in Petersburg, Prince Andrew met Kutuzov, his former commander, who had always been kind to him. Kutuzov suggested that Andrew accompany him to the army in Moldavia, where the old general had just been appointed commander-in-chief. So, having received an appointment to the headquarters staff, Prince Andrew left for Turkey. Prince Andrew did not think it was proper to write and challenge Kuragin. He felt that if he challenged him without a fresh reason, it might compromise the young Countess Rostova. So he wanted to meet Kuragin in person to find a new pretext for a duel. But he failed to meet him in Turkey, because soon after Prince Andrew arrived, Kuragin returned to Russia. In a new country, amid new conditions, Prince Andrew found life easier to bear. After his betrothed had broken their engagement, a pain he felt more acutely the more he tried to hide it, the surroundings where he had once been happy became unbearable to him. The freedom and independence he had once prized so highly were now even more of a burden. He could no longer think the thoughts that had first come to him as he lay on the field of Austerlitz, gazing at the sky. He could no longer build on those thoughts with Pierre, as he had done in his solitude at Bogusharovo, and then in Switzerland and Rome. In fact, he now dreaded even to recall them and the bright, boundless horizons they had revealed. He was now concerned only with the most immediate, practical matters, which were unrelated to his past interests. He seized on these new concerns all the more eagerly, the more his past was closed to him. It was as if that lofty, infinite canopy of heaven that had once towered above him had suddenly turned into a low, solid vault that weighed him down. In this new world, everything was clear, but nothing was eternal or mysterious. Of all the activities available to him, army service was the simplest and most familiar. As a general on duty on Kutuzov's staff, he applied himself to his work with zeal and perseverance. He surprised Kutuzov with his willingness and his accuracy. Since he had not found Kuragin in Turkey, Prince Andrew did not feel it was necessary to rush back to Russia after him. Yet, he knew that no matter how long it took before he met Kuragin, and despite his contempt for the man and all the reasons he gave himself that it was not worth stooping to a conflict with him, he knew that when he did finally meet him, he would not be able to resist challenging him, any more than a starving man can resist snatching food. The consciousness that the insult was not yet avenged, that his anger was still unspent, weighed on his heart and poisoned the artificial calm he had managed to find in Turkey through restless, ambitious activity. In the year 1812, news of the war with Napoleon reached Bucharest, where Kutuzov had been living for 2 months, passing his days and nights with a Wallachian woman. Prince Andrew asked Kutuzov to transfer him to the Western Army. Kutuzov, who was already tired of Bolkonsky's activity, which seemed to reproach his own idleness, very readily let him go and gave him a mission to Barclay de Tolly. Before joining the Western Army, which was then encamped at Drissa in May, Prince Andrew visited Bald Hills. It was directly on his way, only 2 miles off the Smolensk high road. During the last 3 years, there had been so many changes in his life. He had thought, felt, and seen so much, having traveled in both the East and the West, that on reaching Bald Hills, he found it strange and unexpected to see that the way of life there was completely unchanged, still the same in every detail. He entered through the gates with their stone pillars and drove up the avenue to the house, as if he were entering an enchanted, sleeping castle. The same old stateliness, the same cleanliness, the same stillness reigned there. Inside there was the same furniture, the same walls, the same sounds and smells, and the same timid faces, only a little older. Princess Mary was still the same timid, plain maiden getting on in years, uselessly and joylessly passing the best years of her life in fear and constant suffering. Mademoiselle Bourienne was the same coquettish, self-satisfied girl, enjoying every moment of her existence and full of joyous hopes for the future. She had just become more self-confident, Prince Andrew thought. De Salles, the tutor he had brought from Switzerland, was wearing a coat of Russian cut and talking broken Russian to the servants, but he was still the same narrowly intelligent, conscientious, and pedantic teacher. The old prince had changed in appearance only by the loss of a tooth, which left a noticeable gap on one side of his mouth. In character, he was the same as ever, only showing even more irritability and skepticism about what was happening in the world. Little Nicholas alone had changed. He had grown, become rosier, and had curly dark hair. When he was merry and laughing, he would unconsciously lift the upper lip of his pretty little mouth, just as the little princess used to do. He alone did not obey the law of immutability in the enchanted sleeping castle. But though everything seemed the same on the surface, the inner relationships of all these people had changed since Prince Andrew had last seen them. The household was divided into 2 alien and hostile camps, who changed their habits for his sake and only met because he was there. To one camp belonged the old prince, Mademoiselle Bourienne, and the architect. To the other belonged Princess Mary, de Salles, little Nicholas, and all the old nurses and maids. During his stay at Bald Hills, the whole family dined together, but they were ill at ease. Prince Andrew felt that he was a visitor for whom an exception was being made, and that his presence made them all feel awkward. Feeling this involuntarily at dinner on the first day, he was quiet. The old prince, noticing this, also became morosely silent and retired to his rooms right after dinner. In the evening, when Prince Andrew went to him and, trying to rouse him, began to tell him of the young Count Kamensky's campaign, the old prince unexpectedly began to talk about Princess Mary. He blamed her for her superstitions and her dislike of Mademoiselle Bourienne, who, he said, was the only person really attached to him. The old prince said that if he was ill, it was only because of Princess Mary. He claimed that she purposely worried and irritated him, and that with her indulgence and silly talk, she was spoiling little Prince Nicholas. The old prince knew very well that he tormented his daughter and that her life was very hard, but he also knew that he could not help tormenting her and that she deserved it. Why does Prince Andrew, who sees this, say nothing to me about his sister? The old prince thought. Does he think I'm a scoundrel or an old fool who keeps his own daughter at a distance for no reason and attaches himself to this Frenchwoman? He doesn't understand, so I must explain it, and he must hear me out. And he began to explain why he could not put up with his daughter's unreasonable character. If you ask me, said Prince Andrew, without looking up, for he was censuring his father for the first time in his life, I did not wish to speak about it, but since you ask me, I will give you my frank opinion. If there is any misunderstanding and discord between you and Mary, I can't blame her for it at all. I know how she loves and respects you. Since you ask me, continued Prince Andrew, becoming irritable, as he often did lately, I can only say that if there are any misunderstandings, they are caused by that worthless woman who is not fit to be my sister's companion. The old man at first stared fixedly at his son, and an unnatural smile revealed the fresh gap between his teeth. to which Prince Andrew could not get accustomed. "What companion, my dear boy? You've already been talking it over, "Father, I did not want to judge," said Prince Andrew in a hard and bitter tone, "but you challenged me, and I have said and always shall say that Mary is not to blame. The one to blame is that Frenchwoman." "Ah, he has passed judgment, said the old man in a low voice, and it seemed to Prince Andrew with some embarrassment. But then he suddenly jumped up and cried, Be off! Let not a trace of you remain here." Prince Andrew wished to leave at once, but Princess Mary persuaded him to stay another day. That day he did not see his father, who did not leave his room, and admitted no one but Mademoiselle Bourienne and Tikhon. But he did ask several times whether his son had gone. The next day, before leaving, Prince Andrew went to his son's rooms. The boy, with curly hair like his mother's and glowing with health, sat on his knee. Prince Andrew began telling him the story of Bluebeard, but he fell into a reverie without finishing it. He was not thinking of this pretty child, his son, whom he held on his knee, but of himself. He searched within himself for remorse for having angered his father, or for regret at leaving home for the first time in his life on bad terms with him, and he was horrified to find neither. What was even more significant to him was that he searched for and did not find the former tenderness for his son, which he had hoped to reawaken by caressing the boy and taking him on his knee. "Well, go on," said his son. Prince Andrew, without replying, put him down from his knee and went out of the room. As soon as Prince Andrew had given up his daily occupations, and especially on returning to the old conditions of life where he had once been happy, a weariness of life overcame him with its former intensity. He hastened to escape from these memories and to find some work as soon as possible. "So you've decided to go, Andrew?" asked his sister. "Thank God that I can," replied Prince Andrew. "I am very sorry you can't." "Why do you say that?" replied Princess Mary. "Why do you say that when you are going to this terrible war and he is so old? Mademoiselle Bourienne says he has been asking about you." As soon as she began to speak of that, her lips trembled and her tears began to fall. Prince Andrew turned away and began pacing the room. "Ah, my God, my God! When one thinks who and what trash can cause people misery," he said with a malignity that alarmed Princess Mary. She understood that when he spoke of trash, he was referring not only to Mademoiselle Bourienne, the cause of her own misery, but also to the man who had ruined his happiness. "Andrew, one thing I beg, I entreat of you," she said, touching his elbow and looking at him with eyes that shone through her tears. "I understand you." She looked down. "Don't imagine that sorrow is the work of men. Men are his tools." She looked a little above Prince Andrew's head with the confident, accustomed look of someone gazing at a familiar portrait. "Sorrow is sent by him, not by men. Men are his instruments. They are not to blame. If you think someone has wronged you, forget it and forgive. We have no right to punish, and then you will know the happiness of forgiving." "If I were a woman, I would do so, Mary. That is a woman's virtue. But a man should not and cannot forgive and forget," he replied. And though until that moment he had not been thinking of Kuragin, all his unspent anger suddenly swelled up in his heart. "If Mary is already persuading me to forgive," he thought, "it means that I ought to have punished him long ago." And giving her no further reply, he began thinking of the glad, vindictive moment when he would meet Kuragin, who he knew was now in the army. Princess Mary begged him to stay one day more, saying that she knew how unhappy her father would be if Andrew left without being reconciled to him. But Prince Andrew replied that he would probably be back from the army soon and would certainly write to his father, but that the longer he stayed now, the more embittered their differences would become. "Goodbye, Andrew. Remember that misfortunes come from God, and men are never to blame," were the last words he heard from his sister when he took leave of her. Then it must be so, thought Prince Andrew as he drove out of the avenue from the house at Bald Hills. She, poor innocent creature, is left to be victimized by an old man who has outlived his wits. The old man feels he is guilty, but cannot change himself. My boy is growing up and rejoices in life, in which, like everybody else, he will deceive or be deceived. and I am off to the army. Why? I myself don't know. I want to meet that man whom I despise, so as to give him a chance to kill and laugh at me. These conditions of life had been the same before, but then they were all connected. Now they had all tumbled to pieces. Only senseless things, lacking any coherence, presented themselves one after another to Prince Andrew's mind. Chapter 9. Prince Andrew in the army at Drissa. 8 conflicting parties. Prince Andrew reached the general headquarters of the army at the end of June. The first army, which the emperor was with, occupied the fortified camp at Drissa. The second army was retreating, trying to join up with the first one, from which it was said to be cut off by large French forces. Everyone was dissatisfied with the general course of affairs in the Russian army, but no one anticipated any danger of an invasion of the Russian provinces, and no one thought the war would extend farther than the western Polish provinces. Prince Andrew found Barclay de Tolly, to whom he had been assigned, on the bank of the Drissa River. Since there wasn't a single town or large village near the camp, the immense number of generals and courtiers accompanying the army were living in the best houses of the villages on both sides of the river, over a radius of 6 miles. Barclay de Tolly was quartered nearly 3 miles from the emperor. He received Bolkonsky stiffly and coldly and told him, in his foreign accent, that he would mention him to the emperor for a decision about his employment, but asked him to remain on his staff in the meantime. Anatole Kuragin, whom Prince Andrew had hoped to find with the army, was not there. He had gone to Petersburg, but Prince Andrew was glad to hear this. His mind was occupied by the interests of the center that was conducting a gigantic war, and he was glad to be free for a while from the distraction caused by the thought of Kuragin. During the first 4 days, when no duties were required of him, Prince Andrew rode around the entire fortified camp. With the help of his own knowledge and by talking with experts, he tried to form a definite opinion about it. But the question of whether the camp was advantageous or disadvantageous remained undecided for him. From his military experience and what he had seen in the Austrian campaign, he had already come to the conclusion that in war, the most deeply considered plans have no significance. He believed that everything depends on how unexpected enemy movements, which cannot be foreseen, are met, and on how and by whom the whole matter is handled. To clarify this last point for himself, Prince Andrew used his position and acquaintances to try to understand the character of the army's leadership and the men and parties involved in it. He came to the following conclusions about the state of affairs. While the emperor had still been at Vilna, the forces had been divided into 3 armies. First, the army under Barclay de Tolly, second, the army under Bagration, and third, the one commanded by Tormasov. The emperor was with the first army, but not as commander-in-chief. The orders stated not that the emperor would take command, but only that he would be with the army. Moreover, the emperor had with him not a commander-in-chief's staff, but the imperial headquarters staff. In attendance on him was the head of the imperial staff, Quartermaster General Prince Volkonsky, as well as generals, imperial aides-de-camp, diplomatic officials, and a large number of foreigners, but not the army staff. Besides these, there were many others in attendance on the emperor without any definite appointments. There was Arakcheev, the ex-minister of war, Count Bennigsen, the senior general in rank, the Grand Duke Tsarevich Konstantin Pavlovich, Count Rumyantsev, the chancellor, Stein, a former Prussian minister, Armfelt, a Swedish general, Fiel, the chief author of the plan of campaign, Paolucci, an adjutant general and Sardinian emigre, Woldzogen, and many others. Though these men had no military appointment in the army, their position gave them influence. Often, a corps commander, or even the commander-in-chief, did not know in what capacity he was being questioned by Bennigsen, the Grand Duke, Arakcheev, or Prince Volkonsky. He wouldn't know if the advice he was given came from the man who gave it or from the emperor, and whether it had to be followed or not. But this was only the external situation. The real significance of the presence of the emperor and all these people from a courtier's point of view, and in an emperor's vicinity all became courtiers, was clear to everyone. It was this. The emperor did not assume the title of commander-in-chief, but he controlled all the armies. The men around him were his assistants. Arakcheev was a faithful enforcer of order and acted as the sovereign's bodyguard. Bennigsen was a landlord in the Vilna province who seemed to be doing the honors of the district, but was in reality a good general, useful as an advisor and ready to replace Barclay. The Grand Duke was there because it suited him to be. The ex-minister Stein was there because his advice was useful, and the Emperor Alexander held him in high personal esteem. Armfeldt virulently hated Napoleon and was a general full of self-confidence, a quality that always influenced Alexander. Paulucci was there because he was bold and decisive in his speech. The adjutants general were there because they always accompanied the emperor. And lastly, and most importantly, Pfuel was there because he had drawn up the plan of campaign against Napoleon. Having convinced Alexander of the plan's effectiveness, he was now directing the entire war effort. With Pfuel was Wolzogen, who expressed Pfuel's thoughts more clearly than Pfuel himself, who was a harsh, bookish theorist, so self-confident that he despised everyone else. Besides these Russians and foreigners who proposed new and unexpected ideas every day, especially the foreigners, who did so with a boldness characteristic of people working in a country not their own, there were many secondary figures accompanying the army simply because their bosses were there. Among the opinions and voices in this immense, restless, brilliant, and proud sphere, Prince Andrew noticed the following sharply defined groups and parties. The first party consisted of Pfuel and his followers, military theorists who believed in a science of war with unchangeable laws, like laws of oblique movements, outflankings, and so forth. Pfuel and his adherents demanded a retreat into the depths of the country, following precise laws defined by a pseudo-theory of war. They saw only barbarism, ignorance, or evil intention in any deviation from that theory. This party included foreign nobles like Wolzogen, Wintzingerode, and others, mostly Germans. The second party was directly opposed to the first. As always happens, one extreme was met by representatives of the other. The members of this party were those who had demanded an advance from Vilna into Poland and freedom from all prearranged plans. Besides being advocates of bold action, this group also represented nationalism, which made them even more one-sided in the dispute. They were Russians, Bagration, Ermolov, who was beginning to gain prominence, and others. At that time, a famous joke of Ermolov's was being circulated, that as a great favor, he had petitioned the emperor to make him a German. The men of that party, remembering the great General Suvorov, said that one should not reason or stick pins into maps, but fight, beat the enemy, keep him out of Russia, and not let the army get discouraged. The third party, in which the emperor had the most confidence, was made up of courtiers who tried to arrange compromises between the other two. The members of this party, mostly civilians and including Arakcheev, thought and said what men who have no convictions but wish to seem to have some generally say. They said that undoubtedly a war, particularly against a genius like Bonaparte, they called him Bonaparte now, needed deeply devised plans and profound scientific knowledge, and in that respect Pfuel was a genius. But at the same time, they acknowledged that theorists are often one-sided, so one should not trust them completely. One should also listen to what Pfuel's opponents and practical men of experience in warfare had to say, and then choose a middle course. They insisted on retaining the camp at Drissa, according to Pfuel's plan, but on changing the movements of the other armies. Though this course would not achieve either goal, it seemed best to the adherents of this third party. A fourth opinion was most conspicuously represented by the Tsarevich, the emperor's brother, who could not forget his disillusionment at Austerlitz. There, he had ridden out at the head of the guards in his helmet and cavalry uniform as if to a review, expecting to crush the French gallantly. But he unexpectedly found himself in the front line and had narrowly escaped amid the general confusion. The men of this party had both the quality and the defect of frankness in their opinions. They feared Napoleon, recognized his strength and their own weakness, and frankly said so. They said, "Nothing but sorrow, shame, and ruin will come of all this. We have abandoned Vilna and Vitebsk and shall abandon Drissa. The only reasonable thing left to do is to conclude peace as soon as possible before we are turned out of Petersburg." This view was very common in the upper army circles and also found support in Petersburg and from the Chancellor Rumyantsev, who, for other reasons of state, was in favor of peace. The fifth party consisted of those who were adherents of Barclay de Tolly, not so much as a man but as Minister of War and Commander-in-Chief. "Be he what he may," they always began, "he is an honest, practical man, and we have nobody better. Give him real power, for war cannot be conducted successfully without unity of command, and he will show what he can do, as he did in Finland. If our army is well organized and strong and has withdrawn to Drissa without suffering any defeats, we owe this entirely to Barclay. If Barclay is now to be superseded by Bennigsen, all will be lost, for Bennigsen showed his incapacity already in 1807. The sixth party, the Bennigsenites, said, on the contrary, that there was no one more active and experienced than Bennigsen. And twist about as you may, you will have to come to Bennigsen eventually. Let the others make mistakes now, they said, arguing that our retirement to Drissa was a most shameful reverse and an unbroken series of blunders. The more mistakes that are made, the better. It will at any rate be understood all the sooner that things cannot go on like this. What is wanted is not some Barclay or other, but a man like Bennigsen, who made his mark in 1807, and to whom Napoleon himself did justice, a man whose authority would be willingly recognized, and Bennigsen is the only such man. The seventh party consisted of the sort of people who are always to be found, especially around young sovereigns, and of whom there were particularly many around Alexander. These were generals and imperial aides-de-camp passionately devoted to the emperor, not merely as a monarch but as a man, adoring him sincerely and disinterestedly, as Rostov had done in 1805. They saw in him not only all the virtues but all human capabilities as well. These men, though enchanted with the sovereign for refusing the command of the army, yet blamed him for such excessive modesty. They only desired and insisted that their adored sovereign should abandon his diffidence and openly announce that he would place himself at the head of the army, gather a commander-in-chief's staff around him, and consulting experienced theoreticians and practical men where necessary, would himself lead the troops, whose spirits would thereby be raised to the highest pitch. The eighth and largest group, which in its enormous numbers was to the others as 99-1, consisted of men who desired neither peace nor war, neither an advance nor a defensive camp, neither Barclay nor the emperor, neither Fiel nor Bennigsen. They desired only the one most essential thing, as much advantage and pleasure for themselves as possible. In the troubled waters of conflicting and intersecting intrigues that eddied about the emperor's headquarters, it was possible to succeed in many ways unthinkable at other times. A man who simply wished to retain his lucrative post would today agree with Fool, tomorrow with his opponent, and the day after, merely to avoid responsibility or to please the emperor, would declare that he had no opinion at all on the matter. Another who wished to gain some advantage would attract the emperor's attention by loudly advocating the very thing the emperor had hinted at the day before, and would dispute and shout at the council, beating his breast and challenging those who did not agree with him to duels, thereby proving that he was prepared to sacrifice himself for the common good. A third, in the absence of opponents, between two councils would simply solicit a special gratuity for his faithful services, well knowing that at that moment people would be too busy to refuse him. A fourth, while seemingly overwhelmed with work, would often come accidentally under the emperor's eye. A fifth, to achieve his long-cherished aim of dining with the emperor, would stubbornly insist on the correctness or falsity of some newly emerging opinion, and for this object would produce arguments more or less forcible and correct. All the men of this party were fishing for rubles, decorations, and promotions. In this pursuit, they watched only the weathercock of imperial favor. Directly they noticed it turning in any direction, this whole drone population of the army began blowing hard that way, so that it was all the harder for the emperor to turn it elsewhere. Amid the uncertainties of the position, with the menace of serious danger giving a peculiarly threatening character to everything, amid this vortex of intrigue, egotism, and conflict of views and feelings, This eighth and largest party of those preoccupied with personal interests imparted great confusion and obscurity to the common task. Whatever question arose, a swarm of these drones, without having finished their buzzing on a previous theme, flew over to the new one, and by their hum drowned and obscured the voices of those who were disputing honestly. From among all these parties, just at the time Prince Andrew reached the army, a ninth party, was being formed and was beginning to raise its voice. This was the party of the elders, reasonable men experienced and capable in state affairs. Without sharing any of those conflicting opinions, they were able to take a detached view of what was going on at headquarters and to consider means of escape from this muddle, indecision, intricacy, and weakness. The men of this party said and thought that what was wrong resulted chiefly from the emperor's presence in the army with his military court. This presence created an indefinite, conditional, and unsteady fluctuation of relations, which is fine at court but harmful in an army. They argued that a sovereign should reign but not command the army, and that the only way out of the situation would be for the emperor and his court to leave. They pointed out that the mere presence of the emperor paralyzed the action of 50,000 men required to secure his personal safety, and that the worst commander-in-chief, if independent, would be better than the very best one, hampered by the presence and authority of the monarch. Just at the time Prince Andrew was living unoccupied at Drissa, Shishkov, the Secretary of State and one of the chief representatives of this party, wrote a letter to the emperor, which Arakcheev and Balashev agreed to sign. In this letter, using the permission given him by the emperor to discuss the general course of affairs, he respectfully suggested that the emperor should leave the army. He used the plea that it was necessary for the sovereign to arouse a warlike spirit in the people of the capital. This arousing of the people by their sovereign and his call to them to defend their country, the very thing that was the chief cause of Russia's triumph, produced by the Tsar's personal presence in Moscow, was suggested to the emperor and accepted by him as a pretext for quitting the army. Chapter 10. Prince Andrew is introduced to Fool. This letter had not yet been presented to the emperor when Barclay, one day at dinner, informed Bolkonsky that the sovereign wished to see him personally, to question him about Turkey. Prince Andrew was to present himself at Bennigsen's quarters at 6 that evening. That very day, news was received at the emperor's quarters of a fresh movement by Napoleon that might endanger the army, news that later turned out to be false. And that morning, Colonel Michaud had ridden around the Drissa fortifications with the emperor. He had pointed out to him that this fortified camp, constructed by Fool, and until then considered a masterpiece of tactical science that would ensure Napoleon's destruction, was an absurdity, threatening the destruction of the Russian army. Prince Andrew arrived at Bennigsen's quarters, a country gentleman's house of moderate size, situated on the very banks of the river. Neither Bennigsen nor the emperor was there, but Chernyshев, the emperor's aide-de-camp, received Bolkonsky and informed him that the emperor, accompanied by General Bennigsen and Marquis Paulucci, had gone a second time that day to inspect the fortifications of the Drissa camp, about which serious doubts were beginning to be felt. Chernyshев was sitting at a window in the first room with a French novel in his hand. This room had probably been a music room. There was still an organ in it on which some rugs were piled, and in one corner stood the folding bed of Bennigsen's adjutant. This adjutant was also there, dozing on the rolled-up bedding, evidently exhausted by work or by feasting. 2 doors led from the room, one straight ahead into what had been the drawing room, and another on the right, to the study. Through the first door came the sound of voices conversing in German and occasionally in French. In that drawing room were gathered, by the emperor's wish, not a military council. The emperor preferred indefiniteness, but certain persons whose opinions he wished to know in view of the impending difficulties. It was not a council of war, but a council to clarify certain questions for the emperor personally. To this semi-council had been invited the Swedish General Armfeldt, Adjutant General Wolzogen, Wintzingerode, whom Napoleon had referred to as a renegade French subject, Michaud, Toll, Count Stein, who was not a military man at all, and Fuel himself, who, as Prince Andrew had heard, was the mainspring of the whole affair. Prince Andrew had an opportunity to get a good look at him, for Fuel arrived soon after he did, and in passing through to the drawing room, stopped for a minute to speak to Chernyshев. At first sight, Fuel, in his ill-made uniform of a Russian general, which fitted him badly like a fancy costume, seemed familiar to Prince Andrew, though he was seeing him for the first time. There was something about him of Weyrother, Mack, and Schmidt, and many other German theorist generals whom Prince Andrew had seen in 1805, but he was more typical than any of them. Prince Andrew had never yet seen a German theorist in whom all the characteristics of those others were united to such an extent. Fell was short and very thin but broad-boned, of a coarse, robust build, broad in the hips and with prominent shoulder blades. His face was much wrinkled, and his eyes were deep-set. His hair had evidently been hastily brushed smooth in front of the temples, but it stuck up behind in quaint little tufts. He entered the room, looking restlessly and angrily around, as if afraid of everything in that large apartment. Awkwardly holding up his sword, he addressed Chernyshев and asked in German where the emperor was. One could see that he wished to pass through the rooms as quickly as possible, finish with the bows and greetings, and sit down to business in front of a map where he would feel at home. He nodded hurriedly in reply to Chernyshев and smiled ironically on hearing that the sovereign was inspecting the fortifications that he, Fuel, had planned in accordance with his theory. He muttered something to himself abruptly and in a bass voice, as self-assured Germans do. It might have been "stupid fellow," or "the whole affair will be ruined," or "something absurd will come of it." Prince Andrew did not catch what he said and would have passed on. But Chernyshев introduced him to Fuel, remarking that Prince Andrew was just back from Turkey, where the war had ended so fortunately. Fuel barely glanced, not so much at Prince Andrew as past him, and said with a laugh, "That must have been a fine tactical war." Then, laughing contemptuously, he went on into the room from which the sound of voices was heard. Fuel, always inclined to be irritably sarcastic, was particularly disturbed that day, evidently because they had dared to inspect and criticize his camp in his absence. From this short interview with Fuel, Prince Andrew, thanks to his Austerlitz experiences, was able to form a clear conception of the man. Fuel was one of those hopelessly and immutably self-confident men, self-confident to the point of martyrdom, as only Germans are. This is because only Germans are self-confident on the basis of an abstract notion, science, that is, the supposed knowledge of absolute truth. A Frenchman is self-assured because he regards himself personally, both in mind and body, as irresistibly attractive to men and women. An Englishman is self-assured as a citizen of the best organized state in the world, and therefore as an Englishman, he always knows what he should do and knows that all he does as an Englishman is undoubtedly correct. An Italian is self-assured because he is excitable and easily forgets himself and other people. A Russian is self-assured just because he knows nothing and does not want to know anything, since he does not believe that anything can be known. The German's self-assurance is the worst of all, stronger and more repulsive than any other, because he imagines that he knows the truth, a science which he himself has invented, but which is for him the absolute truth. Fuel was evidently of that sort. He had a science, the theory of oblique movements, which he had deduced from the history of Frederick the Great's wars. Everything he came across in the history of more recent warfare seemed to him absurd and barbarous, monstrous collisions in which so many blunders were committed by both sides that these wars could not be called wars. They did not accord with his theory, and therefore could not serve as material for science. In 1806, Fuel had been one of those responsible for the plan of campaign that ended in the disasters of Jena and Auerstadt, but he did not see the least proof of the fallibility of his theory in the outcomes of that war. On the contrary, the deviations made from his theory were, in his opinion, the sole cause of the whole disaster. With characteristically gleeful sarcasm, he would remark, "There, I said the whole affair would go to the devil." Fuel was one of those theoreticians who so love their theory that they lose sight of its object, its practical application. His love of theory made him hate everything practical, and he would not listen to it. He was even pleased by failures, because failures resulting from deviations from the theory only proved to him the accuracy of his theory. He said a few words to Prince Andrew and Chernyshev about the present war, with the air of a man who knows beforehand that everything will go wrong, and who is not displeased that it should be so. The unbrushed tufts of hair sticking up behind and the hastily brushed hair on his temples expressed this most eloquently. He passed into the next room, and the deep, complaining sounds of his voice were at once heard from there. Chapter 11, An Informal Council of War, Fuels Dogmatism. Prince Andrew's eyes were still following Fool out of the room when Count Bennigsen entered hurriedly. He nodded to Bolkonsky but did not pause, going straight into the study and giving instructions to his adjutant as he went. The Emperor was following him, and Bennigsen had hastened on to make some preparations and to be ready to receive the sovereign. Chernyshev and Prince Andrew went out onto the porch, where the Emperor, who looked fatigued, was dismounting. Marquis Paulucci was talking to him with particular warmth, and the Emperor, with his head bent to the left, was listening with a dissatisfied air. The Emperor moved forward, evidently wishing to end the conversation, but the flushed and excited Italian, oblivious of decorum, followed him and continued to speak. "And as for the man who advised forming this camp, the Drissa camp," said Paulucci, as the Emperor mounted the steps and, noticing Prince Andrew, scanned his unfamiliar face. "As to that person, sire," continued Paulucci, desperately, apparently unable to restrain himself, "the man who advised the Drissa camp, I see no alternative but the lunatic asylum or the gallows." Without heeding the end of the Italian's remarks, and as though not hearing them, the Emperor recognized Bolkonsky and addressed him graciously. "I am very glad to see you. Go in there where they are meeting and wait for me." The Emperor went into the study. He was followed by Prince Peter Mikhailovich Volkonsky and Baron Stein, and the door closed behind them. Prince Andrew, taking advantage of the Emperor's permission, accompanied Paulucci, whom he had known in Turkey, into the drawing room where the council was assembled. Prince Peter Mikhailovich Volkonsky occupied the position of chief of the Emperor's staff. He came out of the study into the drawing room with some maps, which he spread on a table, and put forward questions on which he wished to hear the opinion of the gentlemen present. What had happened was that news, which later proved to be false, had been received during the night of a French movement to outflank the Drissa camp. The first to speak was General Armfeldt. To meet the difficulty, he unexpectedly proposed a completely new position, away from the Petersburg and Moscow roads. The reason for this was inexplicable, unless he simply wished to show that he, too, could have an opinion. He urged that at this new point the army should unite and await the enemy. It was plain that Armfeldt had thought out this plan long ago and was now presenting it not so much to answer the questions asked, which his plan did not in fact answer, as to take the opportunity to air it. It was one of millions of proposals, one as good as another, that could be made as long as it was completely unknown what character the war would take. Some disputed his arguments, others defended them. Young Count Toll objected to the Swedish general's views more warmly than anyone else. In the course of the dispute, he drew from his side pocket a well-filled notebook, which he asked permission to read to them. In these voluminous notes, Toll suggested another scheme, totally different from Armfeldt's or Fool's plan of campaign. In answer to Toll, Paulucci suggested an advance and an attack, which, he urged, could alone extricate them from the present uncertainty and from the trap, as he called the Drissa camp, in which they were situated. During all these discussions, Fiel and his interpreter, Wolzogen, his bridge in court relations, were silent. Fiel only snorted contemptuously and turned away, to show that he would never demean himself by replying to such nonsense as he was now hearing. So when Prince Volkonsky, who was in the chair, called on him to give his opinion, he merely said, "Why ask me? General Armfeldt has proposed a splendid position with an exposed rear. Or why not this Italian gentleman's attack? Very fine. Or a retreat, also good. Why ask me?" he said. "Why, you yourselves know everything better than I do." But when Volkonsky said with a frown that it was in the emperor's name that he asked for his opinion, Fuel rose and, suddenly growing animated, began to speak. Everything has been spoiled, everything muddled. Everybody thought they knew better than I did, and now you come to me. How to mend matters? There is nothing to mend. The principles laid down by me must be strictly adhered to, said he, drumming on the table with his bony fingers. What is the difficulty? Nonsense! Childishness! He went up to the map and, speaking rapidly, began proving that no eventuality could alter the efficiency of the Drissa camp, that everything had been foreseen, and that if the enemy were really going to outflank it, the enemy would inevitably be destroyed. Paulucci, who did not know German, began questioning him in French. Wolzogen came to the assistance of his chief, who spoke French badly, and began translating for him, hardly able to keep pace with Fuel, who was rapidly demonstrating that not only all that had happened, but all that could happen, had been foreseen in his scheme. He insisted that if there were now any difficulties, the whole fault lay in the fact that his plan had not been precisely executed. He kept laughing sarcastically, he demonstrated, and at last contemptuously ceased to demonstrate, like a mathematician who ceases to prove in various ways the accuracy of a problem that has already been proved. Wolzogen took his place and continued to explain his views in French, every now and then turning to Fool and saying, "Is it not so, Your Excellency?" But Fool, like a man heated in a fight who strikes those on his own side, shouted angrily at his own supporter, "Well, of course, what more is there to explain?" Paulucci and Michaud both attacked Wolzogen simultaneously in French. Armfelt addressed Fool in German. Toll explained to Volkonsky in Russian. Prince Andrew listened and observed in silence. Of all these men, Prince Andrew sympathized most with Fool, angry, determined, and absurdly self-confident as he was. Of all those present, he alone was evidently not seeking anything for himself, nursed no hatred against anyone, and only desired that the plan, formed on a theory arrived at by years of toil, should be carried out. He was ridiculous and unpleasantly sarcastic, but yet he inspired involuntary respect by his boundless devotion to an idea. Besides this, the remarks of all except Fuel had one common trait that had not been noticeable at the Council of War in 1805. There was now a panic fear of Napoleon's genius. This fear, though concealed, was noticeable in every rejoinder. Everything was assumed to be possible for Napoleon. They expected him from every side and invoked his terrible name to shatter each other's proposals. Fuel alone seemed to consider Napoleon a barbarian like everyone else who opposed his theory. But besides this feeling of respect, Fool also evoked pity in Prince Andrew. From the tone in which the courtiers addressed him and the way Paulucci had allowed himself to speak of him to the emperor, but above all from a certain desperation in Fool's own expressions, it was clear that the others knew, and Fool himself felt, that his fall was at hand. And despite his self-confidence and grumpy German sarcasm, he was pitiable, with his hair smoothly brushed on the temples and sticking up in tufts behind. Though he concealed it under a show of irritation and contempt, he was evidently in despair that the sole remaining chance of verifying his theory by a huge experiment and proving its soundness to the whole world was slipping away from him. The discussions continued for a long time, and the longer they lasted, the more heated the disputes became, culminating in shouts and personal attacks. It became less and less possible to arrive at any general conclusion from all that had been said. Prince Andrew, listening to this polyglot talk and to these surmises, plans, refutations, and shouts, felt nothing but amazement at what they were saying. A thought that had long since and often occurred to him during his military activities now appeared to him as an obvious truth, the idea that there is not and cannot be any science of war, and that therefore there can be no such thing as a military genius. What theory and science is possible, he thought, about a matter the conditions and circumstances of which are unknown and cannot be defined, especially when the strength of the acting forces cannot be ascertained? No one was or is able to foresee in what condition our or the enemy's armies will be in a day's time, and no one can gauge the force of this or that detachment. Sometimes, when there is not a coward at the front to shout, "We are cut off!" and start running, But a brave and jolly lad who shouts, "Hurrah!" a detachment of 5,000 is worth 30,000, as at Sean Grayburn. At other times, 50,000 run from 8,000, as at Austerlitz. What science can there be in a matter in which, as in all practical matters, nothing can be defined and everything depends on innumerable conditions, the significance of which is determined at a particular moment, which arrives no one knows when? He continued his thoughts. And why do they all speak of a military genius? Is a man a genius who can order bread to be brought up at the right time and say who is to go to the right and who to the left? It is only because military men are invested with pomp and power, and crowds of sycophants flatter power, attributing to it qualities of genius it does not possess. The best generals I have known were, on the contrary, stupid or absent-minded men. Bagration was the best. Napoleon himself admitted that, and of Bonaparte himself. I remember his limited, self-satisfied face on the field of Austerlitz. Not only does a good army commander not need any special qualities, on the contrary, he needs the absence of the highest and best human attributes: love, poetry, tenderness, and philosophic, inquiring doubt. He should be limited, firmly convinced that what he is doing is very important. Otherwise, he will not have sufficient patience, and only then will he be a brave leader. God forbid that he should be humane, should love or pity, or think of what is just and unjust. It is understandable that a theory of their genius was invented for them long ago, because they have power. The success of a military action depends not on them, but on the man in the ranks who shouts, "We are lost," or who shouts, "Hurrah!" And only in the ranks can one serve with the assurance of being useful. So thought Prince Andrew as he listened to the talking, and he roused himself only when Paulucci called him and everyone was leaving. At the review the next day, the Emperor asked Prince Andrew where he would like to serve. Prince Andrew lost his standing in court circles forever by not asking to remain attached to the sovereign's person, but for permission to serve in the army. Chapter 12. Nicholas writes to Sonia, he and Ilian in a storm. Before the campaign began, Rostov had received a letter from his parents. They told him briefly of Natasha's illness and the breaking of her engagement to Prince Andrew, which they explained by saying Natasha had rejected him. They again asked Nicholas to retire from the army and return home. On receiving this letter, Nicholas did not even try to get leave of absence or to retire. Instead, he wrote to his parents that he was sorry Natasha was ill and her engagement was broken off, and that he would do all he could to meet their wishes. To Sonia he wrote separately. "Adored friend of my soul," he wrote, "nothing but honor could keep me from returning to the country. But now, at the commencement of the campaign, I should feel dishonored, not only in my comrades' eyes but in my own, if I preferred my own happiness to my love and duty to the fatherland. But this shall be our last separation. Believe me, directly the war is over, if I am still alive and still loved by you, I will throw up everything and fly to you, to press you forever to my ardent breast." In fact, it was only the start of the campaign that prevented Rostov from returning home as he had promised and marrying Sonia. The autumn in Otradnoy with its hunting and the winter with the Christmas holidays and Sonia's love had opened up to him a vision of tranquil country joys and peace, such as he had never known before and which now tempted him. A splendid wife, children, a good pack of hounds, a dozen leashes of smart borzoi, agriculture, neighbors, service by election, he thought. But now the campaign was beginning and he had to remain with his regiment. And since it had to be so, Nicholas Rostov, as was natural for him, felt contented with the life he led in the regiment and was able to find pleasure in it. On his return from his furlough, Nicholas was joyfully welcomed by his comrades. He was sent to get remounts and brought back excellent horses from the Ukraine, which pleased him and earned him praise from his commanders. During his absence, he had been promoted to captain. When the regiment was put on a war footing with an increase in numbers, he was again given his old squadron. The campaign began. The regiment was moved into Poland on double pay. New officers arrived, new men and horses, and above all, everyone was infected with the merrily excited mood that comes with the start of a war. Rostov, conscious of his advantageous position in the regiment, devoted himself entirely to the pleasures and interests of military service, though he knew that sooner or later he would have to give them up. The troops retired from Vilna for various complicated reasons of state, politics, and strategy. Each step of the retreat was accompanied by a complex interplay of interests, arguments, and passions at headquarters. For the Pavlograd Hussars, however, this whole retreat during the finest period of summer, with sufficient supplies, was a very simple and agreeable business. It was only at headquarters that there was depression, uneasiness, and scheming. In the main body of the army, they did not ask themselves where they were going or why. If they regretted having to retreat, it was only because they had to leave billets they had grown used to, or some pretty young Polish lady. If the thought that things looked bad chanced to enter anyone's head, he tried to be as cheerful as a good soldier should be, and not to think of the general trend of affairs, but only of the task nearest to hand. First, they camped gaily before Vilna, making acquaintance with the Polish landowners, preparing for reviews, and being reviewed by the emperor and other high commanders. Then came an order to retreat to Svenciani and destroy any provisions they could not carry with them. Svenciani was remembered by the hussars only as the drunken camp, a name the whole army gave to their encampment there. It was also remembered because many complaints were made against the troops, who, taking advantage of the order to collect provisions, also took horses, carriages, and carpets from the Polish proprietors. Rostov remembered Svenciani because on the first day of their arrival, he changed his sergeant major and was unable to manage all the drunken men of his squadron, who, unknown to him, had appropriated 5 barrels of old beer. From Svenciani, they retreated farther and farther to Drissa, and then again beyond Drissa, drawing near to the frontier of Russia proper. On the 13th of July, the Pavlograds took part in a serious action for the first time. On the 12th of July, the eve of that action, there was a heavy storm of rain and hail. In general, the summer of 1812 was remarkable for its storms. The 2 Pavlograd squadrons were bivouacking in a field of rye, which was already in ear but had been completely trodden down by a herd of cattle and horses. The rain was pouring down, and Rostov, with a young officer named Ilyin, his protégé, was sitting in a hastily constructed shelter. An officer of their regiment, with long mustaches extending onto his cheeks, who had been overtaken by the rain after riding to the staff, entered Rostov's shelter. "I have come from the staff, Count. Have you heard of Raevski's exploit?" And the officer gave them details of the Sultanov battle, which he had heard at the staff. Rostov, smoking his pipe and turning his head as water trickled down his neck, listened inattentively, with an occasional glance at Ilyin, who was pressing close to him. This officer, a lad of 16 who had recently joined the regiment, was now in the same relation to Nicholas that Nicholas had been to Denisov 7 years before. Ilyin tried to imitate Rostov in everything and adored him as a girl might have done. Zdrushinsky, the officer with the long mustache, spoke grandiloquently of the Sultanov Dam being a Russian Thermopylae, and of how a deed worthy of antiquity had been performed by General Raevski. He recounted how Raevski had led his 2 sons onto the dam under terrific fire and had charged with them beside him. Rostov heard the story and not only said nothing to encourage Zdrushinsky's enthusiasm, but, on the contrary, looked like a man ashamed of what he was hearing, though with no intention of contradicting it. Since the campaigns of Austerlitz in 1807, Rostov knew by experience that men always lie when describing military exploits, just as he himself had done when recounting them. Besides that, he had enough experience to know that nothing happens in war at all as we can imagine or relate it. And so he did not like Zdrushinsky's tale, nor did he like Zdrushinsky himself, who, with his mustaches extending over his cheeks, bent low over the face of his listener, as was his habit, and crowded Rostov in the narrow shanty. Rostov looked at him in silence. In the first place, he thought, there must have been such a confusion and crowding on the dam that if Raevski did lead his sons there, it could have had no effect except perhaps on some dozen men nearest to him. The rest could not have seen how or with whom Raevski came onto the dam, and even those who did see it would not have been much stimulated by it, for what had they to do with Raevski's tender paternal feelings when their own skins were in danger? And besides, the fate of the fatherland did not depend on whether they took the Saltanov Dam or not, as we are told was the case at Thermopylae. So why should he have made such a sacrifice? And why expose his own children in the battle? I would not have taken my brother Petya there, or even Ilian, who's a stranger to me but a nice lad. I would have tried to put them somewhere under cover. Nicholas continued to think, as he listened to Dzerzhinsky. But he did not express his thoughts, for in such matters too he had gained experience. He knew that this tale reflected well on the glory of our arms, so one had to pretend not to doubt it, and he acted accordingly. "I can't stand this any more," said Ilian, noticing that Rostov did not relish Dzerzhinsky's conversation. "My stockings and shirt, and the water is running on my seat. I'll go and look for shelter. The rain seems less heavy." Ilian went out, and Dzerzhinsky rode away. 5 minutes later, Ilian, splashing through the mud, came running back to the shanty. "Hurrah, Rostov, come quick! I've found it. About 200 yards away there's a tavern where our men have already gathered. We can at least get dry there, and Mary Hendrikovna's there." Mary Hendrikovna was the wife of the regimental doctor, a pretty young German woman he had married in Poland. The doctor, either from lack of money or because he did not want to part from his young wife so soon after their marriage, took her with him wherever the Hussar regiment went. His jealousy had become a standing joke among the Hussar officers. Rostov threw his cloak over his shoulders, shouted to Lavrushka to follow with their things, and set off with Ilian. They walked through the lessening rain and the darkness, which was occasionally split by distant lightning, now slipping in the mud, now splashing right through it. "Rostov, where are you?" "Here, what lightning!" they called to one another. Chapter 13. Mary Hendrikovna, the officers and the doctor. In the tavern, in front of which stood the doctor's covered cart, there were already about 5 officers. Mary Hendrikovna, a plump little blonde German in a dressing jacket and nightcap, was sitting on a broad bench in the front corner. Her husband, the doctor, lay asleep behind her. Rostov and Ilian were welcomed with merry shouts and laughter as they entered the room. "Dear me, how jolly we are," said Rostov, laughing. "And why do you stand there gaping?" someone called out. "What swells they are! Why, the water streams from them. Don't make our drawing room so wet." "Don't mess Mary Hendrikovna's dress," cried other voices. Rostov and Ilian hurried to find a corner where they could change into dry clothes without offending Mary Hendrikovna's modesty. They were about to go into a tiny recess behind a partition, but they found it completely filled by 3 officers playing cards by the light of a single candle on an empty box. These officers would on no account give up their position. Mary Hendrikovna obliged them with the loan of a petticoat to be used as a curtain. Behind that screen, Rostov and Ilian, helped by Lavrushka, who had brought their kits, changed their wet things for dry ones. A fire was made in the dilapidated brick stove. A board was found fixed on 2 saddles and covered with a horsecloth. A small samovar was produced, along with a cellaret and half a bottle of rum. Having asked Mary Hendrikovna to preside, they all crowded around her. One offered her a clean handkerchief to wipe her charming hands. Another spread a jacket under her little feet to keep them from the damp. Another hung his coat over the window to keep out the draught. And yet another waved the flies off her husband's face, lest he should wake up. "Leave him alone," said Mary Hendrikovna, smiling timidly and happily. "He is sleeping well as it is after a sleepless night." "Oh no, Mary Hendrikovna," replied the officer. "One must look after the doctor. Perhaps he'll take pity on me some day when it comes to cutting off a leg or an arm for me." There were only 3 tumblers. The water was so muddy that one could not tell whether the tea was strong or weak, and the samovar held only 6 tumblers of water. But this made it all the more pleasant to take turns, in order of seniority, to receive one's tumbler from Mary Hendrikovna's plump little hands with their short and not overly clean nails. All the officers appeared to be, and really were, in love with her that evening. Even those playing cards behind the partition soon left their game and came over to the samovar. yielding to the general mood of courting Mary Hendrikovna. Seeing herself surrounded by such brilliant and polite young men, she beamed with satisfaction, try as she might to hide it. She was evidently perturbed each time her husband moved in his sleep behind her. There was only one spoon. Sugar was more plentiful than anything else, but it took too long to dissolve, so it was decided that Mary Hendrikovna should stir the sugar for everyone in turn. Rostov received his tumbler and, adding some rum to it, asked Mary Hendrikovna to stir it. "But you take it without sugar?" she said, smiling all the time, as if everything she said and everything the others said was very amusing and had a double meaning. "It is not the sugar I want, but only that your little hand should stir my tea." Mary Hendrikovna agreed and began looking for the spoon, which someone had meanwhile snatched. "Use your finger, Mary Hendrikovna, it will be still nicer," said Rostov. "Too hot," she replied, blushing with pleasure. Ilyin put a few drops of rum into a bucket of water and brought it to Mary Hendrikovna, asking her to stir it with her finger. "This is my cup," said he. "Only dip your finger in it and I'll drink it all up." When they had emptied the samovar, Rostov took a pack of cards and proposed that they should play a game called Kings with Mary Hendrikovna. They drew lots to decide who should be in her set. At Rostov's suggestion, it was agreed that whoever became king should have the right to kiss Mary Hendrikovna's hand, and that the booby should go to refill and reheat the samovar for the doctor when he woke up. "Well, but supposing Mary Hendrikovna is king?" asked Ilyin. "As it is, she is queen, and her word is law." They had hardly begun to play before the doctor's disheveled head suddenly appeared from behind Mary Hendrikovna. He had been awake for some time, listening to what was being said, and evidently found nothing entertaining or amusing in what was going on. His face was sad and depressed. Without greeting the officers, he scratched himself and asked to be allowed to pass, as they were blocking the way. As soon as he had left the room, all the officers burst into loud laughter. Mary Hendrikovna blushed until her eyes filled with tears, which only made her still more attractive to them. Returning from the yard, the doctor told his wife that the rain had ceased and they must go to sleep in their covered cart, or everything in it would be stolen. His wife had ceased to smile so happily and was looking at him in alarm, awaiting her sentence. "But I'll send an orderly, 2 of them," said Rostov. "What an idea, doctor!" "I'll stand guard on it myself," said Ilyin. "No, gentlemen, you have had your sleep, but I have not slept for 2 nights," replied the doctor. He sat down morosely beside his wife, waiting for the game to end. Seeing his gloomy face as he frowned at his wife, the officers grew still merrier. Some of them could not refrain from laughter, for which they hurriedly sought plausible pretexts. When he had gone, taking his wife with him, and had settled down with her in their covered cart, the officers lay down in the tavern, covering themselves with their wet cloaks. But they did not sleep for a long time. They exchanged remarks, recalling the doctor's uneasiness and his wife's delight. Then they ran out into the porch and reported what was happening in the covered trap. Several times Rostov, covering his head, tried to go to sleep, but some remark would arouse him and the conversation would be resumed, to the accompaniment of unreasoning, merry, childlike laughter. Chapter 14. Courage. Rostov goes into action at Ostrovna. It was nearly 3 o'clock, but no one was yet asleep when the quartermaster appeared with an order to move on to the little town of Ostrovna. Still laughing and talking, the officers began hurriedly getting ready and again boiled some muddy water in the samovar. But Rostov went off to his squadron without waiting for tea. Day was breaking, the rain had ceased, and the clouds were dispersing. It felt damp and cold, especially in clothes that were still moist. As they left the tavern in the twilight of the dawn, Rostov and Ilyin both glanced under the wet and glistening leather hood of the doctor's cart. From under the apron of the cart, his feet were sticking out. In the middle, his wife's nightcap was visible, and her sleepy breathing was audible. "She really is a dear little thing," said Rostov to Ilyin, who was following him. "Charming woman," said Ilyin, with all the gravity of a boy of 16. Half an hour later, the squadron was lined up on the road. The command was heard to mount, and the soldiers crossed themselves and got on their horses. Rostov, riding in front, gave the order, "Forward." The hussars, with clanking sabers and subdued talk, their horses' hoofs splashing in the mud, moved along the broad road planted with birch trees on each side. They followed the infantry and a battery that had gone on ahead. Tattered, blue-purple clouds, reddening in the east, were scudding before the wind. It was growing lighter and lighter. The curly grass that always grows by country roadsides became clearly visible, still wet with the night's rain. The drooping branches of the birches, also wet, swayed in the wind and flung down bright drops of water. The soldiers' faces were more and more clearly visible. Rostov, always closely followed by Ilyin, rode along the side of the road between two rows of birch trees. When campaigning, Rostov allowed himself the indulgence of riding a Cossack horse instead of a regimental one. A judge of horses and a sportsman, he had recently bought himself a large, fine, spirited Donets horse, dun-colored with a light mane and tail. When he rode it, no one could outgallop him. To ride this horse was a pleasure to him, and he thought of the horse, of the morning, of the doctor's wife, but not once of the impending danger. In the past, when going into action, Rostov had felt afraid. Now, he had not the least feeling of fear. He was fearless, not because he had grown used to being under fire, one cannot grow used to danger, but because he had learned how to manage his thoughts when in danger. He had grown accustomed, when going into action, to think about anything but what would seem most likely to interest him, the impending danger. During the first period of his service, hard as he tried and much as he reproached himself with cowardice, he had not been able to do this. But with time, it had come of itself. Now he rode beside Ilyin under the birch trees, occasionally plucking leaves from a branch that met his hand, sometimes touching his horse's side with his foot, or without turning around, handing a finished pipe to a hussar riding behind him, with as calm and careless an air as if he were merely out for a ride. He glanced with pity at the excited face of Ilyin, who talked much and in great agitation. He knew from experience the tormenting expectation of terror and death the cornet was suffering, and he knew that only time could help him. As soon as the sun appeared in a clear strip of sky beneath the clouds, the wind fell, as if it dared not spoil the beauty of the summer morning after the storm. Drops still continued to fall, but vertically now, and all was still. The whole sun appeared on the horizon and then disappeared behind a long, narrow cloud that hung above it. A few minutes later, it reappeared, brighter still, from behind the top of the cloud, tearing its edge. Everything grew bright and glittered. And with that light, as if in reply to it, came the sound of guns ahead of them. Before Rostov had had time to consider and determine the distance of that firing, Count Osterman Tolstoy's adjutant came galloping from Vitebsk with orders to advance at a trot along the road. The squadron overtook and passed the infantry and the battery, which had also quickened their pace. They rode down a hill, passed through an empty and deserted village, and then ascended again. The horses began to lather and the men to flush. "Halt! Dress your ranks!" The order of the regimental commander was heard ahead. "Forward by the left! Walk! March!" came the order from in front. The hussars passed along the line of troops on the left flank of our position and halted behind our uhlans, who were in the front line. To the right stood our infantry in a dense column. They were the reserve. Higher up the hill, on the very horizon, our guns were visible through the wonderfully clear air, brightly illuminated by the slanting morning sunbeams. In front, beyond a hollow dale, could be seen the enemy's columns and guns. Our advanced line, already in action, could be heard briskly exchanging shots with the enemy in the dale. At these long unheard sounds, Rostov's spirits rose, as if to the strains of the merriest music. Trap-ta-ta-tap cracked the shots, now together, now several quickly one after another. Again all was silent, and then again it sounded as if someone were walking on detonators and exploding them. The hussars remained in the same place for about an hour. A cannonade began. Count Osterman with his suite rode up behind the squadron, halted, spoke to the commander of the regiment, and rode up the hill to the guns. After Osterman had gone, a command rang out to the uhlans. "Form column. Prepare to charge. The infantry in front of them parted into platoons to allow the cavalry to pass. The Uhlans started, the streamers on their spears fluttering, and they trotted downhill toward the French cavalry, which could be seen below to the left. As soon as the Uhlans descended the hill, the hussars were ordered up the hill to support the battery. As they took the places the Uhlans had vacated, bullets came from the front, whining and whistling, but they fell spent without taking effect. These sounds, which he had not heard for so long, had an even more pleasurable and exhilarating effect on Rostov than the previous sounds of firing. Drawing himself up, he viewed the field of battle opening out before him from the hill, and with his whole soul followed the movement of the Uhlans. They swooped down close to the French dragoons. Something confused happened there amid the smoke, and 5 minutes later, our Uhlans were galloping back. They did not return to the place they had occupied, but more to the left. Among the orange-colored Uhlans on chestnut horses, and behind them in a large group, blue French dragoons on gray horses could be seen. Chapter 15. Rostov's hussars charge the French dragoons. He wounds and captures a prisoner. Rostov, with his keen sportsman's eye, was one of the first to catch sight of these blue French dragoons pursuing our Uhlans. The Uhlans and the French dragoons pursuing them came nearer and nearer in disorderly crowds. He could already see how these men, who looked so small at the foot of the hill, jostled and overtook one another, waving their arms and their sabers in the air. Rostov gazed at what was happening before him as if at a hunt. He felt instinctively that if the hussars struck at the French dragoons now, the latter could not withstand them. But if a charge was to be made, it must be done now, at that very moment, or it would be too late. He looked around. A captain standing beside him was gazing like himself, with eyes fixed on the cavalry below them. "Andrew Sevastianich," said Rostov, "you know, we could crush them." "A fine thing, too," replied the captain, "and really—" Rostov, without waiting to hear him out, touched his horse, galloped to the front of his squadron, and before he had time to finish giving the word of command, the whole squadron, sharing his feeling, was following him. Rostov himself did not know how or why he did it. He acted as he did when hunting, without reflecting or considering. He saw the dragoons near and that they were galloping in disorder. He knew they could not withstand an attack. He knew there was only that one moment, and that if he let it slip, it would not return. The bullets were whining and whistling so stimulatingly around him, and his horse was so eager to go that he could not restrain himself. He touched his horse, gave the word of command, and immediately, hearing behind him the tramp of the horses of his deployed squadron, rode at a full trot downhill toward the dragoons. Hardly had they reached the bottom of the hill before their pace instinctively changed to a gallop, which grew faster and faster as they drew nearer to our Uhlans and the French dragoons who galloped after them. The dragoons were now close at hand. On seeing the hussars, the foremost began to turn, while those behind began to halt. With the same feeling with which he had galloped across the path of a wolf, Rostov gave rein to his Donets horse and galloped to intersect the path of the dragoons' disordered lines. One Uhlan stopped, another who was on foot flung himself to the ground to avoid being knocked over, and a riderless horse fell in among the hussars. Nearly all the French dragoons were galloping back. Rostov, picking out one on a gray horse, dashed after him. On the way, he came upon a bush. His gallant horse cleared it, and almost before he had righted himself in his saddle, he saw that he would immediately overtake the enemy he had selected. That Frenchman, by his uniform and officer, was going at a gallop, crouching on his gray horse and urging it on with his saber. In another moment, Rostov's horse dashed its breast against the hindquarters of the officer's horse, almost knocking it over. At the same instant, Rostov, without knowing why, raised his saber and struck the Frenchman with it. The instant he had done this, all Rostov's animation vanished. The officer fell not so much from the blow, which had only slightly cut his arm above the elbow, as from the shock to his horse and from fright. Rostov reined in his horse, and his eyes sought his foe to see whom he had vanquished. The French dragoon officer was hopping with one foot on the ground, the other being caught in the stirrup. his eyes, screwed up with fear as if he expected another blow every moment, gazed up at Rostov with shrinking terror. His pale and mud-stained face, fair and young, with a dimple in the chin and light blue eyes, was not an enemy's face at all suited to a battlefield, but a most ordinary, home-like face. Before Rostov had decided what to do with him, the officer cried, "I surrender." He hurriedly but vainly tried to get his foot out of the stirrup and did not remove his frightened blue eyes from Rostov's face. Some hussars who galloped up disengaged his foot and helped him into the saddle. On all sides, the hussars were busy with the dragoons. One was wounded, but though his face was bleeding, he would not give up his horse. Another was perched up behind a hussar with his arms around him. A third was being helped by a hussar to mount his horse. In front, the French infantry were firing as they ran. The hussars galloped hastily back with their prisoners. Rostov galloped back with the rest, aware of an unpleasant feeling of depression in his heart. Something vague and confused, which he could not at all account for, had come over him with the capture of that officer and the blow he had dealt him. Count Osterman Tolstoy met the returning hussars, sent for Rostov, thanked him, and said he would report his gallant deed to the emperor and would recommend him for a St. George's Cross. When sent for by Count Osterman, Rostov, remembering that he had charged without orders, felt sure his commander was sending for him to punish him for a breach of discipline. Osterman's flattering words and promise of a reward should therefore have struck him all the more pleasantly, but he still felt that same vaguely disagreeable feeling of moral nausea. "But what on earth is worrying me?" he asked himself as he rode back from the general. "Ilyin? No, he's safe. Have I disgraced myself in any way? No, that's not it." Something else, resembling remorse, tormented him. Yes, oh yes, that French officer with the dimple, and I remember how my arm paused when I raised it. Rostov saw the prisoners being led away and galloped after them to have a look at his Frenchman with the dimple on his chin. He was sitting in his foreign uniform on a hussar pack horse and looked anxiously about him. The sword cut on his arm could scarcely be called a wound. He glanced at Rostov with a feigned smile and waved his hand in greeting. Rostov still had the same indefinite feeling, as of shame. All that day and the next, his friends and comrades noticed that Rostov, without being dull or angry, was silent, thoughtful, and preoccupied. He drank reluctantly, tried to remain alone, and kept turning something over in his mind. Rostov was always thinking about that brilliant exploit of his, which to his amazement had gained him the St. George's Cross and even given him a reputation for bravery, and there was something he could not at all understand. So others are even more afraid than I am, he thought. So that's all there is in what is called heroism. And did I do it for my country's sake? And how was he to blame with his dimple and blue eyes? And how frightened he was. He thought that I should kill him. Why should I kill him? My hand trembled. And they have given me a St. George's Cross. I can't make it out at all. But while Nicholas was considering these questions, and still could reach no clear solution to what puzzled him so, the wheel of fortune in the service, as often happens, turned in his favor. After the affair at Ostrovna, he was brought into notice, received command of a hussar battalion, and when a brave officer was needed, he was chosen. Chapter 16, Natasha's illness, the use of doctors. On receiving news of Natasha's illness, the countess, though not quite well yet and still weak, went to Moscow with Petya and the rest of the household. The whole family moved from Maria Dmitrievna's house to their own and settled down in town. Natasha's illness was so serious that, fortunately for her and for her parents, the consideration of all that had caused the illness, her conduct and the breaking off of her engagement, receded into the background. She was so ill that it was impossible for them to consider how much she was to blame for what had happened. She could not eat or sleep, grew visibly thinner, coughed, and as the doctors made them feel, was in danger. They could not think of anything but how to help her. Doctors came to see her singly and in consultation. They talked a great deal in French, German, and Latin, blamed one another, and prescribed a great variety of medicines for all the diseases known to them. But the simple idea never occurred to any of them that they could not know the disease Natasha was suffering from. No disease suffered by a live person can be known, for every living person has his own peculiarities and always has his own peculiar, personal, novel, complicated disease unknown to medicine. It is not a disease of the lungs, liver, skin, heart, or nerves, as mentioned in medical books, but a disease consisting of one of the innumerable combinations of the maladies of those organs. This simple thought could not occur to the doctors, just as it cannot occur to a wizard that he is unable to work his charms. This is because the business of their lives was to cure, and they received money for it and had spent the best years of their lives on that business. But above all, that thought was kept out of their minds by the fact that they saw they were really useful, as in fact they were to the whole Rostov family. Their usefulness did not depend on making the patient swallow substances that were for the most part harmful, though the harm was scarcely perceptible as they were given in small doses. They were useful, necessary, and indispensable because they satisfied a mental need of the invalid and of those who loved her. And that is why there are, and always will be, pseudo-healers, wise women, homeopaths, and allopaths. They satisfied that eternal human need for hope of relief, for sympathy, and for something to be done, which is felt by those who are suffering. They satisfied the need seen in its most elementary form in a child, when it wants to have a place rubbed that has been hurt. A child bumps himself and runs at once to the arms of his mother or nurse to have the aching spot rubbed or kissed, and he feels better when this is done. The child cannot believe that the strongest and wisest of his people have no remedy for his pain. And the hope of relief and the expression of his mother's sympathy while she rubs the bump comforts him. The doctors were of use to Natasha because they kissed and rubbed her bump, assuring her that it would soon pass if only the coachman went to the chemist's in the Arbat and got a powder and some pills in a pretty box for 1.70 rubles, and if she took those powders in boiled water at intervals of precisely 2 hours, neither more nor less. What would Sonia and the Count and Countess have done? How would they have looked if nothing had been done? If there had not been those pills to give by the clock, the warm drinks, the chicken cutlets, and all the other details of life ordered by the doctors, the carrying out of which supplied an occupation and consolation to the family circle, how would the Count have borne his dearly loved daughter's illness if he had not known that it was costing him 1,000 rubles, and that he would not grudge thousands more to benefit her? Or if he had not known that if her illness continued, he would not grudge yet other thousands, and would take her abroad for consultations there? And if he had not been able to explain the details of how Metivier and Feller had not understood the symptoms, but Fries had, and Mudrov had diagnosed them even better? What would the Countess have done if she had not been able sometimes to scold the invalid for not strictly obeying the doctor's orders? "You'll never get well like that," she would say, forgetting her grief in her vexation, "if you won't obey the doctor and take your medicine at the right time. You mustn't trifle with it, you know, or it may turn to pneumonia." She would go on, deriving much comfort from the utterance of that foreign word, incomprehensible to others as well as to herself. What would Sonia have done without the glad consciousness that she had not undressed during the first 3 nights, in order to be ready to carry out all the doctor's instructions with precision, and that she still kept awake at night so as not to miss the proper time when the slightly harmful pills in the little gilt box had to be administered? Even to Natasha herself, it was pleasant to see that so many sacrifices were being made for her sake, and to know that she had to take medicine at certain hours, though she declared that no medicine would cure her and that it was all nonsense. And it was even pleasant to be able to show, by disregarding the orders, that she did not believe in medical treatment and did not value her life. The doctor came every day, felt her pulse, looked at her tongue, and regardless of her grief-stricken face, joked with her. But when he had gone into another room, to which the Countess hurriedly followed him, he assumed a grave air and, thoughtfully shaking his head, said that though there was danger, he had hopes of the effect of this last medicine, and one must wait and see. He said that the malady was chiefly mental, but and the Countess, trying to conceal the action from herself and from him, slipped a gold coin into his hand and always returned to the patient with a more tranquil mind. The symptoms of Natasha's illness were that she ate little, slept little, coughed, and was always low-spirited. The doctors said that she could not get on without medical treatment, so they kept her in the stifling atmosphere of the town, and the Rostovs did not move to the country that summer of 1812. In spite of the many pills she swallowed and the drops and powders from the little bottles and boxes of which Madame Schoss, who was fond of such things, made a large collection, and in spite of being deprived of the country life to which she was accustomed, youth prevailed. Natasha's grief began to be overlaid by the impressions of daily life. It ceased to press so painfully on her heart. It gradually faded into the past, and she began to recover physically. Chapter 17, Natasha and Pierre. She prepares for communion with Belova, the church service. Her health improves. Natasha was calmer, but no happier. She not only avoided all external forms of pleasure, balls, promenades, concerts, and theaters, but she never laughed without a sound of tears in her laughter. She could not sing. As soon as she began to laugh, or tried to sing by herself, tears would choke her. They were tears of remorse, tears at the recollection of those pure times which could never return, tears of vexation that she should so uselessly have ruined her young life, which might have been so happy. Laughter and singing, in particular, seemed to her like a blasphemy in the face of her sorrow. Without any need for self-restraint, no wish to coquette ever entered her head. She said and felt at that time that no man was more to her than Nastasia Ivanovna, the buffoon. Something stood sentinel within her and forbade her every joy. Besides, she had lost all the old interests of her carefree, girlish life that had been so full of hope. The previous autumn, the hunting, uncle, and the Christmas holidays spent with Nicholas at Otradnoy were what she recalled most often and most painfully. What would she not have given to bring back even a single day of that time? But it was gone forever. Her presentiment at the time had not deceived her. That state of freedom and readiness for any enjoyment would not return again. Yet it was necessary to live on. It comforted her to reflect that she was not better than others, as she had formerly imagined, but worse, much worse, than anybody else in the world. But this was not enough. She knew that, and asked herself, what next? But there was nothing to come. There was no joy in life, yet life was passing. Natasha apparently tried not to be a burden or a hindrance to anyone, but she wanted nothing for herself. She kept away from everyone in the house and felt at ease only with her brother Petya. She liked to be with him better than with the others, and when alone with him, she sometimes laughed. She hardly ever left the house, and of those who came to see them, she was glad to see only one person, Pierre. It would have been impossible to treat her with more delicacy, greater care, and at the same time more seriously than did Count Bezukov. Natasha unconsciously felt this delicacy, and so found great pleasure in his society. But she was not even grateful to him for it. Nothing good on Pierre's part seemed to her to be an effort. It seemed so natural for him to be kind to everyone that there was no merit in his kindness. Sometimes Natasha noticed embarrassment and awkwardness on his part in her presence, especially when he wanted to do something to please her, or feared that something they spoke of would awaken memories distressing to her. She noticed this and attributed it to his general kindness and shyness, which she imagined must be the same toward everyone as it was to her. After those involuntary words he had spoken, that if he were free, he would have asked on his knees for her hand and her love, uttered at a moment when she was so strongly agitated, Pierre never spoke to Natasha of his feelings. It seemed plain to her that those words, which had then so comforted her, were spoken as all sorts of meaningless words are spoken to comfort a crying child. It was not because Pierre was a married man, but because Natasha felt very strongly with him that moral barrier, the absence of which she had experienced with Kuragin. It never entered her head that the relations between him and herself could lead to love on her part, still less on his, or even to the kind of tender, self-conscious, romantic friendship between a man and a woman, of which she had known several instances. Before the end of the fast of St. Peter, Agrafena Ivanovna Belova, a country neighbor of the Rostovs, came to Moscow to pay her devotions at the shrines of the Moscow saints. She suggested that Natasha should fast and prepare for Holy Communion, and Natasha gladly welcomed the idea. Despite the doctor's orders that she should not go out early in the morning, Natasha insisted on fasting and preparing for the sacrament. She did not prepare as they generally did in the Rostov family, by attending 3 services in their own house, but as Agrafena Ivanovna did, by going to church every day for a week and not once missing Vespers, Matins, or Mass. The Countess was pleased with Natasha's zeal. After the poor results of the medical treatment, in the depths of her heart, she hoped that prayer might help her daughter more than medicines. Though not without fear, and concealing it from the doctor, she agreed to Natasha's wish and entrusted her to Belova. Agrafena Ivanovna used to come to wake Natasha at 3 in the morning, but generally found her already awake. She was afraid of being late for matins. Hastily washing, and meekly putting on her shabbiest dress and an old mantilla, Natasha, shivering in the fresh air, went out into the deserted streets lit by the clear light of dawn. By Agrafena Ivanovna's advice, Natasha prepared herself not in their own parish, but at a church where, according to the devout Agrafena Ivanovna, the priest was a man of very severe and lofty life. There were never many people in the church. Natasha always stood beside Belova in their customary place before an icon of the Blessed Virgin, on the left side of the choir screen. A feeling, new to her, of humility before something great and incomprehensible, seized her when at that unusual morning hour, gazing at the dark face of the Virgin, illuminated by the candles and the morning light from the window, she listened to the words of the service, which she tried to follow with understanding. When she understood the words, her personal feelings became interwoven with the prayers, with shades of their own. When she did not understand, it was sweeter still to think that the wish to understand everything is pride, that it is impossible to understand all, and that it is only necessary to believe and to commit oneself to God, whom she felt guiding her soul at those moments. She crossed herself, bowed low, and when she did not understand, in horror at her own vileness, she simply asked God to forgive her everything, and to have mercy upon her. The prayers to which she surrendered herself most of all were those of repentance. On her way home at an early hour, when she met no one but bricklayers going to work or men sweeping the street, and everyone inside the houses was still asleep, Natasha experienced a feeling new to her, a sense of the possibility of correcting her faults, the possibility of a new, clean life, and of happiness. During the whole week she spent in this way, that feeling grew every day, and the happiness of taking communion seemed to Natasha so great that she felt she should never live until that blessed Sunday. But the happy day came. On that memorable Sunday, when dressed in white muslin, she returned home after communion. For the first time in many months she felt calm and not oppressed by the thought of the life that lay before her. The doctor who came to see her that day ordered her to continue the powders he had prescribed a fortnight previously. She must certainly go on taking them morning and evening, he said, evidently sincerely satisfied with his success. Only please be particular about it. Be quite easy, he continued playfully as he adroitly took the gold coin in his palm. She will soon be singing and frolicking about. The last medicine has done her a very great deal of good. She has freshened up very much. The Countess, with a cheerful expression on her face, looked down at her nails and returned to the drawing room with a sense of relief. Chapter 18. Natasha attends Mass and hears the special prayer for victory. At the beginning of July, more and more disquieting reports about the war began to spread in Moscow. People spoke of an appeal by the Emperor to the people and of his coming himself from the army to Moscow. As up to the 11th of July no manifesto or appeal had been received, exaggerated reports became current about them and about the position of Russia. It was said that the Emperor was leaving the army because it was in danger. It was said that Smolensk had surrendered, that Napoleon had an army of 1,000,000, and that only a miracle could save Russia. On the 11th of July, which was a Saturday, the manifesto was received but was not yet in print. Pierre, who was at the Rostovs, promised to come to dinner the next day, Sunday, and bring a copy of the manifesto and appeal, which he would obtain from Count Rostopchin. That Sunday, the Rostovs went to Mass at the Razumovskys' private chapel as usual. It was a hot July day. Even at 10 o'clock, when the Rostovs got out of their carriage at the chapel, the sultry air, the shouts of hawkers, the light and gay summer clothes of the crowd, the dusty leaves of the trees on the boulevard, the sounds of the band and the white trousers of a battalion marching to parade, the rattling of wheels on the cobblestones and the brilliant, hot sunshine were all full of that summer languor, that content and discontent with the present, which is most strongly felt on a bright, hot day in town. All the Moscow notabilities, all the Rostovs' acquaintances, were at the Razumovskys' chapel. As if expecting something to happen, many wealthy families who usually left town for their country estates had not gone away that summer. As Natasha, at her mother's side, passed through the crowd behind a liveried footman who cleared the way for them, she heard a young man speaking about her in too loud a whisper. "That's Rostova, the one who... She's much thinner, but all the same she's pretty." She heard, or thought she heard, the names of Kuragin and Bolkonsky, but she was always imagining that. It always seemed to her that everyone who looked at her was thinking only of what had happened to her. With a sinking heart, wretched as she always was now when she found herself in a crowd, Natasha, in her lilac silk dress, trimmed with black lace, walked, as women can walk, with more repose and stateliness the greater the pain and shame in her soul. She knew for certain that she was pretty, but this no longer gave her satisfaction as it used to. On the contrary, it had tormented her more than anything else of late, and particularly so on this bright, hot summer day in town. It's Sunday again, another week passed, she thought, recalling that she had been here the Sunday before, and always the same life that is no life, and the same surroundings in which it used to be so easy to live. I'm pretty, I'm young, and I know that now I am good. I used to be bad, but now I know I am good, she thought. But yet my best years are slipping by and are no good to anyone. She stood by her mother's side and exchanged nods with acquaintances near her. From habit, she scrutinized the ladies' dresses, condemned the bearing of a lady standing close by who was not crossing herself properly, and again she thought with vexation that she was herself being judged and was judging others. Suddenly, at the sound of the service, she felt horrified at her own vileness, horrified that the former purity of her soul was again lost to her. A comely, fresh-looking old man was conducting the service with that mild solemnity which has so elevating and soothing an effect on the souls of the worshippers. The gates of the sanctuary screen were closed, the curtain was slowly drawn, and from behind it a soft, mysterious voice pronounced some words. Tears, the cause of which she herself did not understand, made Natasha's breast heave, and a joyous but oppressive feeling agitated her. "Teach me what I should do, how to live my life, how I may grow good forever, forever," she pleaded. The deacon came out onto the raised space before the altar screen. Holding his thumb extended, he drew his long hair from under his dalmatic, made the sign of the cross on his breast, and began in a loud and solemn voice to recite the words of the prayer. "In peace let us pray unto the Lord." As one community, thought Natasha, without distinction of class, without enmity, united by brotherly love, let us pray. For the peace that is from above, and for the salvation of our souls. For the world of angels and all the spirits who dwell above us, prayed Natasha. When they prayed for the warriors, she thought of her brother and Denisov. When they prayed for all traveling by land and sea, she remembered Prince Andrew, prayed for him, and asked God to forgive her all the wrongs she had done him. When they prayed for those who love us, she prayed for the members of her own family, her father, mother, and Sonia, realizing for the first time how wrongly she had acted toward them, and feeling all the strength of her love for them. When they prayed for those who hate us, she tried to think of her enemies and people who hated her, in order to pray for them. She included among her enemies the creditors and all who had business dealings with her father. And always at the thought of enemies and those who hated her, she remembered Anatole, who had done her so much harm. And though he did not hate her, she gladly prayed for him as for an enemy. Only at prayer did she feel able to think clearly and calmly of Prince Andrew and Anatole, as men for whom her feelings were as nothing compared with her awe and devotion to God. When they prayed for the imperial family in the synod, she bowed very low and made the sign of the cross, saying to herself that even if she did not understand, she could not doubt, and at any rate loved the governing synod, and prayed for it. When he had finished the litany, the deacon crossed the stole over his breast and said, "Let us commit ourselves and our whole lives to Christ the Lord." Commit ourselves to God, Natasha inwardly repeated. Lord God, I submit myself to thy will, she thought. I want nothing, wish for nothing. Teach me what to do and how to use my will. Take me, prayed Natasha, with impatient emotion in her heart. She did not cross herself, but let her slender arms hang down, as if expecting some invisible power at any moment to take her and deliver her from herself, from her regrets, desires, remorse, hopes, and sins. The Countess looked round several times at her daughter's softened face and shining eyes, and prayed to God to help her. Unexpectedly, in the middle of the service, and not in the usual order, Natasha knew so well, the deacon brought out a small stool and placed it before the doors of the sanctuary screen. The priest came out with his purple velvet cap on his head, adjusted his hair, and knelt down with an effort. Everybody followed his example, and they looked at one another in surprise. Then came the prayer just received from the synod, a prayer for the deliverance of Russia from hostile invasion. Lord God of might, God of our salvation, began the priest in that clear, mild voice in which only the Slav clergy read, and which acts so irresistibly on a Russian heart. Lord God of might, God of our salvation, look this day in mercy and blessing on thy humble people, and graciously hear us, spare us, and have mercy upon us. This foe confounding thy land, desiring to lay waste the whole world, rises against us. These lawless men are gathered together to overthrow thy kingdom, to destroy thy dear Jerusalem, thy beloved Russia, to defile thy temples, to overthrow thine altars, and to desecrate our holy shrines. How long, O Lord, how long shall the wicked triumph? How long shall they wield unlawful power? Lord God, hear us when we pray to thee. Strengthen with thy might our most gracious sovereign Lord, the Emperor Alexander Pavlovich. Be mindful of his uprightness and meekness, reward him according to his righteousness, and let it preserve us, thy chosen Israel. Bless his counsels, his undertakings, and his work. Strengthen his kingdom by thine almighty hand, and give him victory over his enemy, even as thou gavest Moses the victory over Amalek, Gideon over Midian, and David over Goliath. Preserve his army, put a bow of brass in the hands of those who have armed themselves in thy name, and gird their loins with strength for the fight. Take up the spear and shield, and arise to help us. Confound and put to shame those who have devised evil against us. May they be before the faces of thy faithful warriors as dust before the wind, and may thy mighty angel confound them and put them to flight. May they be ensnared when they know it not, and may the plots they have laid in secret be turned against them. Let them fall before thy servants' feet, and be laid low by our hosts. Lord, thou art able to save both great and small. Thou art God, and man cannot prevail against thee. God of our fathers, remember thy bounteous mercy and loving kindness which are from of old. Turn not thy face from us, but be gracious to our unworthiness. And in thy great goodness and thy many mercies, regard not our transgressions and iniquities. Create in us a clean heart, and renew a right spirit within us. Strengthen us all in thy faith. Fortify our hope. Inspire us with true love one for another. Arm us with unity of spirit in the righteous defense of the heritage thou gavest to us and to our fathers, and let not the scepter of the wicked be exalted against the destiny of those thou hast sanctified. O Lord our God, in whom we believe and in whom we put our trust, let us not be confounded in our hope of thy mercy, and give us a token of thy blessing, that those who hate us and our orthodox faith may see it and be put to shame and perish, and may all the nations know that thou art the Lord, and we are thy people. Show thy mercy upon us this day, O Lord, and grant us thy salvation. Make the hearts of thy servants to rejoice in thy mercy. Smite down our enemies and destroy them swiftly beneath the feet of thy faithful servants. For thou art the defense, the succor, and the victory of them that put their trust in thee. And to thee be all glory, to Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, now and forever, world without end. Amen. In Natasha's receptive state of mind, this prayer affected her strongly. She listened to every word about the victory of Moses over Amalek, of Gideon over Midian, and of David over Goliath, and about the destruction of thy Jerusalem. She prayed to God with the tenderness and emotion with which her heart was overflowing, but without fully understanding what she was asking of God in that prayer. She shared with all her heart in the prayer for the spirit of righteousness, for the strengthening of the heart by faith and hope, and its animation by love. But she could not pray that her enemies might be trampled underfoot when, only a few minutes before, she had been wishing she had more of them so that she might pray for them. But neither could she doubt the righteousness of the prayer that was being read on bended knees. She felt in her heart a devout and tremulous awe at the thought of the punishment that overtakes men for their sins, and especially of her own sins. She prayed to God to forgive them all and her too, and to give them all and her too peace and happiness, and it seemed to her that God heard her prayer. Chapter 19. Pierre's relation to life altered by his feeling for Natasha. 666. Napoleon as Antichrist. Pierre's belief that he is destined to end Napoleon's power. He gets news for the Rostovs. From the day when Pierre, after leaving the Rostovs with Natasha's grateful look fresh in his mind, had gazed at the comet that seemed to be fixed in the sky, he had felt that something new was appearing on his own horizon. From that day, the problem of the vanity and uselessness of all earthly things which had incessantly tormented him no longer presented itself. That terrible question, why, wherefore, which had come to him amid every occupation, was now replaced not by another question or by a reply, but by her image. When he listened to, or himself took part in, trivial conversations, when he read or heard of human baseness or folly, he was not horrified as he used to be. He did not ask himself why men struggled so about these things when all is so transient and incomprehensible. Instead, he remembered her as he had last seen her, and all his doubts vanished. This was not because she had answered the questions that had haunted him, but because his conception of her transferred him instantly to another, a brighter realm of spiritual activity. In this realm no one could be justified or guilty. It was a realm of beauty and love which it was worth living for. Whatever worldly baseness presented itself to him, he said to himself, well, supposing so-and-so swindled the country and the Tsar, and the country and the Tsar confer honors upon him, what does that matter? She smiled at me yesterday and asked me to come again, and I love her, and no one will ever know it. And his soul felt calm and peaceful. Pierre still went into society, drank as much, and led the same idle and dissipated life. This was because, besides the hours he spent at the Rostovs, there were other hours he had to spend somehow, and the habits and acquaintances he had made in Moscow formed a current that bore him along irresistibly. But latterly, when more and more disquieting reports came from the seat of war and Natasha's health began to improve, an ever-increasing restlessness, which he could not explain, took possession of him. He felt that the condition he was in could not continue long, that a catastrophe was coming which would change his whole life, and he impatiently sought everywhere for signs of that approaching catastrophe. One of his brother Masons had revealed to Pierre the following prophecy concerning Napoleon, drawn from the Revelation of St. John. In chapter 13, verse 18 of the Apocalypse, it is said, "Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. And in the 5th verse of the same chapter, and there was given unto him a mouth speaking great things and blasphemies, and power was given unto him to continue 42 months. The Mason explained that if you write out the French alphabet and assign numerical values to the letters, with the first 9 letters representing units and the others tens, you get a certain system. If you then write the words L'Empereur Napoleon using these numbers, the sum of them is 666. This meant that Napoleon was the beast foretold in the Apocalypse. Moreover, by applying the same system to the words 42, which means 42, the term allowed to the beast, the same number 666 was obtained. From this it followed that the limit fixed for Napoleon's power had come in the year 1812, when the French emperor was 42. This prophecy pleased Pierre very much. He often asked himself what would put an end to the power of the beast, that is, of Napoleon, and he tried by the same system of using letters as numbers to find an answer to the question that engrossed him. He wrote the words L'Empereur Alexandre and La Nation Russe and added up their numbers, but the sums were either more or less than 666. Once, when making such calculations, he wrote down his own name in French, Comte Pierre Bessuhoff, but the sum of the numbers did not come right. Then he changed the spelling, substituting a Z for the S and adding D and the article le, still without getting the desired result. Then it occurred to him, if the answer to the question were contained in his name, his nationality would also be given in the answer. So he wrote Le Russe Bessuhoff, and adding up the numbers, got 671. This was only 5 too much, and 5 was represented by E, the very letter that is often dropped from the article le before a word. By omitting the E, though it was technically incorrect, Pierre got the answer he was looking for. Le Russe Bessuhoff made 666. This discovery excited him. How or by what means he was connected with the great event foretold in the Apocalypse, he did not know, but he did not doubt that connection for a moment. His love for Natasha, Antichrist, Napoleon, the invasion, the comet 666, l'Empereur Napoleon, and Le Russe Bessuhoff, all this had to mature and culminate to lift him out of that spellbound, petty sphere of Moscow habits in which he felt himself held captive and led him to a great achievement and great happiness. On the eve of the Sunday when the special prayer was read, Pierre had promised the Rostovs to bring them, from Count Rostopchin, whom he knew well, both the appeal to the people and the news from the army. In the morning, when he went to call at Rostopchin's, he met there a courier fresh from the army, an acquaintance of his own who often danced at Moscow balls. "Do please, for heaven's sake, relieve me of something," said the courier. "I have a sack full of letters to parents." Among these letters was one from Nicholas Rostov to his father. Pierre took that letter, and Rostopchin also gave him the Emperor's appeal to Moscow, which had just been printed, the last army orders, and his own most recent bulletin. Glancing through the army orders, Pierre found in one of them, in the lists of killed, wounded, and rewarded, the name of Nicholas Rostov, awarded a St. George's Cross of the 4th class for courage shown in the Ostrovna affair. In the same order was the name of Prince Andrew Bolkonsky, appointed to the command of a regiment of chasseurs. Though he did not want to remind the Rostovs of Bolkonsky, Pierre could not refrain from making them happy with the news of their son's decoration. So he sent that printed army order and Nicholas's letter to the Rostovs, keeping the appeal, the bulletin, and the other orders to take with him when he went to dinner. His conversation with Count Rostopchin and the latter's tone of anxious hurry, the meeting with the courier who talked casually of how badly things were going in the army, the rumors of spies being discovered in Moscow, and of a leaflet stating that Napoleon promised to be in both Russian capitals by the autumn, and the talk of the Emperor's expected arrival next day, all aroused with fresh force that feeling of agitation and expectation in Pierre. He had been conscious of this feeling ever since the appearance of the comet, and especially since the beginning of the war. He had long been thinking of entering the army, and would have done so if he had not been hindered. First, there was his membership in the Society of Freemasons, to which he was bound by oath, and which preached perpetual peace and the abolition of war. Secondly, when he saw the great mass of Muscovites who had donned uniforms and were talking patriotism, he somehow felt ashamed to take the step. But the chief reason for not carrying out his intention lay in the vague idea that he was Le Russe Bessuhoff, who had the number of the beast, 666. He believed that his part in the great affair of setting a limit to the power of the beast had been predestined from eternity, and that therefore he ought not to undertake anything, but simply wait for what was bound to happen. Chapter 20. Pierre at the Rostovs. Natasha again takes up her singing. Sonia reads Alexander's manifesto. Petya declares that he will enter the army. Natasha realizes that Pierre loves her. He decides to cease going to the Rostovs. A few intimate friends were dining with the Rostovs that day, as was usual on Sundays. Pierre came early so as to find them alone. He had grown so stout this year that he would have been abnormal had he not been so tall, so broad of limb, and so strong that he carried his bulk with evident ease. He went up the stairs, puffing and muttering something. His coachman did not even ask whether he was to wait. He knew that when his master was at the Rostovs, he stayed until midnight. The Rostovs' footman rushed eagerly forward to help him off with his cloak and take his hat and stick. Pierre, from club habit, always left both his hat and stick in the anteroom. The first person he saw in the house was Natasha. Even before he saw her, while taking off his cloak, he heard her. She was practicing solfa exercises in the music room. He knew that she had not sung since her illness, and so the sound of her voice surprised and delighted him. He opened the door softly and saw her, in the lilac dress she had worn at church, walking about the room singing. She had her back to him when he opened the door, but when, turning quickly, she saw his broad, surprised face, she blushed and came rapidly up to him. "I want to try to sing again," she said, adding as if by way of excuse, "It is at least something to do." "That's capital. How glad I am you've come. I am so happy today," she said, with the old animation Pierre had not seen in her for a long time. "You know Nicholas has received a St. George's Cross? I am so proud of him." "Oh yes, I sent that announcement, but I don't want to interrupt you," he added, and was about to go to the drawing room. Natasha stopped him. "Count, is it wrong of me to sing?" she said, blushing and fixing her eyes inquiringly on him. "Why should it be? On the contrary. But why do you ask me?" "I don't know myself," Natasha answered quickly, "but I should not like to do anything you disapproved of. I believe in you completely. You don't know how important you are to me, how much you've done for me." She spoke rapidly and did not notice how Pierre flushed at her words. "I saw in that same army order that he, Bolkonsky," she whispered the name hastily, "is in Russia and in the army again. What do you think?" She was speaking hurriedly, evidently afraid her strength might fail her. "Will he ever forgive me? Will he not always have a bitter feeling toward me? What do you think? What do you think?" "I think," Pierre replied, "that he has nothing to forgive, if I were in his place." By association of ideas, Pierre was at once carried back to the day when, trying to comfort her, he had said that if he were not himself but the best man in the world and free, he would ask on his knees for her hand. The same feeling of pity, tenderness, and love took possession of him, and the same words rose to his lips, but she did not give him time to say them. "Yes, you," she said, uttering the word you rapturously. "That's a different thing. I know no one kinder, more generous, or better than you. Nobody could be. Had you not been there then, and now too, I don't know what would have become of me, because—" Tears suddenly rose in her eyes. She turned away, lifted her music before her eyes, began singing again, and once more started walking up and down the room. Just then, Petya came running in from the drawing room. Petya was now a handsome, rosy lad of 15 with full red lips, and he resembled Natasha. He was preparing to enter the university, but he and his friend Obolensky had lately, in secret, agreed to join the Hussars. Petya had come rushing out to talk to his namesake about this affair. He had asked Pierre to find out whether he would be accepted in the Hussars. Pierre walked up and down the drawing room, not listening to what Petya was saying. Petya pulled him by the arm to attract his attention. "Well, what about my plan? Peter Kirillich, for heaven's sake, you are my only hope," said Petya. "Oh yes, your plan. To join the Hussars. I'll mention it. I'll bring it all up today." "Well, mon cher, have you got the manifesto?" asked the old count. "The countess has been to Mass at the Razumovskys' and heard the new prayer. She says it's very fine." "Yes, I've got it," said Pierre. "The Emperor is to be here tomorrow. There's to be an extraordinary meeting of the nobility, and they are talking of a levy of 10 men per 1,000. Oh yes, let me congratulate you." "Yes, thank God. Well, and what news from the army?" "We are again retreating. They say we're already near Smolensk, replied Pierre. O Lord, exclaimed the Count, where is the manifesto? The Emperor's appeal? Oh yes. Pierre began feeling in his pockets for the papers, but could not find them. Still slapping his pockets, he kissed the hand of the Countess who entered the room and glanced uneasily around, evidently expecting Natasha, who had left off singing, but had not yet come into the drawing room. On my word, I don't know what I've done with it, he said. There he is, always losing everything, remarked the Countess. Natasha entered with a softened and agitated expression on her face and sat down, looking silently at Pierre. As soon as she entered, Pierre's features, which had been gloomy, suddenly lighted up, and while still searching for the papers, he glanced at her several times. No, really, I'll drive home. I must have left them there. I'll certainly. But you'll be late for dinner. Oh, and my coachman has gone. But Sonia, who had gone to look for the papers in the anteroom, had found them in Pierre's hat, where he had carefully tucked them under the lining. Pierre was about to begin reading. No, after dinner, said the old Count, evidently expecting much enjoyment from that reading. At dinner, where champagne was drunk to the health of the new Chevalier of St. George, Shinshin told them the town news. He spoke of the illness of the old Georgian princess, of Metivir's disappearance from Moscow, and of how some German fellow had been brought to Rostopchin and accused of being a French spy. He relayed how Count Rostopchin had let him go, assuring the people that he was not a spy at all, but only an old German ruin. People are being arrested, said the Count. I've told the Countess she should not speak French so much. It's not the time for it now. And have you heard? Shinshin asked. Prince Golitsyn has engaged a master to teach him Russian. It is becoming dangerous to speak French in the streets. And how about you, Count Peter Kirillich? If they call up the militia, you too will have to mount a horse, remarked the old Count, addressing Pierre. Pierre had been silent and preoccupied all through dinner, seeming not to grasp what was said. He looked at the Count. Oh yes, the war, he said. No, what sort of warrior should I make? And yet everything is so strange, I can't make it out. I don't know. I am very far from having military tastes, but in these times, no one can answer for himself. After dinner, the Count settled himself comfortably in an easy chair and with a serious face asked Sonia, who was considered an excellent reader, to read the appeal. To Moscow, our ancient capital, Sonia read painstakingly in her high-pitched voice. The enemy has entered the borders of Russia with immense forces. He comes to despoil our beloved country. The Count listened with his eyes closed, heaving abrupt sighs at certain passages. Natasha sat erect, gazing with a searching look now at her father and now at Pierre. Pierre felt her eyes on him and tried not to look round. The Countess shook her head disapprovingly and angrily at every solemn expression in the manifesto. In all these words, she saw only that the danger threatening her son would not soon be over. Shinshin, with a sarcastic smile on his lips, was evidently preparing to make fun of anything that gave him the opportunity. Sonia's reading, any remark of the Count's, or even the manifesto itself, should no better pretext present itself. After reading about the dangers that threatened Russia and the hopes the Emperor placed on Moscow, especially on its illustrious nobility, Sonia, with a quiver in her voice due chiefly to the attention she was receiving, read the last words. We ourselves will not delay to appear among our people in that capital and in other parts of our realm for consultation and for the direction of all our levies. May the ruin he hopes to bring upon us recoil on his own head, and may Europe, delivered from bondage, glorify the name of Russia. Yes, that's it, cried the Count, opening his moist eyes and sniffing repeatedly. Let the Emperor but say the word and we'll sacrifice everything and begrudge nothing. Before Shinshin had time to make his joke on the Count's patriotism, Natasha jumped up from her place and ran to her father. What a darling our papa is, she cried, kissing him. She again looked at Pierre with the unconscious coquetry that had returned with her better spirits. There, here's a patriot for you, said Shinshin. Not a patriot at all, but simply, Natasha replied in an injured tone. Everything seems funny to you, but this isn't at all a joke. A joke indeed, put in the Count. Let him but say the word and we'll all go. We're not Germans. But did you notice it says for consultation? Said Pierre. Never mind what it's for. At this moment, Petya, to whom nobody was paying any attention, came up to his father with a very flushed face and said in his breaking voice, now deep and now shrill, "Well, Papa, I tell you definitely, and Mama too, it's as you please, but I say definitely that you must let me enter the army, because I can't. That's all." The Countess, in dismay, looked up to heaven, clasped her hands, and turned angrily to her husband. "That comes of your talking," she said. But the Count had already recovered from his excitement. "Come, come," said he. "Here's a fine warrior. No, nonsense, you must study." "It's not nonsense, Papa. Fedya Obolensky is younger than I, and he's going too. Besides, all the same, I can't study now when—" Petya stopped short, flushed till he perspired, but still got out the words, "when our fatherland is in danger." That'll do, nonsense. But you said yourself that we would sacrifice everything." "Petya, be quiet, I tell you," cried the Count with a glance at his wife, who had turned pale and was staring fixedly at her son. "And I tell you, Peter Kirillich here will also tell you." "Nonsense, I tell you. Your mother's milk has hardly dried on your lips and you want to go into the army. There, I tell you." And the Count moved to go out of the room, taking the papers, probably to reread them in his study before having a nap. "Well, Peter Kirillich, let's go and have a smoke," he said. Pierre was agitated and undecided. Natasha's unwontedly brilliant eyes, continually glancing at him with a more than cordial look, had reduced him to this condition. "No, I think I'll go home." "Home? Why, you meant to spend the evening with us. You don't often come nowadays, as it is, and this girl of mine," said the Count good-naturedly, pointing to Natasha, "only brightens up when you're here." "Yes, I had forgotten. I really must go home. Business," said Pierre hurriedly. "Well then, au revoir," said the Count, and went out of the room. "Why are you going? Why are you upset?" asked Natasha, and she looked challengingly into Pierre's eyes. "Because I love you," was what he wanted to say, but he did not say it. He only blushed until tears came to his eyes and he lowered his gaze. "Because it is better for me to come less often because— No, simply I have business." "Why? No, tell me," Natasha began resolutely and then suddenly stopped. They looked at each other with dismayed and embarrassed faces. He tried to smile but could not. His smile expressed suffering, and he silently kissed her hand and went out. Pierre made up his mind not to go to the Rostovs anymore. Chapter 21. Petya goes to the Kremlin to see the Emperor. He gets crushed. He secures a biscuit thrown by the Emperor after dinner. After the definite refusal he had received, Petya went to his room, locked himself in, and wept bitterly. When he came in to tea, silent, morose, and with a tear-stained face, everybody pretended not to notice anything. The next day, the Emperor arrived in Moscow, and several of the Rostovs' domestic serfs begged permission to go and have a look at him. That morning, Petya spent a long time dressing and arranging his hair and collar to look like a grown-up man. He frowned before his looking-glass, gesticulated, shrugged his shoulders, and finally, without saying a word to anyone, took his cap and left the house by the back door, trying to avoid being noticed. Petya decided to go straight to where the Emperor was and to explain frankly to some gentleman in waiting. He imagined the Emperor was always surrounded by them. That he, Count Rostov, in spite of his youth, wished to serve his country. That youth could be no hindrance to loyalty, and that he was ready to. While dressing, Petya had prepared many fine things he meant to say. Petya was counting on the very fact of being so young for his success in reaching the Emperor. He even thought how surprised everyone would be at his youthfulness. And yet, in the arrangement of his collar and hair and by his sedate, deliberate walk, he wished to appear a grown-up man. But the farther he went, and the more his attention was diverted by the ever-increasing crowds moving toward the Kremlin, the less he remembered to walk with the sedateness and deliberation of a man. As he approached the Kremlin, he even began to avoid being crushed and resolutely stuck out his elbows in a menacing way. But within the Trinity Gateway, He was so pressed against the wall by people who probably were unaware of his patriotic intentions that in spite of all his determination, he had to give in. He stopped while carriages passed in, rumbling beneath the archway. Beside Petya stood a peasant woman, a footman, 2 tradesmen, and a discharged soldier. After standing for some time in the gateway, Petya tried to move forward in front of the others without waiting for all the carriages to pass. He began resolutely working his way with his elbows, but the woman just in front of him, who was the first he pushed against, angrily shouted at him, "What are you shoving for, young lordling? Don't you see we're all standing still? Then why push?" "Anybody can shove," said the footman, and he also began working his elbows to such effect that he pushed Petya into a very filthy corner of the gateway. Petya wiped his perspiring face with his hands and pulled up the damp collar which he had arranged so well at home. He felt that he no longer looked presentable and feared that if he were now to approach the gentleman-in-waiting in that state, he would not be admitted to the emperor. But it was impossible to smarten himself up or move to another place because of the crowd. One of the generals who drove past was an acquaintance of the Rostovs, and Petya thought of asking his help, but he decided that that would not be a manly thing to do. When the carriages had all passed in, the crowd, carrying Petya with it, streamed forward into Kremlin Square, which was already full of people. There were people not only in the square, but everywhere, on the slopes and on the roofs. As soon as Petya found himself in the square, he clearly heard the sound of bells and the joyous voices of the crowd that filled the whole Kremlin. For a while the crowd was less dense, but suddenly all heads were bared, and everyone rushed forward in one direction. Petya was being pressed so that he could scarcely breathe, and everybody shouted, "Hurrah! Hurrah! Hurrah!" Petya stood on tiptoe and pushed and pinched, but could see nothing except the people about him. All the faces bore the same expression of excitement and enthusiasm. A tradesman's wife standing beside Petya sobbed, and tears ran down her cheeks. "Father, angel, dear one," she kept repeating, wiping away her tears with her fingers. Hurrah was heard on all sides. For a moment the crowd stood still, but then it made another rush forward. Quite beside himself, Petya, clenching his teeth and rolling his eyes ferociously, pushed forward, elbowing his way and shouting, "Hurrah!" as if he were prepared that instant to kill himself and everyone else. But on both sides of him, other people with similarly ferocious faces pushed forward, and everybody shouted, "Hurrah!" "So this is what the emperor is," thought Petya. "No, I can't petition him myself, that would be too bold." But in spite of this, he continued to struggle desperately forward. From between the backs of those in front, he caught glimpses of an open space with a strip of red cloth spread out on it. But just then the crowd swayed back. The police in front were pushing back those who had pressed too close to the procession. The emperor was passing from the palace to the Cathedral of the Assumption, and Petya unexpectedly received such a blow on his side and ribs and was squeezed so hard that suddenly everything grew dim before his eyes, and he lost consciousness. When he came to, a man of clerical appearance, with a tuft of gray hair at the back of his head, wearing a shabby blue cassock, was holding him under the arm with one hand, while warding off the pressure of the crowd with the other. "You've crushed the young gentleman," said the clerk. "What are you up to? Gently! They've crushed him! Crushed him!" The emperor entered the Cathedral of the Assumption. The crowd spread out again more evenly, and the clerk led Petya, pale and breathless, to the Tsar cannon. Several people were sorry for Petya, and suddenly a crowd turned toward him and pressed around him. Those who stood nearest attended to him, unbuttoned his coat, seated him on the raised platform of the cannon, and reproached those others, whoever they might be, who had crushed him. "One might easily get killed that way. What do they mean by it? Killing people! Poor dear, he's as white as a sheet!" various voices were heard saying. Petya soon came to himself. The color returned to his face, the pain had passed, and at the cost of that temporary unpleasantness, he had obtained a place by the cannon from where he hoped to see the emperor, who would be returning that way. Petya no longer thought of presenting his petition. If he could only see the emperor, he would be happy. While the service was proceeding in the Cathedral of the Assumption, a combined service of prayer for the emperor's arrival and thanksgiving for peace with the Turks, the crowd outside spread out. Hawkers appeared, selling kvass, gingerbread, and poppy seed sweets, of which Petya was particularly fond, and ordinary conversation could again be heard. A tradesman's wife was showing a rent in her shawl and telling how much it had cost. Another was saying that all silk goods had now gotten dear. The clerk who had rescued Petya was talking to a functionary about the priests who were officiating that day. Two young citizens were joking with some serf girls who were cracking nuts. All these conversations might have had a particular charm for Petya at his age, but they did not interest him now. He sat on his elevation, the pedestal of the cannon, still agitated as before by the thought of the emperor and by his love for him. The feeling of pain and fear he had experienced when he was being crushed, together with his rapture, still further intensified his sense of the importance of the occasion. Suddenly, the sound of cannon fire was heard from the embankment, celebrating the signing of peace with the Turks. The crowd rushed impetuously toward the embankment to watch the firing. Petya too would have run there, but the clerk who had taken him under his protection stopped him. The firing was still proceeding when officers, generals, and gentlemen in waiting came running out of the cathedral, and after them others in a more leisurely manner. Caps were again raised, and those who had run to look at the cannon ran back again. At last, 4 men in uniforms and sashes emerged from the cathedral doors. "Hurrah! Hurrah!" shouted the crowd again. "Which is he? Which?" asked Petya in a tearful voice of those around him, but no one answered. Everybody was too excited. And Petya, fixing on one of those 4 men, whom he could not clearly see for the tears of joy that filled his eyes, concentrated all his enthusiasm on him, though it happened not to be the emperor, and frantically shouted, "Hurrah!" He resolved that tomorrow, come what might, he would join the army. The crowd ran after the emperor, followed him to the palace, and began to disperse. It was already late. Petya had not eaten anything and was drenched with perspiration, yet he did not go home. He stood with the diminishing but still considerable crowd before the palace while the emperor dined, looking in at the palace windows, expecting he knew not what, and envying both the notables he saw arriving to dine with the emperor and the court footmen who served at the table. While the emperor was dining, a courtier named Valuev, looking out of the window, said, "The people are still hoping to see your majesty again." The dinner was nearly over, and the emperor, munching a biscuit, rose and went out onto the balcony. The people, with Petya among them, rushed toward the balcony. "Angel, dear one, hurrah, father!" cried the crowd, and Petya with it. And again the women and men of weaker mold, Petya among them, wept with joy. A largish piece of the biscuit the emperor was holding broke off, fell on the balcony parapet, and then to the ground. A coachman in a jerkin, who stood nearest, sprang forward and snatched it up. Several people in the crowd rushed at the coachman. Seeing this, the emperor had a plateful of biscuits brought to him and began throwing them down from the balcony. Petya's eyes grew bloodshot. Still more excited by the danger of being crushed, he rushed at the biscuits. He did not know why, but he had to have a biscuit from the Tsar's hand, and he felt that he must not give way. He sprang forward and upset an old woman who was catching at a biscuit. The old woman did not consider herself defeated, though she was lying on the ground. She grabbed at some biscuits, but her hand did not reach them. Petya pushed her hand away with his knee, seized a biscuit, and as if fearing to be too late, again shouted, "Hurrah!" with a voice already hoarse. The emperor went in, and after that, the greater part of the crowd began to disperse. "There, I said if only we waited, and so it was being joyfully said by various people. Happy as Petya was, he felt sad at having to go home knowing that all the enjoyment of that day was over. He did not go straight home from the Kremlin, but called on his friend Obolensky, who was 15 and was also entering the regiment. On returning home, Petya announced resolutely and firmly that if he was not allowed to enter the service, he would run away. And the next day, Count Ilya Rostov, though he had not yet quite yielded, went to inquire how he could arrange for Petya to serve where there would be the least danger. Chapter 22. Assembly of Gentry and Merchants at the Sloboda Palace. A limited discussion, Pierre's part in it. 2 days later, on the 15th of July, an immense number of carriages were standing outside the Sloboda Palace. The great halls were full. In the first were the nobility and gentry in their uniforms. In the second were bearded merchants in full-skirted coats of blue cloth and wearing medals. In the noblemen's hall, there was an incessant movement and buzz of voices. The chief magnates sat on high-backed chairs at a large table under a portrait of the emperor, but most of the gentry were strolling about the room. All these nobles, whom Pierre met every day at the club or in their own houses, were in uniform. Some wore the uniforms of Catherine the Great's day, others those of Emperor Paul, and others still the new uniforms of Alexander's time, or the ordinary uniform of the nobility. The general effect of being in uniform gave something strange and fantastic to these diverse and familiar personalities, both old and young. The old men, dim-eyed, toothless, bald, sallow and bloated, or gaunt and wrinkled, were especially striking. For the most part, they sat quietly in their places and were silent. If they walked about and talked, they attached themselves to someone younger. On all these faces, as on the faces Petya had seen in the square, there was a striking contradiction, the general expectation of a solemn event, and at the same time everyday interests in a card party, a cook named Peter, or the health of a woman named Zinaida Dmitrievna. Pierre was there too, buttoned up since early morning in a nobleman's uniform that had become too tight for him. He was agitated. This extraordinary gathering, not only of nobles but also of the merchant class, the States General, as he thought of it, evoked in him a whole series of ideas he had long laid aside but which were deeply ingrained in his soul, thoughts of Rousseau's social contract and the French Revolution. The words in the emperor's appeal that had struck him, that the sovereign was coming to the capital for consultation with his people, strengthened this idea. And imagining that something important he had long awaited was drawing near, he strolled about, watching and listening to conversations, but nowhere finding any confirmation of the ideas that occupied him. The emperor's manifesto was read, which evoked enthusiasm, and then all moved about discussing it. Besides the ordinary topics of conversation, Pierre heard questions of where the marshals of the nobility were to stand when the emperor entered, when a ball should be given in the emperor's honor, and whether they should group themselves by districts or by whole provinces. But as soon as the war was touched on, or what the nobility had been convened for, the talk became undecided and indefinite. Then everyone preferred listening to speaking. A middle-aged man, handsome and virile, in the uniform of a retired naval officer, was speaking in one of the rooms, and a small crowd was pressing around him. Pierre went up to the circle that had formed around the speaker and listened. Count Ilya Rostov, in a military uniform of Catherine's time, was sauntering with a pleasant smile among the crowd, with all of whom he was acquainted. He too approached that group and listened with a kindly smile and nods of approval, as he always did, to what the speaker was saying. The retired naval man was speaking very boldly, as was evident from the expression on the faces of the listeners and from the fact that some people Pierre knew as the meekest and quietest of men walked away disapprovingly or expressed disagreement. Pierre pushed his way into the middle of the group, listened, and convinced himself that the man was indeed a liberal, but of views quite different from his own. The naval officer spoke in a particularly sonorous, musical, and aristocratic baritone voice, pleasantly swallowing his R's and generally slurring his consonants. It was the voice of a man calling out to his servant, "Here, bring me my pipe!" It was indicative of a life of dissipation and the exercise of authority. "What if the Smolensk people have offered to raise militia for the emperor?" he said. "Are we to take Smolensk as our pattern? If the noble aristocracy of the province of Moscow thinks fit, it can show its loyalty to our sovereign the emperor in other ways. Have we forgotten the raising of the militia in the year 7? All that did was to enrich the priests' sons and thieves and robbers." Count Ilya Rostov smiled blandly and nodded approval. "And was our militia of any use to the empire? Not at all. It only ruined our farming. Better have another conscription. or our men will return neither soldiers nor peasants, and will get only depravity from them. The nobility don't grudge their lives. Every one of us will go and bring in more recruits, and the sovereign, that was how he referred to the emperor, need only say the word and we'll all die for him, added the orator with animation. Count Rostov's mouth watered with pleasure, and he nudged Pierre, but Pierre wanted to speak himself. He pushed forward, feeling stirred, but not yet sure what stirred him or what he would say. Scarcely had he opened his mouth when one of the senators, a man without a tooth in his head, with a shrewd though angry expression, standing near the first speaker, interrupted him. Evidently accustomed to managing debates, he began in low but distinct tones. "I imagine, sir," said he, mumbling with his toothless mouth, "that we have been summoned here not to discuss whether it's best for the empire at the present moment to adopt conscription or to call out the militia. We have been summoned to reply to the appeal with which our sovereign, the emperor, has honored us. But to judge what is best, conscription or the militia, we can leave to the supreme authority." Pierre suddenly saw an outlet for his excitement. He hardened his heart against the senator who was introducing this rigid and narrow attitude into the deliberations of the nobility. Pierre stepped forward and interrupted him. He himself did not yet know what he would say, but he began to speak eagerly, occasionally lapsing into French or expressing himself in bookish Russian. "Excuse me, Your Excellency," he began. He was well acquainted with the senator, but thought it necessary on this occasion to address him formally. "Though I don't agree with the gentleman," he hesitated, wanting to use a more formal phrase, "with the gentleman whom I have not the honor of knowing, I suppose that the nobility have been summoned not merely to express their sympathy and enthusiasm, but also to consider the means by which we can assist our fatherland. I imagine," he went on, warming to his subject, "that the emperor himself would not be satisfied to find in us merely owners of serfs whom we are willing to devote to his service, and food for cannon we are ready to make of ourselves, and not to obtain from us any counsel." Many people withdrew from the circle, noticing the senator's sarcastic smile and the freedom of Pierre's remarks. Only Count Rostov was pleased with them, as he had been pleased with those of the naval officer, the senator, and in general with whatever speech he had last heard. "I think that before discussing these questions," Pierre continued, "we should ask the emperor, most respectfully ask his majesty, to let us know the number of our troops and the position in which our army and our forces now are, and then—" But scarcely had Pierre uttered these words before he was attacked from three sides. The most vigorous attack came from an old acquaintance, a Boston player who had always been well disposed toward him, Stepan Stepanovich Adraksin. Adraksin was in uniform, and whether as a result of the uniform or from some other cause, Pierre saw before him quite a different man. With a sudden expression of malevolence on his aged face, Adraksin shouted at Pierre, "In the first place, I tell you we have no right to question the emperor about that. And secondly, if the Russian nobility had that right, the emperor could not answer such a question. The troops are moved according to the enemy's movements, and the number of men increases and decreases." Another voice, that of a nobleman of medium height and about 40 years of age, whom Pierre had formerly met at the gypsies and knew as a bad card player, also transformed by his uniform, came up to Pierre and interrupted Adraksin. "Yes, and this is not a time for discussing," he continued, "but for acting. There is war in Russia. The enemy is advancing to destroy Russia, to desecrate the tombs of our fathers, to carry off our wives and children." The nobleman smote his breast. "We will all arise, every one of us will go, for our father the Tsar," he shouted, rolling his bloodshot eyes. Several approving voices were heard in the crowd. "We are Russians, and will not grudge our blood in defense of our faith, the throne, and the fatherland. We must cease raving if we are sons of our fatherland. We will show Europe how Russia rises to the defense of Russia." Pierre wished to reply, but could not get in a word. He felt that his words, apart from their meaning, were less audible than the sound of his opponent's voice. Count Rostov, at the back of the crowd, was expressing approval. Several people, briskly turning a shoulder to the orator at the end of a phrase, said, That's right, quite right, just so. Pierre wished to say that he was ready to sacrifice his money, his serfs, or himself, but that one ought to know the state of affairs in order to be able to improve it. But he was unable to speak. Many voices shouted and talked at the same time, so that Count Rostov had not time to signify his approval of them all. The group increased, dispersed, reformed, and then moved with a hum of talk into the largest hall and to the big table. Not only was Pierre's attempt to speak unsuccessful, but he was rudely interrupted, pushed aside, and people turned away from him as from a common enemy. This happened not because they were displeased by the substance of his speech, which had even been forgotten after the many subsequent speeches. Rather, to animate itself, the crowd needed a tangible object to love and a tangible object to hate. Pierre became the latter. Many other orators spoke after the excited nobleman, and all in the same tone. Many spoke eloquently and with originality. Glinka, the editor of the Russian Messenger, who was recognized by the crowd, said that hell must be repulsed by hell, and that he had seen a child smiling at lightning flashes and thunderclaps, but we will not be that child. Yes, yes, at thunderclaps was repeated approvingly in the back rows of the crowd. The crowd drew up to the large table, at which sat gray-haired or bald 70-year-old magnates, uniformed and besashed, almost all of whom Pierre had seen in their own homes with their jesters or playing cards at the clubs. With an incessant hum of voices, the crowd advanced to the table. Pressed by the throng against the high backs of the chairs, the orators spoke one after another, and sometimes two together. Those standing behind noticed what a speaker omitted to say and hastened to supply it. Others in that heat and crush racked their brains to find some thought and hastened to utter it. The old magnates, whom Pierre knew, sat and turned to look first at one and then at another, and their faces for the most part only expressed the fact that they found it very hot. Pierre, however, felt excited, and the general desire to show that they were ready to go to all lengths, which found expression more in the tones and looks than in the substance of the speeches, infected him too. He did not renounce his opinions, but he felt himself in some way to blame and wished to justify himself. I only said that it would be more to the purpose to make sacrifices when we know what is needed, he said, trying to be heard above the other voices. One of the old men nearest to him looked round, but his attention was immediately diverted by an exclamation at the other side of the table. Yes, Moscow will be surrendered. She will be our expiation, shouted one man. He is the enemy of mankind, cried another. Allow me to speak. Gentlemen, you are crushing me. Chapter 23. Count Rostopchin's Remarks. The offer made by the Moscow nobility and gentry. The Emperor's speech. Pierre offers to supply and maintain 1,000 men. At that moment, Count Rostopchin, with his protruding chin and alert eyes, entered the room. He wore the uniform of a general with a sash over his shoulder and stepped briskly to the front of the crowd of gentry. Our sovereign, the Emperor, will be here in a moment, said Rostopchin. I am straight from the palace. Seeing the position we are in, I think there is little need for discussion. The Emperor has deigned to summon us and the merchants. Millions will pour forth from there. He pointed to the merchants' hall. But our business is to supply men and not spare ourselves. That is the least we can do. A conference took place, confined to the magnates sitting at the table. The whole consultation passed more than quietly. After all the preceding noise, the sound of their old voices saying one after another, I agree, or for variety, I too am of that opinion, had an almost mournful effect. The secretary was told to write down the resolution of the Moscow nobility and gentry, that they would furnish 10 men, fully equipped, out of every 1,000 serfs, as the Smolensk gentry had done. Their chairs made a scraping noise as the gentlemen who had conferred rose with apparent relief. They began walking up and down, arm in arm, to stretch their legs and converse in couples. The Emperor! The Emperor! A sudden cry resounded through the halls, and the whole throng hurried to the entrance. The Emperor entered the hall through a broad path between two lines of nobles. Every face expressed respectful, awe-struck curiosity. Pierre stood rather far off and could not hear all that the Emperor said. From what he did hear, he understood that the emperor spoke of the danger threatening the empire and of the hopes he placed on the Moscow nobility. He was answered by a voice which informed him of the resolution that had just been reached. "Gentlemen," said the emperor, his voice quivering. There was a rustling among the crowd, and it again subsided, so that Pierre distinctly heard the pleasantly human voice of the emperor saying with emotion, "I never doubted the devotion of the Russian nobles, but today it has surpassed my expectations. I thank you in the name of the fatherland. Gentlemen, let us act. Time is most precious." The emperor ceased speaking. The crowd began pressing around him, and rapturous exclamations were heard from all sides. "Yes, most precious, a royal word," said Count Rostov with a sob. He stood at the back, and though he had heard hardly anything, understood everything in his own way. From the hall of the nobility, the emperor went to that of the merchants. There he remained for about 10 minutes. Pierre was among those who saw him come out from the merchants' hall with tears of emotion in his eyes. As became known later, he had scarcely begun to address the merchants before tears gushed from his eyes, and he concluded in a trembling voice. When Pierre saw the emperor, he was coming out accompanied by 2 merchants. One of them Pierre knew, a fat spirit dealer. The other was the mayor, a man with a thin, sallow face and a narrow beard. Both were weeping. Tears filled the thin man's eyes, and the fat spirit dealer sobbed outright like a child and kept repeating, "Our lives and property, take them, your majesty." Pierre's one feeling at that moment was a desire to show that he was ready to go to all lengths and was prepared to sacrifice everything. He now felt ashamed of his speech, with its constitutional tendency, and sought an opportunity to erase it. Having heard that Count Mamonov was furnishing a regiment, Bezukov at once informed Rostopchin that he would give 1,000 men and their maintenance. Old Rostov could not tell his wife of what had passed without tears. He at once consented to Petya's request and went himself to enter his name in the service. The next day, the emperor left Moscow. The assembled nobles all took off their uniforms and settled down again in their homes and clubs. Not without some groans, they gave orders to their stewards about the enrollment, feeling amazed themselves at what they had done.